Things that make you go, WTF? SpongeBob SquarePants has worked at the Krusty Krab for 31 years. Chapter 27. Arrow. God, he felt so fucking good against me. 1 second, I was drowning in him. The next, I had water in my lungs, and drowning took on a different meaning. So much for taking my power back. I was beginning to think the only kind of life for me was a lonely, solitary existence. Things that make you go, WTF? Louis Chevrolet, founder of Chevrolet, died poor, working as a mechanic for the company he founded. Chapter 28. Hopper. It was dark, and I was roaming the streets. Not an unfamiliar place for me, though it wasn't the middle of the night. My insomnia started early tonight. The fog hung low over all my thoughts, with no sign of settling anytime soon. I was back where I'd been for 5 long years. How odd, yet entirely eye-opening these past few days had been. You never quite realize how much you hurt, how much of a fog you live in, until you're granted a reprieve. My reprieve was short. Hell, it wasn't even total. But it had been enough. Enough to make the way I felt now far worse than it was before. It was like being sick for so long you forgot what it was like to be well. Being chronically exhausted only to have a few days of infinite energy. Going back should be easy, right? Oh, hell no. It wasn't. It was like being given a few bites of rich chocolate cake, only to have it swiped away and a Brussels sprout put in its place. Now I knew what I was missing. Just that brief taste made going back to nothing so painful it was shocking. So, here I was. Out walking already. Out, drowning in thoughts, letting them blow me around like a piece of paper in the wind. It was just past dinner time. Night claimed the sky, and the temperature dropped. Snow continued to fall lazily, but it was random, so it likely wouldn't amount to much more than the inch that coated the ground earlier that afternoon. The pockets of my cargo pants were weighed down with my phone, keys, and the money clip that held all my cards and cash. I approached the coffee shop up the block from my hotel. I stopped and stared at the welcoming lights in the windows and knew the entire place was likely scented with brewing coffee. But I kept walking. Arrow didn't like that place, and now I didn't like it either. I don't know how long or far I walked. Hell, I didn't even pay attention. I couldn't tell you how many people were out in the streets, how the traffic was, or anything else about my surroundings. I was lost in my own head, replaying the scene with Arrow over and over and over again. All the fighting I'd done inside myself, all the tug and pull, the guilt. Somehow, surprisingly, it started to be overcome. Overcome by Arrow and the way I felt when I was near him. How the look in his eyes was like 2 hands reaching into my chest and taking my heart. The way he pulled me back from the edge of the fog so many times. The way he boldly kissed me when now I knew physical contact wasn't something he was used to. Hell, he'd even leapt between me and his brother. He challenged Lorhaven, something I was sure not many people did. For me. He'd done that for me. He also looked at me with panic in his face, with dread and even terror. His eyes, which I loved when they focused on me, glazed over. His lips, which were pouty and juicy, the perfect place for my own to rest, whispered words that felt like a knife stabbing straight into my heart. It wasn't the first time Arrow trembled when I touched him, but this was the first time he let it overcome the moment. Not just the moment. It overshadowed everything between us. I ran. Without looking back. I had to protect myself. I had to guard what was left of me. Who will protect him? He'd been protecting himself just as long as I had done. Except he didn't run away. He'd stood there, albeit trembling and clearly feeling threatened. He apologized and then tried to explain. I'm just afraid I'll bring you down with me. The only thing worse than what I'm saying now is to someday have you look at me and realize you made a mistake. He wasn't rejecting me to hurt me. He'd been trying to protect me. Again. And I ran. My footsteps halted over the cold stone concrete. A great gust of wind slammed me in the face from out of nowhere, like the universe itself was smacking me in the face. I deserved it. I was selfish. Self-absorbed. I'd only thought of myself back there instead of trying to stand and deal like Arrow. The memory of the day on the snowmobile flickered in my mind like a home movie. The texture was grainy and slightly lagging, but I saw it all so clear. I'd been panicked that day. I'd been insecure and downright fucking scared. He didn't get mad at me when I retreated into my own world. Arrow offered to leave with me. When I refused, he sucked it out. I asked him to pull me back. I asked him to help me stay there with him. He'd done it. He kissed me. He kept me close. It was as if I'd been learning to walk again, and he'd held my hand to give me balance. I'd stopped walking again, bent at the waist, and put my hands on my thighs. What the fuck have I done? It wasn't the first time he'd responded with apprehension when things between us got heated. The first time I'd stuck it out with him, adjusted what I was doing, and it turned out okay. Why hadn't I done that this time? Why hadn't I pulled him back the way he had for me, more than once? It was a missed opportunity, a chance to draw him out of his shell, maybe understand a little more about what shattered him into those million tiny jagged edges. Something Lorhaven said to me echoed through my head. That's for him to share. And when he does... He didn't say if he does. He said when. His words implied Arrow planned to talk to me. He wanted me to know. Arrow stayed. He sent his brother back to his plane and stayed. He'd chosen NASCAR. The way he looked when he said it, it felt like he'd chosen me just as much as NASCAR. I'd been so fucking euphoric I'd practically jumped him. Kissed him so fiercely I'd felt like I was burning up. He'd been right there with me. I knew he liked it. I felt the electricity and hunger in his lips. And then I'd put him up against the wall and ripped at his shirt. Fuck. The more the scene replayed in my head, the more I heard the words that had been spoken. The more I knew. I fucked up so bad. I should have thought about him. I should have looked past my own hurt and paranoia about being slaughtered by loss again and seen him. I shouldn't have focused on what he was saying. Fuck. What he must be thinking right now. He was probably beating himself up, feeling like he wasn't enough. He was. Arrow was more than enough. I had to see him, to go to him. Like that night he'd shoved me away and then pulled up to the curb. He'd come to me. He'd talked to me. I'd shoved him away that night, too. I told him I couldn't do it. The same thing he'd said tonight. He understood. He drove me back to the hotel. He didn't run. I started running. Snow was falling more steadily now. The icy, wet flakes pelted my cheeks and pierced my eyes as I ran. I felt blind, numb, but I had to get there. A little bit of reality rushed in, and I searched around my cargo pocket for my keys. Once I had them, I glanced up, noticing my surroundings for the first time in a while. I scanned the street for my car, for the hotel sign. I need to get to Arrow. More snow blew into my eyes, and I blinked furiously to get it out. Once it was melted, my vision cleared. This place was so familiar to me. I turned slowly, glancing across the wide street. The airstrip was there. Seeing the airport was an even bigger wake-up call than my thoughts had been. Even drowning in brain fog, even overcome with regret, I'd led myself here. To Arrow. I rushed across the street, closing in on the large fenced-in area. My footsteps slowed as I looked at the gate. It was open, something I knew was unusual. I glanced through towards the hangars. Everything looked okay. But I knew better than most. That didn't mean a thing. Things that make you go, WTF? A German man once celebrated his birthday for 46 hours by traveling through different time zones. Chapter 29. Arrow. I didn't notice the cold. If anything, it helped numb the pain, but it wasn't enough to stop my brain. The look on his face before he left, I hurt him. It was the last thing I wanted, but it could be worse for him later. Like the kind of worse I was experiencing right now. Snow fell from the sky, the white flakes streaking the darkness with sprinkles of light. I hoped it kept coming. I hoped it covered the mere inch that fell earlier and blanketed everything with the kind of cold stillness only snow could bring. My feet were propped on the old, useless dash, my head resting against the cold pleather of the chair. I remained unmoving, staring out through the 360-degree window, and tried to reconcile myself to the fact that I did the best thing. It wasn't what I wanted. A foreign sound disturbed the silence, but I didn't move. Normally, any kind of sound would have put me on alert, but not tonight. Tonight, I just didn't care. Behind me, in the direction of the open doorway, the noise came to a stop. "The gate is open," Hopper said. His voice was low but breathless, like he'd been running. My chest clenched. The melancholy wrapping around this entire space pressed in at the sound of his voice. I loved the way it sounded. "Forgot to close it," I replied, still staring out the wide windows of the old control tower. I always came here when I needed somewhere to just be, when working in the hangar wasn't enough. I liked the feeling of being suspended in the air, high off the ground. The only thing in my line of vision was the sky, the vast horizon, and the landscape below. One might think it would make a guy like me lonelier, but in fact, it was just the opposite. "How do you know I was up here?" No one knew I sat up here, not even Lorhaven. "It's where I'd be." I didn't know why he was here. Part of me was relieved he was. The other whispered it would only make it worse. "My real name is Jason Hamilton." His voice filled the circular window-encased room. It was quiet and steady, kind of like the snow I stared at. He cleared his throat. "Do you, know that name?" "Should I?" 5 years ago, when I was right around your age, I was at the top of my game. I raced in motocross, specifically for Ducati. His past. He was telling me about his past. My interest was piqued, and though I didn't turn to look at him, my head tilted a bit, my ear ready to capture all his words. "I was in the top 10 racers in North America. I fucking loved it. The thrill speed gave me, the way I could make the bike respond to my every command. I was chosen to go international, to race overseas, go on tour, and basically kick my career into worldwide success." I could tell by the sound of his voice, by the rawness of his words, he didn't speak of this often. Hell, if ever. He literally went by another name now, and I'd never seen him on a bike. The day on the snowmobiles flashed into my memory. How panicked he'd been, how nervous and unprepared. It also explained how he handled it so well. He was practically a racing superstar. "What happened?" I asked, invested. He didn't answer at first, not for a few minutes. I didn't push him because I knew whatever he was telling me was likely what broke him. I continued to watch the snow blow around beyond the glass, just waiting, hoping. The pain I carried up to this control tower tonight was muted now. The second his cautious, heavy voice floated through the room, pain became second. "I was involved with someone 5 years ago," he said, and my heart deflated. My teeth sank into my lower lip with the news. Picturing him with someone else made the pain reappear. "In a relationship. I met Matt when I was 18. He was a Ducati driver, too. I swallowed, closing my eyes. I loved him, Hopper said, stark, and it pierced my heart. We lived together, drove together. He was basically my life. My feet dropped off the old control counter, my high tops making a heavy thud when they hit the floor. Hopper. His name ripped from my throat. I couldn't hear this. I didn't want to. He died, he rushed to say. I didn't know if it was because it was beyond painful to recall, or if it was because he knew I was getting ready to bolt. I stayed in the old chair, my back ramrod straight and my feet flat on the floor. My fingers ached from the cold, but they squeezed at my knees as I sat there. He died because he took my place in a stupid challenge, one I never should have agreed to. I had hit my head and he drove for me. The guy I was racing? He was pissed. He planned on taking me out so he could take my international spot. He did take me out that day. His voice went hoarse, then fell away for a moment. But it was Matt who died. I couldn't think. All I could do was feel. I knew how much it cut him, because it still echoed in his voice. Whoever Matt was, he'd been everything to Hopper. And he died. He died on this side of the road because of me. Hopper's voice was anguished. I tried to stop them from running him off the road, but I was too late. I saw it all, the way his bike flipped, the way his body shuddered on impact. I was too late. I wanted to get up and go to him, but I held myself back. He was grieving still. Maybe he always would be. I couldn't compete with that. I didn't even want to try. His pain hurt me too, not because he'd been in love either, but because he'd lost it. Afterward, I could hear him swallow from across the room. I sort of went into a free fall. My life fell apart. I quit racing, cut off my friends and family. I drank too much. I walked the streets at night because sleep never gives me any peace. Gamble found me about 8 months after Matt. I heard his feet shuffle. He offered me a job and a place to live and a fresh start. You took it, I said, impressed. Ron Gamble isn't someone who takes no for an answer. So I moved across the country, from Seattle to Maryland, into an apartment here at headquarters and changed my name. The press? I questioned, thinking of the way they fed on Trent and Drew, my brother and his woman. Were ruthless, he spat. Matt dying, the wreck, and my crash and burn was the hottest story of the year. Gamble helped me bury it, gave me a place to start over. I'm sorry, I said. 2 stupid words, but I meant them. I meant them infinitely. I grew my hair, a beard, and fell off the map. And that's what broke Hopper, aka Jason. It was bad. I understood now why he was so careful not to get close, why the first sign of hurt when I pushed him away sent him running. He couldn't go through it again. I understood. And so I can't give you my body, and you can't give me your heart, I surmised, depression threatening to swallow me whole. It was us in a nutshell, broken beyond repair, tethered together by understanding, kept apart by experience. What about your heart? He whispered, as if he hadn't heard what I said, only what I didn't. My heart isn't mine to give. Footsteps echoed behind me. I sat back when Hopper stepped around the chair to stand before me. I didn't look up. I was a chicken shit, and I was afraid if I looked in his eyes, I'd crumble. He was still in the same clothes from hours before. He still looked just as good. Your heart isn't yours? He intoned. I shook my head. Hopper dropped, squatting in front of my chair. His thighs were spread so me and the chair were between them. I avoided his stare, though I felt the penetrating gaze. The gruff quality to his words caught me off guard. Whose is it? I didn't reply. His hands shot out, gripped the edge of the seat, and pulled. The wheels the crappy office chair perched on squeaked and cracked as it moved closer. So close, my knees bumped his chest. Arrow, he commanded. I lifted my eyes. We stared into each other. I don't know what I was looking for, but it seemed he was searching out the same. Who? He demanded. He was jealous. When I said my heart was unavailable, suddenly it didn't seem to matter his was, too. There was a difference, though. A huge, gaping difference. His heart belonged to Matt. And mine? You, I practically growled. My heart is already yours. The icy quality in his eyes flared. The color turned brilliant, like a sapphire on fire. I tried to stop it. I went on miserably. I kept it behind all these walls, the locks, the fences, but it got out anyway. The pleather where he gripped the edge of the seat groaned under the pressure of his hands. I shouldn't have told him. It wasn't as if I could change anything. It merely made me look weak, made my inexperience shine through my loneliness. My heart had been ripe for the picking. I saw that now. But even if I had known before, nothing would have changed. Hopper was it for me. I felt too deep. I knew too much. My first love would be my only, and it would cut the way only a first love could. Why can't you give me your body? Hopper's question caught me off guard and tilted my thoughts. I sucked in a breath. He told me about his past. It was time for me to do the same. Could I? I thought I was ready. I'd said as much to Jace. I'd never said it out loud before. Never. I barely even thought it. No one knew. I never even admitted it to my brother, even though I knew he knew just by looking at me that night. Hopper was watching, and I knew he was resolved to wait me out. I met his eyes, though desperately I wanted to look away. I was raped. Things that make you go, WTF? There is an abandoned Russian cruise ship roaming in international waters. Chapter 30. Hopper. I thought I kind of knew. I definitely suspected something in the way he tensed when we got close. But this was worse. This was so bad I hadn't even let my own mind go that far. I just sat there and stared at him. Horrified was an understatement. Rage? Also a massive understatement. I felt him looking at me, the weight of his confession. I knew it required some kind of response, but what the fuck did a man say to that? Arrow, I began, shock lacing my voice. My name was Dylan Lorhaven. He cut off the words I couldn't produce. I always knew I was gay. He looked up at me. The hollow, ghostly expression deep in his eyes turned my stomach. But I didn't really know it until high school. I nodded, giving him the support he so desperately needed. I get it. I always knew, too. I didn't tell anyone. I was afraid to, but my mom found a stupid porn magazine in my room. I chuckled, and he glanced up, his lips tilted and a little bit of warmth melting his eyes. I'd die to see just a little bit more of that, to take away any of his trauma. She told me not to tell my father. She knew what I was too stupid to see. I nodded, sinking back from my squatting position and onto my ass. I brought my knees in a little so my feet were flat on the floor, resting my elbows on my knees to let my hands and forearms dangle between my legs. "The floor's cold," he frowned. "I'm fine," I promised, even though the inside of my chest lurched. Even after that confession, he still cared enough about me to worry about my comfort. He said his heart is mine. Holy fuck, he meant it. My own heart beat rapidly, as if I'd just run 5 miles in record time. I didn't listen to her. I was stupid and young. I thought I knew better. I marched right into my father's office and told him I was gay. What did he say? He punched me in the face. My body stiffened. What the fuck kind of father punches his own kid in the face? I knew what it was like to come out to family and friends. I knew the kind of gut-wrenching worry and fear that kind of tell brought on inside a man. People weren't as accepting and open-minded as they'd like you to believe. Me? I got lucky. My family stood by me. They embraced Matt the first time I brought him home, and that was that. Until I shoved them all away. Some people, though, wear masks. Some pretend, and some just never show their true colors until they're forced out. This pained me, knowing he was once entirely innocent. He was likely more endearing than he was even now. That kid, he walked into his father's office, confident he would be accepted, trusting the man he thought loved him, and ended up with a fist in his face. I never met Arrow's father. I didn't know him. I hated him anyway. Basically, he told me I wasn't allowed to be gay. Arrow continued. He took away my car, my trust fund. He set me up on dates. He even paid a few girls to blow me or have sex with me. I rubbed a hand over the back of my neck. Are you fucking kidding me? Wouldn't be a very good joke, he replied, his voice even and emotionless. I made a sound, ripped my hat off my head, and threw it across the room. On my 18th birthday, he took me to a strip club. It was a test. He dangled everything I wanted in front of me. Full tuition to a college away from home, my car, my trust fund. All I had to do was prove to him I was cured of being gay. I didn't look up. I was afraid if I did, he'd see the murderous look in my eyes and stop talking. This was excruciating to hear, but I wanted to, all the same. He got us a private room, hired strippers, the usual. I nodded, and he went on. I was taken to another private room where the stripper started blowing me. She said my father paid her 10 grand to have sex with me. I told her I'd just lie and say we did it. She could collect her money and I wouldn't have to try and get it up. I made a sound, a cross between a growl and a moan. This was sick. Sick. I didn't want to think of him with anyone, let alone some stripper in the back of some seedy club. She told me we had to actually do it because there were cameras. He was watching. I shot up. My fists clenched at my sides, and I paced to stand in front of one of the windows away from Arrow. The sky was pitch black out, the perfect color to match my mood. I snapped, Arrow said. I told him to keep his college, his money, and everything else. I told him it didn't matter what he did. I would still be gay. He disowned you. On the spot, Arrow confirmed. I left the club, went in search of my brother. He didn't know I was gay, but he was my last hope. I felt my loathe for Lorhaven begin to soften. He was an asshole, but he didn't turn away his brother. Some guys saw me, said they knew my brother, and offered me a ride. His voice turned weaker, shakier, and I knew. I thought I was on his turf, Just tell me what happened. The words came out harsher than I intended. They recognized me from this club, a place I'd gone to party a few times. I hooked up with a guy there sometimes, so they knew I was gay. My eyes closed. Not only was he abused and disowned by his father, but he was the victim of a heinous hate crime. I was so angry, so disgusted, tears actually moistened the back of my eyes. I bit them back because A deserved better than my stray tears. They pulled me into an alleyway, beat me up pretty bad, he admitted. I tried to fight back, but there were 4 of them and only 1 of me. This wasn't your fault, I whispered. Above anything, I wanted him to know that. I guess beating me wasn't enough because they dragged me behind the dumpster. I still smell the putrid trash tainting the air. He was getting lost in the memory, sucked into that terrible time. I shot across the room and sank before him once again, taking both his hands in mine. "Stay here, A," I murmured. "Stay here with me." His eyes appeared even darker here, where there was no light. I fell into their depths. I felt the chains of his hell shackle my wrists. But I wasn't scared. I wasn't scared because he was here with me. 2 of them held me, and the other... he did it. I made a sound, lifted a hand, and cupped his face. He pushed farther into my hand. I thought I was completely shattered. I didn't think there was anything left of me to break. I was wrong. I felt the splinter, and then it splintered out. The sound of another piece of me breaking was like a shotgun going off right beside my ear. I came here, to the hangar. I don't even remember how I made it. Lorhaven found me. Arrow's eyes met mine. He almost killed all 4 of them. A couple are permanently fucked up because of what he did. I wish they were dead, I vowed. Me too, Arrow nodded. Jace almost went to jail for attempted murder, but our father made the charges go away. He's been protecting you, I said. I accused you of hiding behind him, but you weren't. Not really. I felt like shit for saying that, for telling him to man up. I had no right. The side of his mouth curved up, and the hand cupping his cheek moved with it. You were right. I was hiding. Jace is really good at protecting people, and I got comfortable. I shook my head, pulling back. It was 3 years ago, Arrow said. I can't live in the past forever. I've been trying to move forward. I thought I was gaining. And then I ran out of here, like a little pussy. I deadpanned. He laughed, and my heart rate sped again. If you were a pussy, I wouldn't have cared you ran. I grinned. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was trying to avoid that. Sincere sorrow saturated his voice. My hand slashed through the air. You have nothing to apologize for. I'm the one who owes you the apology. Arrow started to protest, but I cut him off. I'm sorry. I came at you too much, too fast. I shoved you against the locker. I ripped at your clothes. Holy fuck. What it must have triggered inside him. Then I ran off when you tensed up. I should have stayed. I should have pulled you back. I don't blame you, he said. How? How could he not be completely bitter and untrusting of everyone he ever encountered? Even me, especially me, who was rough and hard to reach. How the hell could you have given me your heart? I wondered aloud. Because you're the one who taught it to beat again. This time I fell back onto my ass, once again in front of his chair. Breath whooshed out of me, and those words, those beautiful words, filled me. It was the single most significant thing ever said to me, ever. And yes, it hurt because that included Matt, but I couldn't deny the truth. I couldn't deny the way that one sentence slayed me. Arrow credited me. It was as if I brought him back to life. In a sense, I saved him. Something I desperately wanted to do for Matt, but couldn't. He was offering me a second chance. This man, who was both innocent and jaded, closed off but open, and so very easy on my eyes, was my second chance. A chance to love again, to live again. We don't work, though, do we? Two halves, both too broken, Arrow whispered. I was still reeling from his previous words that reminded me what it was to love and be loved. My God, how I missed being part of something bigger than just me. Maybe that's why we do work, I answered. Not because two halves make a whole, we'd never get all our little pieces to fit together, but because no one else can really understand what it's like to not be whole. We do seem to have an odd sense of understanding, Arrow murmured. I smirked, except when one of us is running like a pussy. He scowled. I already made it clear how I felt about pussy. I chuckled. I wanted to earn those heartbeats, the ones he said I made start up again. I hadn't done anything nearly enough to warrant them. I might already have them, but I could do better. I wanted to do better. I wanted him to have more. I took a breath. Maybe my heart isn't as unavailable as you think. His eyes flashed. Some of that danger, some of the challenge I saw when he went up against Lorhaven came out. Don't say shit you don't mean. I wasn't offended. He earned the right to protect himself. After all, he'd practically reached out, and I ran. I sat up, nerves bunched in my stomach and coiled at the base of my neck. I did it anyway, continuing what I wanted to do. I peeled off my leather jacket and let it fall on the floor behind me. Then I pushed up the sleeve on my left arm. Even in the dark, I saw him perfectly. Maybe it was because my eyes were adjusted to the dim lighting, or maybe it was because I was focused so completely. I wear this all the time, I told him, reaching for the thick leather bracelet always strapped around my wrist. I noticed. I glanced up. You ever notice the symbol? He nodded. That's an infinity symbol, right? I made a sound of agreement and traced the outline of what I always thought looked like a horizontal 8. Beneath my fingertip, the silver metal was cold. I thought I had my infinity figured out a long time ago. I thought Matt was my forever. Arrow shifted uncomfortably, and I knew he probably didn't like to hear that. Fuck, it would make me crazy if he'd said it. But it was my truth. A truth I couldn't ever deny. I couldn't give Matt my infinity, but this I could give. I reached out without thinking and wrapped my hand around A's ankle. I felt him calm beneath my palm. The very air around us stilled. When he died that day, my entire life fell apart. I distanced myself from everyone, my family, my friends, my entire career. I couldn't bear the thought of another loss like that ever again. So I shut down, closed up, and told myself even though Matt was gone, he would still be my infinity. It was the least he deserved after he died in my place. Sounds lonely, Arrow murmured. You'd know about that. I eased back, releasing his ankle, though I wanted to keep touching him. I flipped my arm over and reached for the buckle that held the bracelet on my wrist. I could hear a pin drop as I undid it and let it fall into my lap. You asked me once if I had a tattoo. I held up my wrist for him to see. This is it. Arrow cradled the back of my hand in his, cautiously drawing my wrist closer so he could see the simple black ink permanently etched into my skin. Coordinates? He asked, glancing up, still holding my arm. I nodded. The exact coordinates where Matt died. I wear the infinity symbol around it as a promise to him and to me that I will never forget him or the sacrifice he made. The pad of Arrow's thumb stroked over the tattoo. I shivered. It felt so good to be touched. I understand. He began to withdraw. I caught his hand and linked my fingers through his. You don't, I said gently. For 5 years I've asked myself why. Every single day, over and over again. It keeps me up at night. It wraps around my brain and creates this smog I can't always see through. Why? Why Matt and not me? Why did I live? Why did he die? What did I ever do in life to warrant such a punishment? The questions are endless, and I always told myself I would never know the answer. Era gave my fingers a squeeze, offering me support, empathy, offering comfort so I didn't have to be alone. Earlier this morning, which frankly feels like a lifetime ago, I muttered. He made a sound of agreement. I realized something. When you came rushing out of the bathroom like a lion protecting its den and planted yourself in front of me. When you challenged your own brother to protect me, I knew. Knew what? You're my why. The why. I felt the surprise jolt his body. His eyes grew wide, so wide I could see the white all around the edges of his chocolate irises. Everything was leading me here. To you. I didn't want to admit it. It feels in some part like a betrayal to Matt. But not saying it, withholding everything I feel, betrays you. I can't betray you, I just can't. What are you saying right now? He asked, still cautious as hell. I'm saying, I think you taught my heart how to beat again, too. We stared at each other. The intensity in this control room was thick, so thick you could slice it with a knife. I felt free, at peace, more so than I had in 5 years. It was overwhelming, but it was welcome. I really want to kiss you right now, I admitted. You do? His voice was raspy. Every time we're in a room together, it takes an effort not to touch you. And now, after hearing everything he'd been through, it made refusing to touch him even harder. I'd wanted to show him touch could be comforting, pleasurable, and bonding. I wanted to prove to him it wasn't something that hurt. I haven't been touched much, not till you. By anyone? I inquired, my heart clenching. He seemed embarrassed, shrinking down in the chair. It's okay, I confirmed gently. Before, he said meaningfully, and I nodded, letting him know I understood so he didn't have to say it. There was the guy I used to meet up with at the warehouse party. I didn't even know his name. We would disappear into the stairwell and fool around. Fool around? I asked, wanting clarity. Kiss. Blow each other. Sex? I asked. He shook his head. Before No Name? I asked. No one, he replied quietly. Except the girls. They would blow me, and I would imagine other guys. I had sex a couple times with them, but I never liked it. I just did it to be normal. Yeah, he scoffed, but it only makes me feel less normal. So, you've never had sex with a guy? You've never had anyone touch you with pure affection? No. After what happened, I never wanted to. Bleakness shone in his eyes. It hurt so fucking bad. You've only ever known lust, greed, force. I shoved down the groan that rumbled in the back of my throat. The shit he'd been through, I wished I could take it away. My body rocked forward like I planned to vault myself at him, to wrap him up and promise it would never be like that again. I stopped myself. The last time I moved too fast, he panicked. He had come to me. I rasped. I held out my hands. Come here. He thought about it before slowly pushing up out of the chair. I watched as he pushed it back. The wheels creaked and groaned, but they rolled away. I folded my legs under me so I was sitting old-school Indian style. My bracelet was still in my lap. I heard it fall between my thighs and hit the floor. I didn't get up. I figured me being down here and him being up there might make him feel more secure. I hadn't always taken these precautions with him, but that was before I knew. Now I did. Now I would take into consideration the things he'd been through. I'd have to teach him, through action, he was safe with me. I held my hand out and his slid into it. My stomach flipped when he stepped on each side of my hips and lowered until he was sitting in my lap. His legs wrapped around my waist, his high tops resting on the floor behind me. We were face to face, chest to chest. Because he sat in my lap, he was a little higher. "Hey," I murmured and caressed his jaw. "Hey." I went slow so he could track my movement. I brought my hand up, curved it around the back of his neck, and tugged. He let me lead his forehead down so it rested on top of my shoulder. Once it was there, my hand dragged down his back, rubbing, and tucked around him in a hug. He sighed. A sound I never knew could be so sweet. Arrow's body relaxed, and I carefully wrapped my other arm around him so I was holding him. It was the first time he'd been in my arms this way. I prayed to God it wouldn't be the last. I felt full right then, despite all the obstacles, all the devastating truths between us. They didn't seem so terrible when he was in my arms. I held him for a while. I didn't track the time, but I noticed the more time passed, the more languid his body became. Even when my legs started to go to sleep, I ignored it because he felt so right. Then he moved. His face slid from my shoulder and pressed into the crook of my neck. I whispered his name, stroking up his back. His arms encircled my back, hugging me. My chest swelled near to bursting. Emotion so epic washed over me like a fucking tidal wave. I just tucked him closer and rode the storm, trying to shield him from the weather. "I'm sorry about Matt," he whispered against my neck. Desire stole some of my emotion. With every word he whispered, his lips brushed over my skin. "I wish I could take some of your pain away." My voice cracked. "You are." He sat back. Our faces were so close, if I leaned forward just an inch, our noses would collide. Every breath he took, his chest rubbed against mine. I reached up, pushing the ultra-blonde hair out of his eye. He leaned forward and caught my lips. I wanted to grab him and yank him close. I wanted to thrust my tongue deep in his mouth like I had before. I held back, letting him take the lead. My hands fell at my sides while he cupped my jaws and held. He kissed me slowly but thoroughly. In some ways, it was like a first kiss, because, honestly, no one had ever kissed me like this before. With need, but with so much give. With innocence, but knowledge. With love and fear. I drank him in. I drank him in so deep I could feel him slosh around inside me. When his tongue skirted out over my lips, I opened and let it twist around mine. His fingers tightened on my face, and his body leaned farther into mine. I supported his weight and matched the pressure with my mouth. He was killing me. Killing me. This was foreplay at its finest. Foreplay at its most innocent, yet most scorching. Eventually, his hands slid down the sides of my neck, and his lips began to pull away. I groaned with protest, but let him go. His eyes were heavy-lidded, sort of shy when they came up. What a rare gem he was. A diamond still surrounded by coal, already put through so much pressure. A diamond already formed, just waiting for the soot to be rinsed away. I smiled, swiped his lower lip with my thumb, and then licked what was left of our kiss off it. He kissed better than most men performed sex. He slid back a little, and automatically my hands reached for him, tried to clutch him back. I looked up, thinking perhaps I shouldn't have, but he smiled. "I'm not going anywhere." His hand delved down between my legs, brushing against the front of my pants and my thighs. I bit down on my lip because, fuck, I wanted more. When he retreated, the bracelet was in his grip. He motioned for my wrist, and I held it out. Without a word, he buckled the bracelet back where it belonged and then covered it with his hand. "Matt's a part of you. This bracelet is part of you. That's okay." "Please don't stay here tonight," I whispered, taking his face in my hands. "I don't want you here. It's cold, and it's not where I am." "I don't know if I can." "You're safe with me, Arrow, I swear. I would never, ever make you do anything you weren't ready for." I held out my hand, surrendering. "I won't even touch you, unless you say it's okay. I'll take the couch in my suite tonight. You can take the bed." His hands reached for mine, our fingers threaded together. You really want me to come with you?" he asked. "More than anything," I swore. "All right, Hop," he said with a small smile. I love when he calls me that. "I'll come with you." Yes. Things that make you go, WTF? A 17-year-old jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge and survived with minor bruising. He did it to impress his friends. Hashtag typical man. Chapter 31. Arrow. Sometimes people surprise you. Sometimes you surprise yourself. It usually doesn't happen on the same day, but today it did. It almost felt like I lived a couple years in a single day. I woke up in a hangar, alone and resigned to it as always, but then coffee and donuts showed up, brought by a man I was so drawn to it was unnatural, yet it felt so right. He kissed me. He touched me. Oh God, the way his fingers felt when he brushed the hair out of my eyes. It seemed so obvious how he managed to get my heart so fast, so furiously. It was ripe for the picking, like a stray cat lost in the cold, hungry, desperate, but also independent. The first sign of food, though, of comfort and warmth, independence becomes something that isn't as important. Does the fact that my heart was vulnerable mean anyone could have claimed it? No. Hell no. Just like an animal, perhaps even a caged or lost one, my heart had instincts. Instincts learned over the course of many years, honed by pain, and mostly muted by sorrow. But they were there all the same, and those instincts aroused when Hopper showed up on the other side of that fence. Something about him coaxed awake a sleeping part of me. It wasn't his incredible good looks, either. I barely noticed just how attractive his partly curly hair was, the scruff on his jaw, and the strength in his body. Okay, I noticed. I wasn't blind, but the way he looked was an afterthought. The way he made me feel was everything. Lorhaven was coming around. His support of my choice was as much a relief as it was a blessing. And then we fought, Hopper and me. Not really fought so much as backed away and ran from each other, from the overwhelming way we were together. I mourned when he left, but then he came back. Hopper trusted me enough to tell me his truth, to explain the millions of tiny pieces his life had shattered into. It hurt to hear, to know the way he'd suffered and punished himself. It hurt because I empathized. I understood. Our pain was different, but it was both deep and crushing, a fief of the lives we once knew. I did it. I told him something I'd never spoken out loud before, something no one else knew except Jace. People knew I was beaten. It became pretty much common knowledge when Lorhaven almost killed those men. No one knew the worst of that night, and they likely never would. Some pain was so deep, so painful, and so dark, it was best it remained hidden, forever. Now I stood here, staring down at a bed that wasn't mine. He'd asked me to come, and I was a little embarrassed to admit I was almost beyond the point of denying him, of denying myself. Hopper's suite was standard for nice hotels. It was a 2-room suite. The front room, the one with large couch, partial kitchen, television, and a table with a few chairs. The bedroom was off from that, and in the center was a large king-sized bed. The walls were white, just like the bedding. The furniture was dark, and the flat screen hanging on the wall adjacent from the bed was huge. Hopper's duffel was on a nearby counter, a large mirror hanging above it. A few t-shirts and a sock hung out of the unzipped top. My stomach turned over looking at it because this was far more intimacy than I had ever known. I was in his space, where he slept, where he dressed, where he retreated to at the end of an exhausting day. If I felt like this in a hotel room, what would it feel like to stand in the center of his apartment? I glanced back at the down-covered bed, nerves bundled in the base of my skull, and my fingers trembled slightly. He said I was safe with him, and I believed him. But I wanted more of his hands, his lips. I wanted far more intimacy than I'd ever gotten from a dark stairwell at a crowded party. I heard some sound in the other room, and I glanced around through the wide archway. Hopper tossed down his jacket and was standing in front of the thermostat, pressing a button repeatedly. Seconds later, the heat kicked on. "You warm enough?" he asked, turning his head toward me. "I'm fine," I assured him. "It'll be warmer in a few." I half smiled because he always seemed so concerned about how cold I was and where I lived. "You know," I began, letting a little amusement poke through my words, "I do have a room at Lorhaven's place. I just never stay there, and I've never frozen at the hangar." "You hungry?" he asked, choosing not to acknowledge my words. "Starved," I replied. I hadn't eaten since the coffee and donuts. He snatched his phone off the counter nearby and tapped the screen a few times. "You like pepperoni?" "Who doesn't?" He grunted. Then a few moments later he tossed down the phone. "It'll be here soon." I moved into the archway and watched Hopper from between both rooms. His back muscles worked when he opened the small fridge, leaned down, and came back with 2 long-necked bottles of beer. After removing both caps, he crossed the room and extended one to me. I took it and downed a sip. "You mind if I take a shower before the pizza gets here?" he asked. "It's been a long fucking day." He sounded a little tired, and it made me nervous. "Sure," I murmured, and moved away. I went backward because he was in front of me and I didn't want to move past him. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. This was too normal. Us sitting around ordering pizza and drinking beer like we hadn't just poured out all our secrets wasn't the way it was supposed to be. Was it? I was just waiting for something bad to happen, for Hopper to look around, see that I didn't fit in this room, in his world, and send me packing. I wasn't sure if what I told him fully penetrated yet, if he actually realized I was damaged goods. How could he not be turned off by the fact I was raped? "Hey," Hopper murmured, his voice much closer than I anticipated. I spun. He was right there, and my eyes widened. He didn't move back, though. Instead, he tapped the side of my head. "What's going on in there?" I shrugged. "Nothing." He made a sound. "I don't have to take a shower. Does it make you uncomfortable?" "No," I promised. "Go ahead." Hopper studied me for long moments, took a sip of the beer, then set it aside. He held out his hand for mine, then set it right beside his. This was it. "I want you here," he told me. "I'm not going to change my mind." I blinked. He couldn't have possibly known what I'd been thinking. His lips curled up. "What happened doesn't change the way I look at you. I still want you." "You want me?" I echoed. He nodded. "Yeah, I do. I want your time, your smiles, the sound of your voice." My chin dropped because I didn't want him to see how much his words affected me. He tipped it back up. "Even the awkward moments when we sometimes settle in." "I don't understand why," I whispered, some of my naked doubt in my voice. "I know," he murmured, and stroked the back of his hand over my cheek. "But to me, you're so much more than what happened that night." I went forward, full on, and wrapped my arms around him. God, just the fact that I could reach out and hug him, hug someone who held my heart, was amazing to me. And more so, he hugged me back. My body melted into his like butter. His arms tightened, and I sighed. After a few, he pulled back, grabbed his beer, and headed towards the bathroom right off the bedroom. "I'll be out in a few," he promised before latching the door behind him. I went out to the other room, turned on the flat screen, found some old action flick, and then settled back with my beer. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the hotel door. I was surprised when I saw the delivery guy standing there with 2 large pizzas, because that had been hella fast. I paid and set the boxes down, restraining myself from inhaling half of it before Hop even appeared. That would just be rude. Not long after, I heard the shower shut off and him moving around in the bedroom. Have you ever heard any of those songs on the radio about wanting to watch a person when they didn't know you were watching? No, not stalker songs. You know, the songs that give someone a glimpse at the person they love at their most natural? Fine, it's a terrible analogy. I'm not poetic. Fuck, I barely know how to function when someone else was in the room with me. The point is, the pull to see him was irresistible. It felt like a string tied taut around my ribcage was being reeled in Hopper's direction. I stepped into the archway, the fresh scent of soap and balmy air wafting toward me. My eyes bounced off the bed, looked for him, found him. My feet halted. Actually, every part of me did. It was as if someone hit pause on me and I stopped, frozen, unable to think or speak. He was standing beside the foot of the bed, a pair of jeans low on his waist. They were looser than the usual cargo pants he wore, but they still showed off his ass. His feet were bare. A hint of the boxers he wore peeked out from his waistband and gave way to skin. Smooth, tight skin. He wasn't wearing a shirt. It was on the bed beside him. His hand was on it, like he'd been about to shrug it on. My mouth ran dry. It was the most skin I'd seen, and yeah, I'd imagined what he looked like beneath those snug shirts he wore. Hopper's body was a lot more filled out than mine. He looked strong and capable. The muscles in his back, arms, and waist were well defined. Even his neck looked strong, and it was accentuated by the wet strands on his head that curled up and glistened with water. He must have sensed me because he spun and our eyes locked. I know I likely looked like a deer caught in a pair of headlights. I felt stupid, and I told myself to knock it the fuck off, but I couldn't help it. He made me curious. "Arrow?" Hopper questioned. Pete's is here," I croaked. I couldn't stop looking at him. I couldn't stop wondering. He frowned, but I barely noticed. I tried to hurry so I could pay. My feet started moving. I felt like a calf who just started walking on wobbly legs. I could literally feel myself breathe, the air whooshing in and out of my lungs. My heart thudded, excitement and anxiety pumping through my limbs. His entire body swiveled around so we were standing face to face. I stopped, with not much space left between us, and swallowed thickly. I didn't want to say a word. Hell, I could barely think, let alone form a sentence. I longed for the confidence, the familiarity to just reach out and take what I wanted. I was unsure. I had to ask. I knew what it was to not be asked. "Can I touch you?" I didn't even recognize my own whisper. My God, my stomach was flipping like it wasn't a stomach anymore, but a tilt-a-whirl with a broken switch. "You don't ever have to ask," he said, low. My fingers curled into my palms as I stood there and stared. I watched his Adam's apple bob and a stray droplet of water slide down his cheek. Finally, I brushed the tips of my fingers across his collarbone. It was a feather-light touch, barely there. He stood, stock still, and I was pretty sure he even held his breath. It wasn't enough, though, that whisper of a caress. My hand turned bolder. My palm flattened over his chest, pressing against his heart. I felt it beating rapidly. So rapidly my eyes flew up to his. "It's okay," he promised. And then my hands started to move. I dragged my palms out across his shoulders, down his upper arms, and curled around the rounded muscle of his bicep. I liked his chest better, though. That wide expanse of skin, the warmth he radiated, and how alive he felt. My palms pressed back to his chest, and then slid down until his rock-hard nipples poked their center. I circled around his pecs, and then came right back to the center. Using my fingers, I tugged lightly at the erect pebbles, and his eyes slid closed, his throat working. After that, my hands continued down, following the lean lines of his waist and moving in to explore the ripples of his abs. I noticed the hairs on his arms raised. Beneath were thousands of tiny bumps racing over his skin. Goose flesh. My touch was exciting him. I left his waist and went back up, letting one hand delve into the wet, clingy curls at his neck. They were slippery and cool, but curled around my fingers instantly. My heart constricted. Leaving my hand in his hair, I slipped the other around his waist, fingered the dip in the small of his back, and stepped up to him. My fingers were trembling. Fuck, my entire body shuddered with mini quakes, but I ignored it. Against his spine, my hand moved up and down as I inched closer and closer. Eventually, I was so close our chests were touching. I couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if my shirt was gone and it was just our skin pressed together. I didn't pull back, though. I wasn't about to give this up. Instead, I dropped my chin, resting it on his shoulder as I continued to stroke his back. My eyes slipped closed. The hand in his hair kneaded his scalp, and his breathing hitched. I felt his hand flexing at his side. I pulled back and searched his face. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he ground out. "I just want to touch you, too." But he held back. He promised he wouldn't unless I told him he could. "You can," I whispered. The pale blue in his gaze warmed and bounced between my eyes. "You sure?" I nodded. The next thing I knew, I was pressed back against him. Both his arms were around me, and he held me close. I shifted so one of my legs was between his, and both my hands pressed against his bare back. He smelt good. He felt good. Even the sound of his silence was good. I pulled back, dragged my hands around his waist, and then traveled up his chest again. His hands settled on my sides and didn't move. I kissed him, tilting my head, licking over his lips and kissing deep. He kissed me back with the same amount of pressure and want. We made out until I was gripping his back and my lungs burned from lack of air. He pulled back first, sucking in a lungful of air. "Damn, eh?" he growled. "Come on, pizza." I was still in a daze from his body. Down in my jeans, my dick was hard and throbbing. Need stronger than I think I'd ever felt hammered in me. He wanted pizza? Now? Hopper's fingers threaded through mine, and he tugged me toward the other room. When his free hand went for the shirt, I shook my head, and he abandoned it. I followed along after him, mostly looking at where we were connected. Using one hand, he threw open the top box and handed me the first slice his hand closed around. When I reached for it with the hand he was holding, he made a sound and tightened his grip, so I held it with the other hand instead. On the couch, we sat with the food right beside each other, our clasped hands between our legs. After a few quiet minutes of eating, Hopper glanced at me, lifting our tangled hands. "You're not shaking anymore." I glanced down at our hands. He was right. Things that make you go, WTF? Charlie Chaplin once anonymously entered a Charlie Chaplin look-alike contest. He came in third. Chapter 32. Hopper. A true lesson in patience equals arrow touching me. It had been a long while, since someone touched me like that. In a lot of ways, it might have been a first. He touched me like he was afraid of me, but couldn't help himself. He explored my body like he never had with anyone before, but wanted to, over and over again. Matt always had confidence. He was never afraid. When Matt and I were together, it was passion and lust. He knew where to touch to get the most pleasure, and he never hesitated to give it. Arrow was different, which I was suddenly so grateful for. Different made me feel like I couldn't compare the two men, even when my mind tried to go there. Different didn't make me feel like I was trying to replace Matt, because that couldn't be done. With Arrow, it felt like both of us were more committed to learning each other completely, and though it was an odd thought, I felt more naked with him than I'd ever been with anyone else. He was getting a part of me no one else had ever seen. I wanted him to have it. I wanted his physical experience to be with my body. And yes, there was passion between us, but it was so much more emotional. Arrow didn't touch me to satisfy an urge, or because he thought I was hot. He did it to connect, to feel something he wouldn't otherwise feel. I wasn't used to being touched without touching back, without allowing my own fuse to ignite. I couldn't, at least not yet. Pulling back in the bedroom was hard, even with the guilt I felt about Matt still swirling inside me. My body just took over. The need to feel Arrow overruled all. Something else that made me feel like a traitor. My own needs came second right now. at least in the physical sense. If he wanted to touch me, he would. If he wanted to kiss me, I'd let him. I wouldn't act on any of the urges I had until I knew he understood nothing would be harm to him. I wanted to kill the guys who hurt him. I wished Lorhaven had. Rationally, I knew it was good he didn't, because Arrow needed him, and he couldn't have been there if he were in jail. It felt like a small victory when the trembling in Arrow's hands stopped. I knew it didn't mean everything between us was magically better, but it was a sign things were going to be. Once again, he ate like his stomach was 10 times the size of everyone else's, almost an entire pizza, by himself. I actually found it kind of endearing. He held my hand the entire time, too. I got the distinct feeling holding hands was going to become something very common for us. All or nothing, right? Bringing him here tonight was my concession that nothing with Arrow was just not possible. And so, it would be all. I still wasn't sure how I was going to do it, but I knew now that I absolutely had to try. "Hey," he said from right beside me. "Would it be okay if I took a shower?" The thought of him naked in the next room sort of made me crazy. The thought of all his tattoos exposed beneath the spray, and his skin slippery with soap. Damn. "Of course." "Thanks. I didn't get a chance to this morning, with everything." He glanced away. "There's extra towels in there on the rack. Soap and shit is in there." Arrow pushed up off the couch, but still held my hand. He stepped until both of our arms were fully extended and our fingers slipped apart. He grabbed up the duffel he'd dropped by the door and disappeared into the bathroom. "Shirt's optional," I called after him. Then I wondered if he'd take it the wrong way. His laugh floated through the wall, and I smiled. To keep myself busy while he was wet and naked in my bathroom, I went downstairs for extra sheets and a blanket. Back in the room, I tossed the shit on the couch and grabbed a pillow off the bed and added it to my makeshift bed. It was going to be a long fucking night. I knew I'd lie here and stare at the ceiling while he lay not very far away. I wasn't going to be out roaming the streets tonight, trying to walk off the memories and pain. I was going to be in here, with him. I just hoped when all the lights were out and he wasn't holding my hand, the guilt I'd been sort of holding off wouldn't take a huge bite of me. Arrow appeared a short while later, stepping into the room with no shirt, tattoos on full display, and the emoji pajamas I'd tossed in his bag before we left the hangar. His long, lean body excited me and sent the butterflies inside my stomach into overdrive. He seemed a little wary about not wearing a shirt, but the look disappeared when he saw the made-up couch. His dark eyes snapped up to mine, but I couldn't read the look, and I didn't like that. I was used to reading him. I motioned for him to come in. "I wasn't sure what time you go to bed," I rambled, suddenly nervous and awkward. "Figured I'd just make this up now." "I'm not kicking you out of your bed," he deadpanned, crossing his arms over his chest. It was sexy. "I'll take the couch," he went on. "No," I said simply. I wasn't giving in to him. He lifted an eyebrow, a gesture that brought out his resemblance to his brother. "No?" "No." Arrow walked across the room to where I sat and lowered himself onto the coffee table directly in front of me. It was quite the close-up of all those tattoos. "I'll take the bed," he began, and I smiled winningly, "if you're in it with me." It felt like a fist just punched my gut. I sat forward a little. "What?" He hitched his thumb over his shoulder towards the television. "You watching that?" I shook my head. Of course I wasn't. Who could pay attention to anything else when he was around? Arrow extended his hand between us. I wanted to take it. Oh, how I wanted to. I wasn't sure, though. In the end, there was no way I would leave him hanging. My hand practically leapt to his. He smiled, something I wanted to see so much more of, and stood. We walked together into the bedroom, where there was no light except for the flickering of the TV I hadn't bothered to turn off in the other room. When we got beside the bed, he hesitated. I was going to make up some excuse to back away so he didn't have to say he wasn't ready, but still holding my hand, he turned to look at me. "I'm not... "No sex," I told him. "I know you aren't ready." "I wish I was," he confided. I squeezed his hand. Someday you will be. What if I'm not? He worried with genuine fear. It made me smile slightly. Anyone who was that afraid of never having sex was someone who was already working toward it. I'll wait longer, I assured him. I meant it, too. Even if we never got to that point, it wouldn't matter. It seemed to me there was more intimacy between us already, and all we'd done was kiss. It said a lot about the way we related to one another. His shoulders moved like a weight just lifted, and he stepped up to me. It's okay if you touch me. I made a sound. Yeah? He nodded. I stepped around him and pulled back the blankets and sheets. The pillows fell around, but I didn't bother to mess with them. Which side you want? I asked. The one closest to you. I wondered how many more ways he was going to slay me tonight. I slipped in first, holding up the blankets in invitation. His forehead wrinkled. You sleep in jeans? Actually, I sleep naked. Figured that might be a little forward. I winked. A small fire ignited in the air around us, and I suppressed a groan. Boxers? He asked. Jeans are fine. It's like 90 million degrees in here, he scoffed. You turned the heat up like we were a bunch of old grannies with no body heat. I laughed out loud. It is kinda hot in here. Kinda? Arrow guffawed. It's like the fucking Sahara. Hint taken, I muttered, got out of bed, and turned down the thermostat. I just wanted him to be warm and safe. That had somehow become the most important thing to me. I walked around the mattress and stared at him from the other side. My hand went to the button on my jeans. Arrow slipped into the bed and watched me. I pulled down the jeans, hoping it wasn't a mistake, and then climbed into the bed wearing nothing but blue boxer briefs. He was sitting up, the covers at his waist, like he wasn't sure what to do. I lay down, pulled a pillow beneath my head, and then extended my arm toward him. Come here. Arrow came across the bed. I felt his stare even in the dark lighting. He was shaking again. I felt the mattress beneath us vibrate. I didn't acknowledge it because it wasn't necessary. I wrapped my arm around him, pulling him against my body. His cheek hit my shoulder, and his pajama-clad leg pushed between my bare ones. Keeping in mind he told me to touch him, my hand began lazily stroking up and down his back. Arrow settled a little farther along me, his arm draped over my middle, his fingers tucked between my side and the mattress. Tenderness bloomed in my heart and burned my stomach. Such small things. Just a single touch from him created so much feeling. I've never slept with someone before, he confided. I've never shared a bed. I pressed my lips to the top of his forehead and continued to stroke his back. After a few minutes I said, Do you like it? You have no idea. I think I might, I whispered. Then, because it was all or nothing, I told him what was on my mind. I feel like I'm betraying him. I felt his intake of breath. The muscles in his body tightened. I was prepared to pull him back if he tried to get up, but to my surprise, he didn't. I wish I could slay your demons, he said, quiet, but some days I can't even slay mine. You understand the fight, though. All too well, he agreed. His understanding was all I really needed. My hand moved away from his back, up to the damp strands of hair on his head. Since it was long on the side, I was able to pull my fingers through it. What was he like? Arrow asked. Remembering Matt was easy, but thinking of him always generated a twinge of pain. Laid back, fun, a really good Ducati racer. Better than you? As he spoke, he tapped my side with his finger. I smiled in the dark. No. He chuckled. You loved him, so that tells me all I need to know. I honestly thought I wouldn't love anyone again. I heard him swallow. And now? Now, I'm not so sure. Arrow pulled his hand from beneath me, laid his fingers against my ribs, and began to lightly drag the tips over my side and chest. I sighed. The thoughts in my head took a back seat to the way he made me feel. "Do you think I'm damaged?" Arrow's voice cut through the quiet comfort of the room. "No more damaged than I am." His hand stopped caressing me, a simple touch I missed immediately. "Does—" He fell silent. "You can ask me anything," I promised. "Does knowing what happened to me make me any less, attractive to you?" The back of my head lifted off the pillow so my chin could angle down. Arrow looked up, and I moved in, pressing my lips fully against his. My lips were slow and languid, soft in pressure, but every inch of our mouths made contact. I tugged his lower lip into my mouth and sucked it. His small moan of pleasure tightened my balls. I broke the kiss and shifted my body, still keeping him against me. I rolled onto my side so we could face each other. "I am so attracted to you, and nothing is ever going to change that," I whispered. "Even if you do look like Justin Bieber," I cracked. He groaned and rolled his eyes. "Not you too." I grinned. "Confession?" His eyes came back to my face, his head bobbing. "After I saw you the first few times at Gamble's Speedway, I went out and bought his CD." Arrow burst out laughing. It was real and genuine. His smile was wide and his teeth flashed white. "Every time I listen to that CD, I think of you," I admitted, while running a finger up the center of his chest. "I probably know about 90% of the songs, word for word now." His heart filled his eyes. Honestly, it was the most beautiful heart I'd ever seen. What was it about the broken and damaged, the ones that rise from the wreckage to walk or sometimes even stumble away? Being a survivor made every moment, every kind word a little more meaningful, because they were the ones who knew what almost never was. Arrow's palm flattened on my shoulder and pushed. I rolled onto my back, and he leaned over and swept his tongue in my mouth. The weight of his chest lying across mine, his arms wrapped around my naked torso, and the way his lips coerced mine into some kind of magic dance made me feel drunk and tingly. Eventually, his lips released mine, and I sucked in a deep breath before he continued kissing. I let my head fall to the side so his teeth could scrape across my jaw and latch onto my earlobe. Little shivers of delight raced up my spine, and my nipples tightened as he sucked and tugged at the delicate flesh. Next, he slid down over my neck and suckled the skin there with enough pressure to make me moan. My hand pressed against his back and urged him closer, urged him to suck deeper. He did, but pulled back too soon, drifting his lips over the top of my shoulder before laying his head back where it had been. I felt his erection pressed against my hip. It took everything in me not to wiggle against it. I, too, rocked a massive boner, but I did my best to ignore it. I wasn't about to rush things with Arrow. Our hearts were moving fast enough all on their own. Arrow's finger flirted over my abs, and my muscles constricted. "I like touching you." I made a sound. "I like being touched." He continued the sweet torture with a feather-light hand, so I added some of my own by rubbing his back with long, slow strokes. Surprisingly enough, my eyes grew heavy. Having him in my arms and the constant thud of his heart against my side made me the most comfortable I'd been in a very long time. 5 years, to be exact. It also marked the first time in 5 years I'd slept the entire night. Things that make you go, WTF? There is a mushroom that grows in the wild that tastes like fried chicken. It's called Laetoporus. Chapter 33. Arrow. Everything I owned fit in the back of my Camaro. There wasn't much. Most of it was shoes. I liked sneakers, especially high tops. I didn't need much, but the idea of driving towards more excited me. The contract for NASCAR was in the passenger seat, but it was unsigned. After I woke up in Hopper's bed, still plastered against his body, and after we ordered room service, waffles and French toast, we made out again. Kissing him was my most favorite thing I'd ever done. I lost myself every single time. It was a rush, yet it was more. It was letting him have a part of me no one else has ever been given. Sure, I kissed other people in the past, but how empty every single kiss had been. Kisses that made me lonelier. Kisses that left me reaching for a connection. Eventually, I began to realize I wasn't going to connect to anyone. Until Hopper. I digress. Making out wasn't really the point here, but clearly it's where my mind was. We went to the hangar so I could sign the contract, but just as I was lowering the pen to the dotted line, Hopper put his hand over mine. "Not yet," he said. "There's something I want to do first." The first turned out to be packing up all my shit and driving across the state. I could barely concentrate on the road in front of me because of the matte black Audi in my rear view mirror. It was kind of torture to have him so close, but not right there. All I could think about was us in the control tower, us in his hotel room, us in his bed. The way it felt when he touched me. No one had ever touched me like Hopper. I felt wanted when I was with him. It left me awestruck. Halfway through the drive, my cell rang. I answered it without looking at the screen. "Yeah?" His voice filled my ear. "Take the next exit." I glanced in the rear view. "Everything okay?" "No." I disconnected the call and hit the gas, swerved around some cars that were in my fucking way, and drifted around the curved exit ramp, straightening the wheel. There was a gas station on the right, so I pulled in, parked the car at the edge of the lot, and got out with the engine still running. Hopper stopped right beside my car and did the same. He came around his hood, and I started toward him. "What's wrong?" I demanded. We met beside the headlight of the Audi, but he didn't slow. Instead, his hands grasped my face and pulled it in. My blood pressure spiked at the way he attacked my mouth. No longer did the sound of passing traffic fill the air. I didn't hear the purring engines of our cars or the scuffle of people walking in and out of the store. I drowned in the way he desperately kissed me, the way his tongue stabbed my mouth and searched for mine. Need roared in my limbs. I reached for him, jerked his hips into mine so our bodies were pressed together. My chest heaved and my fingertips were likely leaving marks where I clutched him, but I didn't stop. "I really fucking needed that." He gasped and pressed his forehead to mine. Strands of his hair tickled my forehead and my stomach jumped. Reality filtered back in slowly. The first thing I noticed was the sound of Justin Bieber's music coming from the interior of the Audi. My face split into a grin. God, I fucking love him. The thought caught me off guard. No, it fucking shocked me, terrified me. So much so, I jolted backwards and stared at Hopper. His face changed, twisting into a look of concern. "Hey, what is it?" It isn't really a shock. I knew it. I felt it. My heart surrendered to him almost the minute I saw him outside that fence. It was fast, so fucking fast, but those who thought it was too fast didn't know me. They didn't know how soft my heart was. It was why I needed so many locks and such a high fence, why I let Lorhaven stand in front of me. What was so shocking was how easily the thought came, how loving him had become so obvious my brain automatically acknowledged it. Oh fuck, the power he had. That's where the terror came in. I was supposed to be taking back all the power I'd been robbed of, not handing it over to someone new. "Oh shit," Hopper said. "Was that too rough? I shouldn't have done that." He grabbed the front of my hoodie, giving me a little shake. The only thing that could snap me out of my internal meltdown was his. Hopper started backing away, and I could tell by the set of his jaw he was angry with himself. He thought he'd hurt me. I grabbed his hand, tucking him back. "You should do it again." His glacial stare widened. "Did I freak you out?" "Again," I demanded. My hair fell over one eye when he pulled me into him, but I left it there. My eyes closed as his lips claimed mine. He took the lead, just like the first time. I loved it. I loved the way he was so sure but so tender. His mouth lifted, but before he pulled back, he pressed one last swift kiss against me. "So I take it nothing was really wrong?" I lifted an eyebrow as I waited for my heart rate to return to normal. "Oh, something was wrong. The amount of time that passed since the last time you kissed me. I ducked my head and smiled. Sometimes I just didn't know what to do with the blatant affection he gave so readily. I'd never, not ever, had someone pull off a highway in the middle of a road trip just so he could kiss me. How far we'd come in such a short amount of time. "Do you feel better?" I asked, rubbing my thumb over his lower lip. "For now." His fingers reached for mine, our palms pressing together when they tangled. "What happened a minute ago? Where did you go?" he asked. I shrugged. "Nothing. I'm right here with you." He stared at me 1 second longer, then nodded. I knew he probably didn't totally believe me, but that was something about us. We knew when not to push. We both understood that sometimes we had to confront the inner battle always waging inside. Still holding hands, Hopper gestured to the gas pumps behind us. "You need a fill-up?" "Nah, we don't have much further." "Thank fuck," he muttered. I gave his hand a squeeze. "See you when we get there?" On the way back to his car, I held his hand until our outstretched arms no longer reached and our fingers pulled apart. I pulled out behind him this time, meaning I was the one in the rear view. My eyes stayed firmly ahead because that's where he was. Yeah, I could have confided how off-kilter my feelings for him knocked me. I could have showed him how hella scared I was now that my mind echoed in words exactly how I felt. I didn't. This wasn't his burden. And that was exactly it. I didn't want him to feel like loving him was anything but absolutely amazing. Because I did love him. I learned a lot from people over the years about how not to treat someone you loved. I might not be ready to tell him those 3 words, but I would always, no matter what, treat him as if I already had. Things that make you go, WTF? Your brain creates false memories. # trust no one. Chapter 34. Hopper. I called ahead to make sure his apartment was ready. It was the first of 2 stops today. I was glad we had that time together before we drove down here. Time alone was going to be harder to come by after today. We had work to do, and I had a job that included managing more drivers besides Arrow, which was why I stopped him from signing the contract. I wanted to make a few things crystal clear beforehand. "What floor do you live on?" Arrow asked when we stepped into headquarters, on the side where the staff apartments were. "3rd. Same as you." He was surprised, just as I knew he would be. The doors to the elevator were closing when he said, "You already know what floor I'll live on?" I shifted one of the very few boxes he'd brought into one arm and fished a set of keys out of my jeans. "I've already got your key." His head drew back. "I haven't even signed yet." "Just a detail," I answered. Truth was, I had this place readied for him before I even knew for sure he was going to sign with NASCAR. It became increasingly important to me that Arrow have a place of his own, a real place, and not some cot in a garage. The apartments here are already furnished. They're practically move-in ready, so any new Gamble team member can move in as soon as needed, I explained as the elevator glided to a stop. So it didn't take much to have it ready. "Is it just a coincidence my place is on the same floor as yours?" I glanced at him as the doors opened, revealing a standard wide hallway with gray carpet and white walls. "What do you think?" Arrow smiled, and I continued down the hall. The apartment on the other side of me was already occupied, but having him just down the hall was better than 1 floor up. He was quiet as he followed me toward the glossy black door with the pewter identifier on the surface. 3E, I told him, stepping in front of his new front door. He still said nothing. I glanced around, and he shrugged, sheepish. "I've never had my own place like this." He was nervous. "Well," I scoffed, "don't get too excited. This place ain't nothing fancy." He chuckled, and I slid the key into the lock and pushed open the door. The smell of fresh paint wafted out, which made me curious, but I stepped back and motioned for him to go in first. "Welcome home." Arrow adjusted the boxes in his hands and slipped past. I followed along closely, but stopped to push the door shut with my foot. Arrow walked into the center of the open concept space and looked around, taking it all in. Off to my right was the island that separated the kitchen from the rest of the place. It was topped with gray and white marble, and I set the box in my arms on top of it. "You said it wasn't anything fancy," Arrow said sardonically, gesturing to the room we stood in. "Did I mention Joey and Lorhaven might have been here?" I wasn't lying when I told him the apartments here were furnished, but they weren't that fancy. They were basically blank canvases with basic furniture. They didn't boast the homey feeling most places had because they'd been designed to work for varying people and styles. It was up to the tenant to make them a little more comfortable or lived in. I lived in my place for a little over 5 years now, and it still looked as non-personal and cold as the day I'd walked in. Not Arrow's place. I'd taken a chance and called Joey yesterday. I was worried she might not pick up, but after Lorhaven admitted she missed me, I had to try. I missed her, too. She answered on the first ring. I thought it might be awkward, but it wasn't, and the biggest sense of relief filled me. She'd actually given me hell for taking so long to call, and then we talked about everything just like we never took a break. When I told her I was bringing Arrow down and he was moving into 3E, she immediately volunteered to get the place ready. I'd figured she'd put some milk in the fridge, maybe some sheets and blankets on the bed. That's not all she did. I didn't know if that girl had been watching HGTV in her free time or if she was just a damn good decorator, but damn, this place looked like someone already lived here. Not only that, but they were stylish as hell. The most prominent wall in the place, which was off to my left across from the open kitchen, was recently painted a deep shade of red. The rest of the walls were left in their original white. There was a brand new flat screen hung in the center of the wall, with a huge cabinet below it that looked like a scuffed-up gym locker in a shade of gray. Lining the red wall on either side of the flat screen were framed posters of cars, all in black and white. The standard black leather sectional didn't appear so standard, with red and gray pillows scattered around, and a blanket that looked like a checkered flag draped over the back. The customary glass-topped coffee table was gone, and in its place was a wooden tabletop in a distressed gray finish that sat on industrial-looking black wheels. The remote for the TV was the only thing on it, and beneath it was a large gray and white striped rug. Over by the door we'd just come through, hooks lined the walls for coats and shit, but beneath it was a shelving unit with a bunch of open cubbies that I knew were meant for all his high tops. There were red metal bar stools next to me at the island, and beyond it was the kitchen, which was pretty much average for these apartments, with white subway tile, gray and white marble counters, and stainless steel appliances. The cabinets were black. There was a new coffee maker on the counter with a box of those pod things that went in beside it. I knew without looking that there were a few basic things in the cabinets, like some white plates, cups, and bowls, along with some silverware and a couple pots and pans. Arrow wandered out of the living room and around the counter to look at the kitchen closer. In the center of the long U-shaped space was a rug in the same color and pattern as the living room. Something caught his eye, and he walked over to yank off a piece of paper pinned to the front of the fridge. "Tables being delivered next week," he read, and glanced behind him at the empty eat-in portion of the kitchen. He set aside the note and opened the fridge. There was a 6-pack of beer in the center and a fully stocked fridge with a note that read, "Beer is from Jace." "They did all this?" Arrow twisted around to look at me. My chest swelled with gratefulness. Maybe I'd been a little too hard on his brother before. Nah, scratch that. But it was clear Lorhaven did care about Arrow. Joey, too. "Bedrooms through there." I pointed to the only room leading off the kitchen and living room combo. Instead of heading right for it, Arrow crossed to me, slipped his hand around me, and smiled. "Thank you." My eyebrows shot up. "I didn't do anything." He made a sound. "We both know they wouldn't have done all this if you hadn't called my sister." I looked into his eyes. They would have. Maybe just not as fast. "Thank you, Hop." Emotion clogged my throat and chest. "Let's go see what she did to the bedroom." The walls were left white in the square bedroom, but there was a rug and padded bench at the foot of the wood-framed bed. Above it, on the wall, was more black and white posters hung in frames. Chrome lamps sat on the bedside tables with a docking system for his phone. Across the room on the empty wall was a standard dresser with a single framed photo of Arrow and his brother on top. The bed itself was king-size and made up with brand-new white and gray bedding. It basically looked like a cloud, with a gray, furry blanket over the bottom quarter. My favorite thing about it was the single red rectangular pillow in the center with a big white arrow on the front. The bathroom was off the bedroom and was done in the same gray and white finishes of the kitchen. It was stocked with new towels and a rug in front of the sink. How the hell Joey and Lorhaven got all this done in a day was beyond me. "So, what do you think?" I asked when we were back out in the living room. "Will this place do?" "Are you kidding?" he replied. "This place is too good for me." "No," I intoned, went to him and grabbed his face. My eyes bored into his. "You deserve this." "Can I see your place?" he asked. I didn't try to convince him of what he deserved. Over time, he would learn. Until then, I would keep reminding him. "It's not near as nice as this," I grinned. "I don't care." I knew he didn't. It seemed material things weren't very important to Arrow. He was very used to living with next to nothing, and that included affection. I hated to think what he would be like now if not for his brother. Unreachable, likely, possibly unsavable. I glanced down. We were holding hands again. I had no idea who reached for whom or when. "You're welcome in my place anytime you want," I promised. "I'm in 3A. "You may get sick of me," he teased, but underneath I knew he wasn't joking. I made a rude noise. I couldn't even drive across the state without stopping to get a fix of you. Arrow tugged at the hand he was holding and licked his lips. "You need another?" I groaned. Always. Without any warning, he pushed me up against the empty dining room wall and covered my body with his. He plastered against me and swooped in, our lips melting in a searing kiss. There was something different about his kiss. Something surer, something headier. He wasn't shaking. He didn't seem afraid. Arrow was hungry, and it showed. His hunger made mine even more severe, as if it had been lurking, just waiting for the opportunity to come out and play. I didn't know if now was a good time, but I was too far gone to really think. Arrow's hands slid up beneath my shirt, his fingers rubbing over my abs and chest. My nipples tightened so fast they actually hurt, and when his thumb flicked over it, I moaned. He lifted his mouth, scorching me with the heat in his stare, and I nodded, assuring him everything was all right. His hands left my chest, tugging at my jacket and shirt. I pushed off the wall and allowed him to shove the coat down my arms, and it hit the floor with a slap. Arrow reached around me, grabbed a fistful of my shirt, and pulled. I lifted my arms to make it easier, and he tossed the shirt over his shoulder. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning crackling over my skin. I felt scorched and electrified all at once. "Hop," he murmured, rubbing his palms over my pecs. "Babe," I uttered as the back of my head hit the wall. I felt his stare again, so I opened my eyes. He gazed at me with equal parts longing and surprise. I searched my mind, wondering what I'd done. I called him babe. It was like a sucker punch to my gut. How easily that term of endearment slipped out. I didn't realize, I began, thinking he must not have liked it. "Say it again," he demanded. I liked his bossy side. I shoved my fingers through the blonde strands of hair. "I fucking love it when you kiss me, babe." With a growl, he swooped back in, but not in the direction I'd been expecting. Instead, his lips latched onto my painfully aroused nipple and sucked it deep into his mouth. My hips arched off the wall and my eyes closed again. My breathing was heavy and my fingers strained against the wall behind me. He sucked and kissed, flicking his tongue over the hard pebble over and over again. When he relented, I sighed, collapsing against the wall, but he only moved to the other. The onslaught started all over again, and in my jeans, my dick was throbbing in a way that pained me. Fuck, I was so horny. It had been so long since anyone made me feel I was going to lose it right there in my pants. I gripped the back of his head, wanting to pull him back because I seriously was afraid I was either going to blow right there or reverse the roles and shove him against the wall for a little sweet torture of his own. Arrow released my nipple and I shivered, but instead of obeying my hand, his tongue left a wet, warm trail down the center of my abs and circled around my navel. My hips rocked toward him, and I bit my lip, trying to control my urges. "Babe," I said, reaching for him to pull him up. "You're making me crazy." He straightened but stayed close. Flames flickered in his eyes, and his hand rubbed the front of my thigh. My eyes snapped to his. I felt them widen when his fingers spider-crawled slowly towards my engorged cock. "Hey," I said, shaky, and reached for his hand. "I want to touch you, Hop. You gonna let me?" As he spoke, the front of his hand brushed over my hard length. I shuddered. With a deep breath, I said, "I don't expect this." "I know," he agreed. "I want it." I was powerless to deny him, especially since he was rubbing his palm over my dick now, and I could already feel the tip weeping. Our chests were pressed together. His lips slid over mine as his fingers fumbled with the buttons on my jeans. He lifted his lips as the button popped open, tilted his head in the opposite direction, and then fused us back together. The sound of my zipper sliding down filled the room, and both hands tucked beneath my boxers and waistband, gliding over the smooth skin of my hips. My breath hitched, and my mouth fell away from the kiss. The back of my head bumped the wall, and I sucked in a deep breath. My legs were trembling. Fuck, everything was trembling. Inch by inch, Arrow peeled down my jeans and boxers. I waited anxiously for my cock to be bared to him. It seemed like it took 1,000,000 years, when really it was probably less than a minute. Arrow moved down my body as he lowered my pants. He kissed sporadically down my chest and then hit his knees before me. I jolted when his teeth scraped over my hip bone, and then, with one final tug, my pants and boxers were around my ankles. My cock had sprung free. It was so swollen it jutted right out toward the man responsible for making me so excited. Maybe if I wasn't so turned on, I would have had enough sense to be cautious of Arrow and more concerned about the physical place he was taking us to right then. I stared down my body to where he kneeled and watched as he wrapped his big hand around my hard-as-hell cock and slid towards the base. I muttered a few words that didn't make sense, and then my head fell back again. Arrow squeezed the base gently and used his other hand to gently cup my sack. My tongue slid over the roof of my mouth as he simultaneously massaged my balls and slowly jacked my rod. He had the perfect size hands. They wrapped around me fully and delivered bliss I hadn't known in what felt like forever. "Hop," he murmured, running his thumb over the tip of my cock. I opened my eyes and stared down at him. Just seeing him kneel in front of my body with his thumb spreading the silky moisture weeping out made me weak in the knees. "This okay?" I barked a laugh. Fuck yes. His dark eyes pinned mine, holding me captive, even though I really wanted to close them and melt farther into the wall. As we watched each other, his tongue jutted out, wetting his lips, and then he lowered his mouth to where he held my dick. I couldn't look away. There was something about his stare that made it impossible. Arrow's pouty lips parted slowly, achingly, and the head of my dick slipped between them. I made a sound. His eyes flared, but he still held my gaze. The intensity he emanated was overwhelming. He owned me. He fucking owned me, and nothing would change it. He took my cock deep, and the silky feel of the inside of his mouth enveloped me. My body shuddered, and my hands gripped at the flat wall. The hand wrapped around the base of my rod twisted slightly, creating a tingly sensation in my balls, and they tightened against my body instantly. He pulled back, dragged his lips over my length, then sucked my head with extra pressure before releasing it to lick across it. "Jesus Christ," I swore. A small smile played on his face, and he broke eye contact and went back in for me. On impulse, I made a sound, slid my hands beneath his arms, and pulled. His eyes flashed, and I saw worry in his face. "You didn't do anything wrong. Just the opposite. I just don't want you on your knees before me. I want you over me." Before I could move, I had to kick off my shoes and pants. Once I was completely naked, I let him lead me back to the bedroom. The room was dim because all the blinds were closed. Arrow wrapped his hands around my waist and backed me toward the bed. He glanced at the mattress and then at me. I thought I saw a hint of wariness. "Whatever you want," I assured him softly, hopefully conveying that this didn't have to go any further. "I want your dick in my mouth," he replied, and pushed me gently back onto the bed. I wasn't about to argue with that. On the bed, he straddled me. The weight of his body was heaven. Both his hands wrapped around my dick and slowly worked my rod before he bent his head. "Wait," I rasped. He glanced up. "Take off your shirt." Arrow reached behind him and pulled off his hoodie and t-shirt in one movement and threw them on the floor. My eyes swept over his tattoos, down the lean sinew of his muscles, and satisfaction bloomed in my chest. I lifted my hand and pressed it against his pec, feeling the way his heart thundered. Without another word, he moved down my body and took my cock in his mouth again. This time, he didn't play. He didn't stare into my eyes with desire. He sucked the shit out of me. His mouth applied just the right amount of pleasure. His throat took the perfect amount of length. He knew when to suck harder and when to pull back so the heated, sensitive skin stretched over my dick would glide over the slick, smooth inside of his cheeks. When I would start to shudder a little too much, he'd pull back, jack me with his hands, and lavish attention on my balls and inner thighs. My hips rocked against his lips. I couldn't help it. It was like my body had a mind of its own beneath his ministrations. Just when I started to grow frustrated with need, he slipped down over my cock again, grabbed my hips with his palms, and began to direct them. Even though he was on top, I was essentially fucking his mouth. On his order, I controlled how fast I pumped between his lips and how deep my cock went. I moaned, and he moaned back. The sound vibrated the tip of my dick, and I gasped. "I'm going," I bit out, thinking to pull back, but instead, I shoved deeper into his mouth. Arrow released my hips, wrapped both his arms around my ass, and held me deep. He groaned again. It pushed me over the edge. A yell ripped out of my throat. My hands fisted in the blanket beneath me, and my hips bucked up. My dick pumped out an intense orgasm, and with every twitch, the head rubbed the back of his throat. I'm not going to be shy here. I made a lot of fucking noise. The sound that ripped out of me as he drank down my cum would probably have embarrassed me if I wasn't half out of my fucking mind. When it was done, my body quivered lightly, and my hips fell toward the mattress. Arrow was still wrapped around my ass, holding me close. My dick wasn't buried in his throat anymore, but he hadn't completely released it either. Instead, he milked the tip of my head with his lips, using soft, light strokes and a little coaxing with his tongue. I collapsed against the bed, heaved a great sigh, and threw my hands over my face. Arrow withdrew from my core, and I felt him climb up the bed and settle beside me. "Was that okay?" he asked, unsure. Oh, God. His vulnerability would be my undoing. How any man that fucking good at head would ever doubt it was one of the mysteries of the world. I spread 2 fingers so I could stare at him through a crack. Where the fuck did you learn to suck a dick like that? Spots of red bloomed on his high cheekbones. He was fucking blushing. Oh my God, I love him. The thought made me peel my hands from my face. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't sure what to do with it. Guilt came with it, but it was overpowered. Overpowered by the waiting eyes staring down at me. I've blown someone before. More than once, he stammered. I pushed up onto my elbows. "Like that?" I demanded. The blush on his cheeks deepened, and he shook his head. "I just wanted to show you the way you make me feel." "Kiss me," I demanded. "I want to taste myself on your tongue." His eyes flared, and he lowered. He did taste like me, slightly salty and smooth. The fact that I still mingled in his mouth turned me on all over again. Arrow wrapped an arm over my waist and pushed me a little closer as we kissed, his rock-hard dick pressed against my hip. I broke the kiss and looked into his face. "What about you?" I asked. "Will you let me do that to you?" Desire filled his features. He hesitated, then nodded. I shook my head. "Gonna have to hear you say it, babe." His mouth tilted up. He really fucking liked the pet name. I was going to have to keep it. "I want you to blow me." Moving far slower than my body urged me to, I sat up beside him. His eyes were filled with desire and a little bit of wariness. Instead of going right for his dick, I ran my fingers through his hair and kissed his forehead. Even though I relished the thought of him under me, I wasn't sure if he would feel out of control that way, so I gestured toward the headboard and all the pillows filling the space. "Sit up," I instructed, and he did. Just before he leaned against the wooden frame, I used a couple pillows and pushed them behind his back. Once he was sitting, I settled beside him, running my hand over his smooth chest. "I really fucking like the ink," I confided. "That's good, 'cause it's permanent." I chuckled and traced over the arrow on his neck with my forefinger. "Since the first day I saw this one," I began, "all I wanted to do was kiss where the arrow led." My finger slid down and settled in the hollow spot behind his collarbone, right here. His throat worked and his head tilted to the side, giving me great access to the teasing spot. I dipped my head and licked over the collarbone, kissing lightly over the raised part. Then my tongue slid behind it and delved into the small of his neck. I sighed and licked into the spot a little deeper, pressing my lips against the skin. His breathing hitched, and I wrapped my arm around the other side of his neck and cradled him gently as I kissed and sucked. Eventually I moved on, licking up the arrow and delving the tip of my tongue into his ear. Beside me, his body went languid, like putty in my hands. That, above everything else, was the most heady thing to me. He was granting me trust, letting go enough to feel pleasure at my hands. It made me want to do right by him, make sure this was so good hesitation would be an afterthought the next time I reached out. I took my sweet-ass time kissing every inch of him I could reach without climbing on him. My lips and hands moved in tandem to make his skin buzz with pleasure. When I finally reached for his jeans, his head fell back against the headboard and his hip rotated out, inviting more. I worked the jeans and boxers down his long legs, barely able to contain my pleasure at the first sight of his dick. It was thick and long. The skin was taut and the head slightly swollen. The balls at the base were already drawn against his body, and I smiled because it meant he was good and ready for me to grab him by the stick. "If you want me to stop, just say so," I whispered, wrapping my hand around its base. Breath hissed between his teeth. "I want you to start." I stretched out alongside him, partially lying across his lap, and dropped my mouth deep around him in one bold move. He moaned softly, and I began to work his dick with my mouth and tongue. I sucked and licked and used my hands to give him the most pleasure I could conceive. The thing about being a man, working another man's rod, I knew the right buttons to push, or at least where most of them were. And I paid close attention to Arrow. Every sound he made, every intake of breath, and every quiver of muscle. I liked when I took him deep, but he also liked when I wrapped my lips around his head and sucked hard. I knew I was doing a good job when his hand fisted in my hair and held my head. When Arrow's hand fell away from my head and his body began to strain, I knew he was ready to let go. So with one hand I cupped his balls, and with the other I held the base of his cock firmly in place. I wrapped his tip and the sensitive ring below it between my lips, brushed my tongue over his salty tip, and sucked. His hips shot off the bed, and his dick pulsed inside my mouth. His release was hot across my tongue, and I swallowed it down just as he had for me. When his body fell back onto the pillows, I lifted my head and glanced up. His chest heaved, and he looked at me in wonder. I only smiled, moved up the bed beside him, tossed a couple pillows around, and then pulled him down so his cheek was on my chest. I wrapped him in both arms and felt his lips brush over my peck. I think I'm gonna like living here. I laughed out loud. I sure as fuck was gonna love it. Things that make you go, WTF? When you put seashell next to your ear, it's not the ocean you hear, but blood flowing through your brain. Chapter 35. Arrow. The interior of Hop's Audi was fucking sweet. All leather, all black with touches of chrome. He looked sexy as hell behind the wheel, too. Yeah, my mind was kinda stuck on sexy after the blowjob experience we had at my new apartment. Seriously, It was like I was living in a fairy tale for real. Not only did I have a brand new apartment that was nice as shit, thank you, Joey and Lore, but Hopper and I were getting closer, despite all the baggage we both dragged behind us. He was good to me. Patient, gentle, understanding. Maybe it wasn't manly to need those things. God knew I beat myself up over not being manly enough on an almost daily basis, but the fact still remained. I needed those things. Suddenly, I was gifted them. Gradually, I accepted them as true. Funny how when you start to get things you need most, the less and less you beat yourself up for needing them. Besides, I was still man enough. I sucked the shit right out of his dick. Or should I say cum? I sucked the orgasm right out of him. Who's the man? Oh shit. Happiness was unfolding inside me. Was that what this was? That feeling of overwhelming change wasn't as paralyzing as I thought it would be. Instead, I found myself walking toward it, quicker and quicker each day. Had I ever been truly happy? Maybe when I was a child, before the age of 10. That was a long fucking time ago, before life reared its ugly head. I glanced across the car at the man driving. His hand was wrapped in mine, lying in my lap. I loved holding his hand. It made me feel connected, part of something. Like I wasn't just out floating in the universe without a lifeline. It still scared me. I was so afraid of his rejection, of being turned away once I let him all the way in. But I had to try. I owed myself at least that much. He couldn't hurt me like I'd been hurt in the past. I was older, wiser, better able to protect myself. No one would hurt me like that again. Not my father, not strangers in a car. I didn't have to lock myself away to guarantee it. I deserved happiness. More than that, I wanted it. We pulled up to Gamble Estate, and it wasn't until we were pulling through the gate I looked at Hop. You made me get out of bed to come here? His teeth flashed white against the dark interior. As much as I loved being in that bed with you. He lifted our linked hands and kissed the back of mine. I'm trying to take things slow. I laughed. He rolled his eyes. Fine, less than breakneck speed. I appreciated his commitment to making sure he didn't freak me out. I hated it was necessary. I wished I could tell myself, it was 3 years ago, it doesn't matter anymore. But it did. It might until I broke through the ceiling of fear and gave myself to Hop completely. As much as I enjoyed the blowjobs and as much as I enjoyed running my hands all over his body, I wasn't sure I was ready for sex yet. My one and only experience was forced. It was the worst pain I'd ever known, and every time I thought about trying it again, my stomach seized with nerves. I'm sorry I can't give you everything right now, I whispered, the weight of my past suddenly crushing me. His hand jolted in mine, but he said nothing as he pulled the Audi into a parking spot in front of the giant white mansion. Hopper cut the engine and turned to face me in the dark. I'm pretty sure you already have. My stomach flipped. He always said the right thing. I shook my head slowly. There's more. Well then, it will just be a bonus. Someday I would give him everything. Someday when I was absolutely sure he wanted it all. You finally going to tell me what we're doing here? I asked, gesturing towards the huge-ass house. You ready to sign? He asked. My forehead wrinkled. You made me wait to sign until we were here with Gamble? There's a few things I want to go over with him first. A few things I want to make clear. I thought it was all in the contract. He nodded. It is, the legal stuff. It's a solid contract. This stuff is personal. With that, he got out of the Audi and left me sitting there to wonder. After a second, I flung open my door and stepped out. Hopper was there, reaching for my hand, and we walked, linked together, toward the huge front door. Snow was once again falling, but it was light and lazy. The air was so cold when I breathed out you could see my breath in great white puffs. The second we stepped onto the porch by the front door, it opened, and the housekeeper stood there, bathed in light from the room behind her. Hopper stopped, glanced at me, and then moved forward. Actually, we'll just need a minute. Then he pulled the door shut right in her surprised face. I lifted an eyebrow, amused. Care to explain? I should have explained before we left, or in the car when you asked just now. He blew out a breath. I'm nervous. I shifted closer to him, feeling the hesitancy in his words. The wind blew, and I shifted again, putting my back to it so I acted as a buffer against the cold for Hopper. Nervous about what? Us. My stomach dropped. Is there an us? The words turned white when I spoke them and floated between us for a few infinite seconds. He shuffled on his feet, stuffed his hands in his jacket, and glanced up and then away. I want there to be. You do? I asked, surprised. I really fucking do. He relented, his eyes lifting to mine. Their icy tone was so piercing, way more than the frigid temps outside. I came here tonight to basically tell Gamble that. Our personal life isn't really his business, but it will affect our business. He came here tonight to tell Gamble there was an us? Whoa. Because I didn't say anything, Hopper rambled on. The nerves in his voice, the way he would pause and then speak rapidly, was totally endearing. I don't really make it public knowledge that I'm gay. Not because I'm ashamed or anything, but because I don't want people to know me. I don't want people to figure out how I used to be. I like the anonymity I have here. He glanced up. I watched him, totally enthralled by his sudden outpour. I'm gonna be your manager, along with the rest of the team, but I'm not just your manager. You're more to me than that. I'm not going to pretend otherwise, not even at work. I won't have people saying I give you preferential treatment. I won't have people hounding us because we're gay, but I won't step away from you either. I can't. My chest was tight, and I was pretty sure it was because I was holding my breath. What are you saying? I wheezed, shifting again to block him from the wind. He stepped close, so close our feet bumped. We stared into each other's eyes while my stomach fluttered uncontrollably. I'm saying I want there to be an us, and I want people to know about it. I opened my mouth, but he bulldozed on. I don't want to hide the way I know I look at you. I don't want to revert to just staring when I think no one else can see. I want to hold your hand all the time, not just when we're alone. I refuse to make you a secret, Arrow. I'm not saying I'm going to shout our relationship to the world, and I know this is fast. It probably qualifies for the breakneck speed mentioned in the car, but this has to be ironed out before you sign that paper. I started to say something, but once again his nervous rambling continued, this time as he wrung his hands. This isn't me trying to force you into something you aren't ready for. Fuck, I'm scared as shit right now. I still want to take things at our pace. I don't want to freak you out. But yeah, I also want to put a label on it. Hopper, I commanded. His eyes snapped up. Yeah? I lunged forward and kissed him hard. I tried to lick up the aftertaste of all the beautiful words he'd just vomited all over my high tops. I pulled back, but wrapped my arms around him and tugged him into my chest. His nose was cold against my cheek, and I hugged him harder. My head turned just enough so when I spoke, my lips brushed against his head. Yes. A shudder moved through him, and I hugged him even tighter. Yes? His voice was muffled against my neck. I pulled him back, looking into his face. Yes, I want there to be an us. Relief washed over his features, and I hid a smile. Poor guy. He was just as hard on himself as I was on me. You're sure? The press is going to get a hold of this. It might become a circus. Are you prepared for that? I frowned. After the way they hounded you about Matt? What if someone realizes who you are? I can't let that stop me from living my life anymore, he whispered. I grabbed his hand. I knew exactly how he felt. We don't have to have this all figured out tonight, Hop. Whatever comes, we can handle it, all right? And we agreed to handle it together. He nodded, the clouds in his eyes moving past. Together. Another brisk wind blew. I grimaced. Maybe next time you want to talk about our relationship, you could do it before we're standing in below freezing weather? Before he could reply, the front door opened again, but it wasn't the housekeeper standing in the light this time. It was Gamble. You two assholes need to get in here, he ordered. Then I noticed his eyes slip down to where our hands were clasped. At the same time, our grips tightened. I figured that's what this was about, he grumbled. "Come on, then. I've been expecting this talk. I've already got measures in place." He strode through the entryway and toward his study. Hopper and I looked at each other. He already knew? But we'd literally just decided. "Dude," I whispered, "is he psychic?" Hopper shrugged. "I'm not heating the entire neighborhood," Gamble bellowed from somewhere in the house. We moved as a single unit through the door and shut it behind us. Hopper looked a hell of a lot more relaxed than he had before. I guessed whatever measures Gamble was putting in place were exactly what Hop was hoping for. Things that make you go, WTF? Everything in the universe is either a potato or not a potato. Chapter 36. Hopper. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you get shit done. Booyah! I marched right into Gamble's office and told him exactly what I wanted. 1. State-of-the-art cameras on every inch of the garages and indoor team practice areas. 2. Someone on staff to review said footage on a weekly basis to guarantee there was no hazing or infighting happening on Gamble property. 3. Acknowledgement that Arrow and I were together and it was not a conflict of interest. 4. Permission to be at every race Arrow was in. 5. Gamble's presence at a team meeting where I introduced Arrow as a new team member and blatantly acknowledged our relationship and the fact that we were both gay. If anyone refused to work together in a professional manner because of our preferences, immediate dismissal. 6. Explicit right to dismiss anyone from the race team and Gamble racing staff at any time due to hazing or engaging in hateful conduct of any kind. For Gamble to make it clear at previously mentioned meeting the power I have. 7. For everyone on the team, including racers, including Arrow and myself, to sign non-disclosure agreements regarding any personal relationships they witnessed while on company time. Prohibition of sharing and trading racing practices and secrets with those outside Team Gamble. Gamble agreed to all of my demands. I mean, sure, he already seemed to know Arrow and I would walk into his house holding hands. Seriously, maybe he was psychic. And was prepared for the conflict of interest talk. And yeah, he'd already called someone to install the cameras. I didn't know this. And then told me he had to check with his lawyers about the NDA, etc. Point was, I got what I wanted. Scratch that. We got what we wanted. There was an us now, Arrow and me. We were still trying to feel our way, still working through all our jagged edges, but there was a label. Usually people resisted putting labels on things, especially so early in a relationship. Arrow and I weren't most people. In fact, we were unique in a lot of ways. This label might be scary or stifling to most starting out, but for us, I think it was reassuring. It was something to hold on to, something tangible in a world where practically everything had been ripped away once. I didn't expect it to make sense to anyone, but I didn't really give a damn. Once the details were hashed out, Arrow signed the contract. He was officially with NASCAR, and I was officially with someone who wasn't Matt. It was difficult to move on from someone you thought was your infinity. Even in death, I planned to remain loyal to his memory. Sometimes I wondered if falling for Arrow meant I loved Matt any less, and sometimes I still told myself it wasn't fair I got to live when he didn't. After the meeting with Gamble, I went to my apartment, alone. It felt like I'd been gone for years instead of just about a week. The entire place felt strange to me now. Well, stranger than before. Less like home than it already had. In fact, as soon as I stood in the center of the undecorated living room and stared at the plain white walls and windows with cheap plastic blinds, I sort of felt I was standing in a prison of my own design. Matt wouldn't have wanted this for you. You don't know what Matt would have wanted because he isn't here to ask. I'd only been back a few hours, long enough to shower, change, and then throw my dirty clothes at the washing machine, so when I got around to actually doing laundry, I knew where they were. After the meeting with Gamble, which took quite a while, A and I grabbed some food, then came back here. I had shit to check on in my place, and he wanted to call his brother and Joey to thank them for turning the bland apartment into something far from bland. Space was good for us. Guys like Arrow and me needed it. The walls of this jail cell were closing in on me. I glanced more than once at my bed, but just as soon as I did, I would glance away. The thought of sleep though I was tired as hell, was so unappealing. I supposed the one night of reprieve, the one night of blissful sleep, was all I was going to get. Just like always, my demons came calling. Dark thoughts, guilt, and warring viewpoints scrambled my brain and made my limbs restless. I thought of the place I always walked to for a cup of coffee. It was familiar, though unpleasant. I didn't bother changing out for the sweats I put on after my shower. Instead, I shoved my feet in a pair of shoes, grabbed my keys, and left the apartment. At the elevator, I didn't stop. My feet, my heart, had a mind all its own and directed me straight down the hall. It wasn't bad coffee, dark streets, or miles of walking I truly wanted. My apartment no longer felt like a home because my home was with someone else. Before I even got to the door, it flung open. My footsteps stuttered, and Arrow strode out into the hallway, no shirt, with a pair of too large sweats riding dangerously low on his hips. My blood spiked, and my stare settled on those sweats and what they almost weren't covering. My mouth tingled with the memory of his cock running across my tongue. Arrow seemed intent on where he was charging to, which couldn't have been far because he wasn't wearing any shoes. He stopped when he saw me standing just a foot away. Neither of us said a word. We just stared at each other, our eyes doing all the talking. Slowly, Arrow backed down the hall, and I started forward again, following. In his apartment, he held open the door. I ducked under his outstretched arm and heard the latch click and the lock throw with a delicious finality before I'd even turned around. Arrow caught my hand on the way past and tugged me through the dimly lit place straight into his bedroom. The only light was from his phone screen, which was docked on the small side table. The pillows were tossed around, and on one side the blankets were drawn back, as if he'd been getting ready to go to bed. Still saying nothing, he turned, pulled the hoodie I was wearing over my head, and tossed it near our feet. I stepped out of my shoes, and Arrow shoved the sweatpants down my legs, leaving me only in a pair of red boxers. My fingers delved into the waistband of his sweats, took a moment to caress the skin beneath, then pushed them toward the floor. Taking my hand, he led me to the side with the blankets turned down. I slid between the sheets with an audible sigh. Arrow climbed right in after me, and I held out my arm. With him tucked so close, I almost supported all his weight. With the calming feel of his slow breathing against my neck, all was right in my world. It didn't take a genius to figure out the reason my apartment no longer felt like home. Arrow wasn't in it. He was my home now, no matter how conflicted it sometimes made me. With a deep sigh, he settled even closer. I tugged the blankets around us farther and closed my eyes. Sleep ended up not being so hard to come by after all. Things that make you go, WTF? All the American flags that have been placed on the moon are now white because of radiation from the sun. Chapter 37. Arrow. They changed my hair. I agreed to it. Everything else in life was changing, so why not that too? Besides, dyeing it blonde all the time was kind of getting old. I had a feeling I was going to have a lot more important things to do in the coming months. And maybe if I changed it up, people would stop calling me the Beebs. I didn't want to be known as a celeb look-alike or Lorhaven's kid brother. I was my own man, and though I might have hidden from it for a long time, times were changing. It wasn't just me anymore. There was Hopper. We were working toward an us, and it excited me as much as it blew my mind. The morning of the GearShark interview, I woke up in my new place with Hopper wrapped around me. I lay there, taking in his weight, the way it felt to be pressed into the mattress, and waited for the panic to set in. Since I moved in, there wasn't one night Hop hadn't slept here. That first night, we went to our separate places, but it didn't last. We found each other in the hallway, both of us lost and searching for the thing we knew would make us found. Each other. Now we slept at my place because he said he liked it better here. This apartment was a little more comfortable compared to his, but it wasn't because of anything I did. I gave all that credit to Joey. Usually we would crawl into bed and I would curl up into his side, my head on his shoulder. I liked the way his fingertips skimmed over my back when I lay on him. It was something I looked forward to almost from the minute we got out of bed in the morning, knowing later that night he'd repeat the action. We didn't shift much in sleep. I fell asleep on him and mostly woke up that way. Yet in this time, at some point during the night, I'd shifted and he'd followed. I was the one on my back, and Hopper was the one at my side, his leg flung over mine, partly lying across my chest, and his arm wrapped around my waist. The panic didn't come. I didn't feel trapped or pinned. I didn't feel an immediate urge to shove him off and reclaim all the personal space I thought I needed. Turns out this morning, I didn't need any personal space. Not from Hop. I smiled to myself and reached for his tangled hair. Absent-mindedly, I began to stroke it, enjoying the softness of every strand and the way his chest felt as it rose and fell against mine with every breath he took. It wasn't much later when I felt him wake. His body didn't stay as relaxed against mine, which was a dead giveaway. I continued playing with his hair until he looked up, balancing his chin on top of his hand on my chest. "You okay?" I nodded. "Feels good." Hopper rose up and met my lips with a kiss. It was a slow wake-up kiss, involving a lot of tongue and lip rubbing. All our kisses were really good. The spark between us was undeniable, but this one was a little different. It was better. He was fully on top of me, elbows on either side of my head, our legs tangled together, our chests touching, as were our cocks. Suddenly, I couldn't imagine not experiencing this. It seemed impossible something so delicious would ever give me anxiety. As we kissed, I reached around, pulling Hopper closer against me. He groaned and his hips thrust against mine. I responded by doing the same, and we ended up settling into a rhythmic movement of rubbing our dicks together in sweet torture. Need suffused my skin, and my body temperature rose about 10 degrees. I felt an urge stronger than ever to be close to him, to feel him in ways I hadn't before. Hopper lifted his mouth from mine, then dropped his face to the side of my neck to press sweet, hot kisses against the sensitive skin. I slid my hands down his back, beneath the waistband of his boxers, and cupped his ass. My fingers dug in, kneading the flesh as I lifted my hips to meet his. Hopper raised his head and looked at me beneath half-lowered lids. Boldly, I rubbed his ass again, giving it a squeeze and then massaging deep. His eyes closed with pleasure, and I claimed his mouth again. As we made out and basically humped each other, I grew a little braver. My fingers started sliding along his ass crack, delving between to rub and play. Hopper's face dropped into the side of my neck again, but he pushed his butt up into my hands. All at once, I rolled, pinned beneath him, and started kissing down his chest. He made a sound and spread his legs so I could settle between them. Blood hammered in my veins. Thought was near impossible. All I felt was an urge to be all over him at once, an urge to be in him. "Babe," Hopper groaned. I looked at my fingers in the waistband of his boxers, about to pull them down. "Hey." He pushed up to his elbows and glanced down. "Arrow." I looked up. "What's gotten into you?" he rasped, brushing his hand through the hair falling into my eyes. "Do you like it?" I asked, suddenly self-conscious. He chuckled. "Are you kidding? I love it." My face broke into a lopsided smile, but then the need in my body took back over and I dipped my head. Hopper pulled me back up. "Babe, we can't right now." "What?" I blinked. He grinned. "You have an interview in like 30 minutes. "Fuck!" I spat, then buried my face in his abs. My head bobbed with his laughter, and he rubbed my back. If it wasn't such an important interview, I'd say fuck it and stay in bed. I kissed his stomach right beside his navel. He groaned. "Something's different this morning," he murmured. "What is it?" "I woke up with your weight on me, and I didn't freak." "You're learning to trust me." His fingers brushed at my hair. I shook my head. "I already do trust you. My voice faded away. It was almost impossible to explain. I trusted Hopper, and I could count the number of people I trusted on one hand. I knew he wouldn't hurt me physically, but I was still apprehensive. Maybe it was the unknown. Maybe it was the broken pieces inside me, or maybe I was just scared. Did it really matter about all the complicated feelings waging inside me just then? All I knew was after sleeping next to him for over a week, after kissing and touching, after daily blowjobs, I woke up feeling I was ready for more. How much more? I've been trying to figure it out when he stopped me with the interview reminder. Stupid work. You don't have to explain, Hopper said quietly, pushing up so he was sitting, leaning back against the headboard. I scooted forward, still between his legs. I'm going at your pace here. I want more, I whispered. You can have whatever you want, babe. Heat sparkled in his blue eyes. Then he grinned. Just not right now. Bastard, I muttered playfully. His face split into a grin, and I laughed. He leaned forward, catching my face between his palms. How about tonight? That's very far away. I stuck out my lower lip. He leaned forward and sucked it into his mouth, just like I knew he would. Tonight, he growled against my lips, then pulled back. My stomach flipped with anticipation. So now back to my hair. You're still wondering about that, aren't you? Thought I forgot? I didn't. I just get distracted very easily by a dark-haired, muscled man in my bed. The GearShark interview was thankfully at Gamble Speedway. When we got down to the track, the crew was already there setting up. It looked just like the other interviews I'd been to that GearShark hosted. There was a full crew with lighting and photography. The photographer was already setting up in an area a short distance from the rest of the crew. There was a white background, some lights, and other props lying around. Near where we walked in was a table filled with pastries, fruit, and a huge carafe of coffee with all the shit you might want to put in it. My stomach growled loudly at the sight of donuts, and Hopper snickered. I should have known. He slapped me in the middle and went to get a plate of stuff for me to inhale. The second he walked off, Lorhaven and Joey stepped into my line of vision. I smiled wide and started forward. Joey ran forward and hugged me, and I hugged her back, a little tighter than normal, feeling her surprise. After that, I offered my fist to Jace, and we bumped it out. You look really great, Joey observed, her eyes sweeping over me. Happy. I shrugged, a little embarrassed, but also kind of proud, because I didn't think I'd ever actually looked happy before. You too, I said, turning it around on her. You both do. Jace tossed his arm over Joey's shoulders, and she smiled. Her usually wild, curly hair was sleek today, straight around her shoulders. They were both dressed in jeans and long-sleeve shirts. Lorhaven wore a leather jacket, and Joey was wearing one that actually kind of looked similar to my brother's. You guys are like matching and shit, I ribbed, and wagged my finger between them. Jace gave me the finger, and Joey elbowed him in the stomach. You ready for the interview today? Jace asked, glancing towards the trailer where the reporter was talking to some people and writing what looked like notes. Sure, I said. In truth, I was a little nervous. I wasn't sure how personal she was going to go with the questions, and though Hop and I were making no secret that we were involved, speaking out about it to a national magazine was something else. Just say what you're comfortable saying and nothing else. This is business, just remember that, Laura counseled. Hopper approached, and I automatically shifted so he was included in the group, and there was a place right beside me. He held out a plate loaded with food while he sipped at a styrofoam cup in his other hand. Blueberry's my favorite, I announced, snagging it off the top and shoving a huge bite into my mouth. That's why I got it, Hopper replied. Thanks, Hop. I grinned around the food, and he chuckled. I polished it off in record time, and he handed me his coffee. I took a drink, handed it back, and then went for the bagel with the cream cheese. As I was chewing, I felt the overwhelming sensation I was being stared at. I turned to see Lorhaven and Joey looking between me and Hop like we had 12 heads. What? I grumped and shoved another bite into my mouth. Lorhaven lifted an eyebrow. Hop? I shrugged. You called Joey Josie, I pointed out. Joey giggled, and Jace looked like he just swallowed a banana whole. Hopper cleared his throat and patted me on the back. They're ready for you. He pointed to two women who were waving me toward them. I groaned. I'm taking my bagel. You do that, babe, Hopper said indulgently. Jace made a sound like he was choking, and everyone looked at him. "Just go," Joey told me, beckoning me toward the women. "I'm going to go talk to Emily," Hopper said, and disappeared. I left my brother mumbling to Joey and went over toward the crew. Turned out they were there for makeup, wardrobe, and hair. Yep, hair. The second I stopped in front of the tall blonde one, she started running her fingers through my hair like she had every right. I drew back and shoved another bite of bagel in my mouth. She seemed surprised I wasn't too thrilled with her hands-on approach, then shrugged. "Have you considered a change? Maybe a cut in color?" I blinked. "Do we have time for that?" "Won't take long. Your hair is short." The other girl chimed in. "She's a whiz with hair. Let her do it." I squinted at the one trying to give me a makeover. "Like what?" "Just shorten up the long side here so it's a little more shaped." She gestured as she explained. "That way it's easier to style. It'll look great on the cover. And maybe take out some of the blonde. It's just a little too light." I snorted and finished off the bagel. "I'd just add in some low lights, maybe some dark blonde, so light pieces will pop a little more." I considered it a second. "Yeah, okay." Both women squealed like it was Christmas and ushered me into their lair. Lair equals a trailer where two women talked way too fucking much about hair and clothes and celebrities and treated me like their next project. Halfway in, Hopper stepped inside and I gave him a help me look. "Everyone's ready," he announced, then noted the scissors and empty bowl of hair color. His eyes widened. "What the fuck are you doing to him?" "Making him a little more cover-worthy," the main stylist announced. Hopper's face darkened. He was already cover-worthy. "It's fine, Hop," I said, trying to diffuse the anger suddenly masking his face. "It's just a little cut." He crossed his arms over his chest. "You cool with this?" "Why wouldn't he be?" the assistant stylist chirped. "It's going to look amazing." I nodded, widening my eyes, and said, "Amazing." Hopper laughed. "Fine, whatever, but the photographer and reporter are out here waiting." "Give me 10, the stylist insisted, then went up to work furiously, combing my hair to hold it out and snip it. Hopper winked at me as he went out the door. It stirred up the desire I'd felt this morning. About 15 minutes later, I stepped in front of a mirror and saw the change I'd felt when I woke this morning. Just like she said, my hair was still blonde. It just had some depth to it, and the long side wasn't as long, but the style was about the same. I just looked more put together, maybe a little older, and, like Joey said this morning, happy. I gave the clothes they asked me to put on a barely there glance, and then turned toward the door, wondering if Hopper would like the change. He did. I saw it in his eyes the second I came out of the trailer and walked to his side. Before we could say 2 words to each other, I was swept off by the photographer, where I was a complete unnatural in front of the camera. Added to things I would never do in my lifetime, become a model. Gah, hopefully the poor dude got a couple usable shots out of the 500,000 he took. By the time that was done, I was almost grateful for the interview part because at least I got to sit down. Before Emily could even ask her first question, I was flanked by my brother and Hopper. They towered nearby like they were security, and I was wearing a giant diamond. I almost told them to knock this shit off, but then I didn't. I couldn't be mad there were people who cared enough to stand around and look intimidating. I could still be my own man, but have a little backup when needed. The interview went pretty smooth. Her questions were mostly expected, with a few personal ones thrown in. I didn't back down from them. I answered with blunt truth while still guarding the man my heart beat for. It was past lunch by the time everything wrapped. On one hand, I was exhausted from all the poking and prodding, physical and mental. But on the other, I was kind of grateful for all the activity. It made the day move faster. That meant I was that much closer to night. Things that make you go, WTF? There is a spider in Brazil whose bite can cause an erection that lasts for hours. #natural Viagra. Chapter 38. Hopper. You protected me today. Arrow looked up from his second burger and paused in the middle of chewing. Did you think I wouldn't? No, I knew you would. I just was still surprised by it. The reporter didn't back down from any personal questions. In fact, she was sharp and picked up on our relationship before Arrow talked about it. What bothered me most were her questions about me, about my identity. I totally had an internal meltdown when she asked who I really was. I thought the jig was up, that maybe she recognized me from all the media coverage 5 years ago. What a juicy story that would be. The discovery of Jason Hamilton, where he is now. Arrow didn't even entertain her, though. He shut her down almost instantly. He even directed the attention to his brother. When she came circling back, he flat out told her to forget it. I knew eventually someone was going to realize who I really was, but it hadn't been today, and I had Arrow to thank for that. He kept his cool, not even hinting maybe there was more to my name than a choice. He shielded me from it, bought me some time, bought us some time to continue putting our life together without the watchful, intrusive eye of the media. Earth to hop. Arrow snapped his fingers in front of me. I blinked and looked up. After another massive bite of his burger, he set it aside on the coffee table beside him. Are you having second thoughts about me telling the magazine we're together? He was sitting with his back against the arm, his legs stretched in front of him. I sat with my back against the cushions, feet propped on the coffee table. His feet were in my lap. My hand wrapped around the foot closest to me and squeezed. Not at all. He smiled. Me either. You bought us time today. I looked him straight in the eye. Thank you. I'm always going to protect you, Hop. Protect us. My hand ran inside the ankle of his pants and stroked his calf. You still feeling like you were this morning? I asked, my voice dropping. Oh yeah, he replied, and rubbed the bottom of his foot over the center of my pants. It's all I've been thinking about all day. Me too. I groaned and rotated my hips. Arrow pulled away. The weight of his legs left my lap to be replaced with his ass as he straddled me, and we began to kiss. Our mouths fused together so completely it was as if we were the same man. I didn't know how he did it, but every time we kissed, I felt as if he were coaxing something from inside me, something I didn't even know I possessed. His thick tongue licked over my lower lip, and I shuddered because it reminded me of the way he often licked my dick. Arrow scraped his teeth over the stubble on my jaw and kissed his way down my neck. I swiveled my hips under him. My dick was completely hard, and the weight of his ass against it made me feel like I was on fire. Take off your shirt, Arrow growled, reaching between us and wrapping his hand around my cock. I practically ripped off the shirt and threw it over the back of the couch. The leather of the sofa was shockingly cold against the overheated skin of my back. Arrow slid down, nipping at my nipples while rubbing his palm over my cock. I threw my head back against the couch and closed my eyes, offering myself up to whatever he wanted to do to me. It was torture. You know, torture being so turned on by someone and having to move so slow. I didn't regret it, not at all, but sometimes a man just wanted to feel someone moving inside him. Arrow practically melted off of me and slid down so he was on his knees between my legs. His fingers reached for my pants, and I lifted my ass so we could pull them down. The second the air in the apartment brushed over my dick, I fell back against the couch and reached for it. Arrow pushed my hand away, shoved my thighs wide, and slipped his lips over my rod with enthusiasm that made me ache. I moaned and fisted both hands in his hair and started to pump into his mouth. His hands caressed my inner thighs and tight balls. There was a slight sucking sound when he released me and looked up at my body. Bed, he rasped and stood. He offered his hand, and I took it. We went into the bedroom together, and I noticed he was still completely dressed. I grabbed the front of the tank he'd worn for the cover shoot and pulled him closer. His fist closed around my still throbbing cock and jacked me. My other hand joined the front of his shirt. Impatiently, I ripped the thin fabric right down the center. Arrow's eyes flared when I shoved the scraps off him and reached for his pants. The second we were both naked, he gripped my dick and led me to the bed as if it were a leash and I were the dog. I panted after him, caught a flash of his naked ass and filled my hands with the flesh. He groaned, but then turned, pressed our fronts completely together, reached around and filled both his hands with my ass. "You're killing me, eh? I want you fucking bad." "I want you too," he murmured, kissing my shoulder, rubbing his dick against mine as his fingers delved into my crack. "I want to be inside you." I moaned. "Please." He pulled back slightly. "You'll let me?" I grabbed his face. "Anything. I'll let you have anything." His eyes flashed. "Tonight, I want your ass." I released him, yanked open the drawer on the nightstand, and pulled out a giant ass bottle of lube, handing it to him. "We're gonna need this." He stared at it, then looked up, shy. "This makes it not hurt?" My heart turned over. It turned over and caved in. "You're not gonna hurt me, babe. I'm gonna come so hard and your name will be on my lips when I do." The fact that I was his first made me dizzy with pleasure. His nerves didn't turn me off. The way he worried he might hurt me was endearing. He was going to be the perfect lover. I knew without even doing it yet. I knew because of the way he cared. He tossed the lube on my bed and gently pressed me back. I turned, crawling up on the mattress, giving him a clear view of my bare ass. His hands slid over it, and I groaned, pushing farther against the touch. He played for a while, touching, caressing, dipping his finger into my crack and across my taint. When he pulled back, I practically collapsed on the mattress. Our bodies pressed against each other. My heart pounded in my chest. My fingers shook, and so did his. When he reached for the lube, I nearly shouted with fucking glee. The first touch made me go lax against the sheets. Arrow pushed my legs wide, and I surrendered myself as he explored and slipped his fingers all along my taint and fingered the sensitive hole. As he moved, I whispered how good he felt and let him know when he hit a spot I really fucking liked. I knew he was nervous, but he grew bolder with every stroke. His hand locked around my cock as he finger probed my hole. "Yeah, babe, do it," I urged, growing wildly impatient. He released my cock and pushed his finger inside. "Move," I commanded, and he began to fuck me with his finger. I writhed beneath him as he continued, slipping another finger inside me, and then soon, another. "Do you like this?" Arrow whispered as he speared my body. "Oh God, I fucking love it. I want more, babe. I want you." Easily, he withdrew from my body and licked up the length of my throbbing cock. I felt more silky lube coat me, and I looked over my shoulder. Arrow was on his knees between my legs. The tattoos on his body were on full display, and the muscles in his stomach were contracted. His long, thick dick stood straight out from his body like a fucking trophy, and I reveled in the fact that I was the only one who'd ever been with him this way. On impulse, I spun around, took the lube from him, and poured it in my palm. I coated his cock thoroughly, jacking him, teasing him, as I did. He moaned, his body swayed, and his hands rested on my shoulders. When he was good and saturated, I lay back and widened my thighs. He stroked my dick as he positioned himself right at my entrance. The tip of his swollen head slid over the nerves, and I shuddered. He paused. "Hop?" I cracked open my eyes. "Babe. Do you want me to use a condom?" I made a sound. "Fuck no. I want you. All of you. I want your skin against my skin." He rocked against my ass. His chest rumbled with delight. The thought filtered through my sex-saturated brain. "If you want to use one, I'm cool with that too." "I don't want to," he said instantly. "Come inside me, eh?" I beckoned. He pushed in. There was a brief moment of resistance, but then my body adjusted around him, and it was like he was meant to be there. "Holy fuck," Arrow moaned, dropping his hands on either side of my waist. I chuckled, but it turned into a growl when he pushed in a little deeper. "You're so fucking tight," he panted. "You feel so goddamn good." I smiled, reaching down to grab his ass and pull him balls deep. He collapsed on my chest, and I held him to me. Between us, my dick twitched, and the need to bear down on him was intense. After a second, Arrow pushed up, gazed down at my face, and started to move. Oh, he felt amazing. the way he speared my body with the perfect amount of pressure. He moved fast and slow. He slid in deep, but pulled out until there was just his tip, only to surge back in again. His swollen, slick head slid across my prostate, and I nearly shot up off the bed. Arrow stilled, thinking he'd done something wrong, and pulled back. I grabbed his ass, shoving him deep, and rocked against him. "That's the spot, eh? Do it again." He thrust in me again, and again. I fell back, opening my mouth, but no sound came out. He started moving more furiously, pounding into me with greater force. All at once, he went deep. So deep, I felt his sack against my ass, and his hand wrapped around my cock. It only took 2 pumps before I poured out all over my own abs, moaning his name as my body shuddered with pleasure. Arrow held himself against my prostate, rocking against it every few seconds. I would shoot out more jizz, and he would use it to jerk me some more. Eventually, I collapsed, completely boneless and barely coherent against the sheets. I hadn't had sex in 5 years. 5 long years. I didn't remember it ever being this intense. "Hopper?" I gazed up, my vision slightly out of focus. Arrow released my cock and placed his palm on my thighs. "You're perfect," I murmured. "Fucking perfect." He began thrusting again, his breathing turning into short gasps. "I'm there," he rasped. I shoved my ass down on him one final time as his hot liquid filled me up. He moaned and shuddered over me, and I worked my ass, milking every ounce of pleasure out of him I could. After a few moments, he collapsed beside me with a great heave. I rolled onto my side, folded him against me, and kissed his hairline. "That was," he said, still breathing hard. "I didn't know it could be like that." "Fuck, I didn't either." "Really?" he asked, his breath calming. "You liked it?" I laughed. "You have to ask." He ducked his head into my chest, and I hugged him tighter. The self-conscious way he got sometimes only made me more determined to protect him, shield him, to take care of him. My chest was tight, my heart overfull, and yeah, I was fucking satisfied as hell. "Hey, Arrow," I began, and he lifted up his face. Unable to stop myself, I kissed his lips. "I know I was your first, but I just want to make it clear I'm your only. No one else is allowed to have this. Have you." He grinned and tucked his face back into my chest. "I can live with that." My chin rested on top of his head, and I sighed. I knew we needed to go shower, but I was in no hurry to move. I was too satiated, too comfortable. Instead, I began rubbing his back, stroking his skin, and running my fingers down his arm covered in tattoos. A long sigh moved through him, and I kept stroking. My palm slid over his forearm, down to his wrist. I lifted it, leaned down, and kissed his palm, trailing my lips over the inside of his wrist. The raised scars there bumped against my lips. I pulled back, gazed at them, and rubbed my thumb over the old wounds. He stiffened as I touched them, but didn't pull away. I caressed them again, wanting to ask where he got them, but not wanting to intrude upon this moment. "I tried to kill myself," he said, avoiding my stare. "It wasn't long after. I just didn't know how to cope." I made an anguished sound, clutching him closer as part of me cried for him. God, I wished I'd been there. I wished there was something I could have done. The thought of him not being here today in my arms literally scared me. "It was only that one time," he went on. "I'm stronger now." I pulled his wrist down, pressing a kiss to each of the puckered scars. His breath hitched. "I'm so glad you kept fighting. So glad you're still here," I whispered, and kissed him again. He whispered back, "Me too." Things that make you go, WTF? John F. Kennedy's mother, Rose Kennedy, outlived her husband, 4 of her children, 3 grandchildren, 3 sons-in-law, and Jackie Kennedy before dying at the age of 104. Chapter 39. Arrow. The change in me felt permanent, solidified in the couple weeks since the GearShark interview and since the night Hop and I took things to a whole new level. Things equals we sexted it up. Not that we were totally sexed up yet, not in every way. There was still a little of that territory left unexplored, but I knew it was coming. And I wasn't scared. I anticipated it. How could I not? The look on his face every time I entered him was almost euphoric, and while I knew I had the right equipment for the job, I wasn't exactly taking all the credit. I was still kind of new, in a lot of ways still a virgin learning my way. It was clear it felt good. Better than good. Sure, TVs and magazines and just about everything in today's world sang the praises of sex, but to see it firsthand was proof. I guess I needed proof. Hop might have been the only lover I'd ever had, and according to him, would have, but I knew he was patient and caring. He moved slow when it would have been easy to go fast. He didn't push, but he showed me how to give pleasure, and even though at first the idea of that was seriously embarrassing, it really wasn't. It was hard to be embarrassed when someone was moaning because you were touching them in all the right places. I wanted to experience it. I wanted, in some ways, to prove to myself and my body that there was more than pain. I wanted to push out that memory of the night in the alley. I wasn't stupid. I knew having sex with Hopper wouldn't make me forget or change the experience. However, welcoming him inside me would mean rape wasn't my only experience. I'd been in him more than once, and when I wasn't in him, we were blowing each other. His hands got a little more exploratory on my body, and I shook less. We'd settled into a routine, not predictable at all, because fast cars were never predictable, but one I loved. We spent our days at the track or in the team garage. He worked with all the drivers, and I worked with a few other people besides him. The team was shaping up. All of Gamble's drivers were good. Most of us were really young and kind of fresh, but in the end, it would probably work in his favor. We were a clean slate for Gamble, moldable into the drivers he wanted to represent his brand. Most of us were getting sponsor offers. The logos on our cars were multiplying. And best of all, so far, no one gave me shit about being gay. I wasn't dumb enough to think they all totally approved of my lifestyle. They didn't have to, but no one was an outright asshole about it. It was made crystal clear that any of that shit wouldn't be tolerated. The big shakeup last year with Joey opened a lot of eyes and served as a giant warning to anyone who even thought about being a dick. All the drivers and staff on the speedway got along for the most part, and I was hopeful, after several months of working and driving together, we'd all build a camaraderie. I guess I did enter NASCAR at the right time. Trent and Drew paved the way for gay drivers. Joey shined a spotlight on hazing and discrimination, and GearShark constantly refused to shy away from the issues that seemed to surround our sport, making it easier for guys like me. Hop and I didn't flaunt our relationship. Everyone knew about it, but we didn't go skipping through the offices holding hands and singing love songs. We touched each other, obviously, but not in inappropriate ways, and Hopper was fair with all the drivers and didn't treat me any different. On the track, anyway. After work was another story. He pretty much stayed at my apartment. I never slept alone. We ate together, played video games together, and washed our laundry together. Sometimes I would look at him and fear would strike my heart. What would I do if I had to go back to being alone? I was alone a lot longer than Hop and I had been together, but the impact he had on my life and soul made me sometimes wonder what life had been like before him. I can't go back there. I won't. The kickoff to my first NASCAR season was rapidly approaching. Before the races officially counted, there were some fun ones on the calendar. The fans loved these for a few reasons. One, it gave them a chance to scope out new talent pre-season. Two, the races were more laid back, and some of them had a charity component. And three, they were fun. The drivers loved the warm-up, working out any bugs they might have before the season began, and of course, the money. Some of these races had some big fucking cash prizes. Like the one today, my first race as a Gamble driver. My first time on the track with my new car, which was fucking sweet, and people in the stands. $1 million was up for grabs. That would be a sweet-ass payday. I didn't necessarily hurt for money. I earned a pretty fat paycheck now, with bonuses as strong possibilities. The more I won, the more I made. But this check would be even sweeter because the cash meant even greater independence. In recent years, Jace pretty much supported me. At first, I didn't want to take his help. It felt like I was still being supported by our father, albeit indirectly. Jace still used his trust fund, and I didn't blame him for it. He knew, though, I couldn't live off what I thought of as blood money, and he started giving me a chunk of everything he earned off all the races he won. I did the mechanic work on his cars and shit to make myself feel I was at least earning some of my keep. I was grateful to my brother. Hell, without him I probably would be dead, literally, but I needed to support myself. Technically, I was doing that already, because I made more than enough to live on. I didn't need much. But still, who wouldn't want a cool mill? "Babe, your phone keeps going off," Hopper said, coming into the bedroom. He was dressed for the race already, in a pair of dark jeans and a red t-shirt with the Gamble logo on it. His NASCAR-approved fire-safe suit would be put on over his clothes after he got to the track. He wasn't wearing any shoes yet, which made me kind of smile, because he must have walked to his apartment without any to get dressed before heading back over here. No shoes, but already the red baseball hat he liked so much was backward on his head. Dark waves curled up from beneath the edges, which turned me the hell on. I tossed the towel I'd been rubbing over my wet hair on the bed and made a sound. "I'll check it in a few." Hopper crossed the room and without hesitation slipped his arms around my bare waist. "You trying to make me feel worse I missed your shower?" He pressed a kiss to the top of my shoulder. My stomach flipped. Even though he touched me a lot, and had been for over a month now, it always felt like the first time. "I'm sure I'll need another one tonight." Counting on it. We met each other halfway, locking lips as if we hadn't just been in bed together all night. Hopper's hand delved into the waistband of my boxers and gripped my ass. I shifted closer, kissing a little deeper. His fingertips flirted with my ass crack, and I shivered a little. Hopper lifted his mouth, brushing his lips across my jaw, then pulled away completely. I groaned. He chuckled. Later. With a sigh, I went to my half-empty dresser and grabbed a pair of black jeans and a red shirt similar to the one Hopper wore. "You ready for today?" he asked, watching me get dressed. I shrugged. "Ready as I'll ever be." "Hey." He stepped close again. Instantly, I stopped what I was doing and turned to him. "You're a damn good driver. Just as good, if not better, than anyone else on the team. You have an edge because you train so much with your brother and Drew. You've helped too," I added. "And I'll be there today if you need anything. All you gotta do is say the word." "Word," I echoed. His lips curved up. "I gotta head down to the track. I want to have all my shit done before I put on the headset to spot you." I nodded. "I'll be down in a few. Just gotta get dressed and shit." He gave me a swift kiss and retreated to the doorway. "Don't forget to check your noisy-ass phone," he called. When he was done, I threw on the rest of my clothes and blasted my hair with the blow-dryer. I was used to the darker blonde and cut now. When I looked in the mirror, it wasn't someone new. It was just me. Out in the kitchen, I made a cup of coffee using the fancy brew machine Joey gave me. As it was pouring into the mug, I reached for my phone, which was where I left it when I grabbed some cereal this morning. There were 3 missed calls and a text. One was from Lore. One was from a number I didn't recognize, and the other... my father. I tossed the phone down, reached for the steaming coffee, and took a big swig. I wasn't a huge fan of coffee, really. I just drank the shit because it gave me energy and because I liked the way it burned the back of my throat when I swallowed. Look, we all know I wasn't free of issues. Drinking coffee because I liked it to burn my throat was the least of them. After the first big gulp of the brew, I sipped it a little less savagely, leaned against the counter, and regarded my phone. What the fuck was he calling for? Sure, he'd called quite a few times before I moved down here, and every single time I ignored the calls. Hell, I should have changed my number like I'd planned, but Hopper walked into my life, and trivial things like my phone number just didn't seem so important anymore. Besides, he'd stopped calling. I figured he'd given up because I never answered. Guess he wasn't as good at taking a hint as I'd hoped. Why now? The coffee mug hit the counter with a thud. Who the fuck cares? I had more important shit to think about today besides my douche of a father and whatever agenda he was running. I snatched the phone, deleted the 3 missed calls, and then pulled up the text, which was from Lor. Where are you? I took one last swig of the coffee, then set the mug in the sink. On my way out of the apartment, I typed out a reply. On my way down to the track. See you in a few. I took the elevator down to the ground level, bypassed the entrance to the parking garage where my Camaro was parked, and stepped out of the building onto a wide concrete sidewalk. I could already hear the revving engines, the low rumbling of cars out in the parking lot by the main entrance, and the general excitement of today's race. I was a little earlier than I needed to be, but hey, being early wasn't a bad thing. It would just give me more time to get in the headspace to hopefully win. Or at least place. I shoved my phone in the back pocket of my jeans and headed toward the track. Living at a racetrack definitely had some advantages. A familiar white Lotus turned the corner up ahead, and I stopped walking. Lor pulled up to the curb and rolled down his window. "Don't you know how to return a phone call?" he barked. "Might want to reach around and pull the wedgie out of your ass, Lor. It's making you grouchy." He made a sound. I made one back. "I just texted you. I was on my way to find you now." "Get in. I'll drive you over." He motioned to the passenger side. "What's wrong?" I asked, totally picking up on his weird-ass vibe. Jace was a douche, and he bitched at me all the time, but this was different. Something was wrong. "Is Joey okay?" Another bad thought trampled over my chest. "Hopper?" "Hopper and Josie are fine," he promised. "Hopper's over there barking orders like he runs the place." "He does," I pointed out. Lorhaven rolled his eyes. "Whatever." I smiled. He was warming up to Hop. He just hated to admit it. He noticed me smiling and gave me the finger. Then he sobered up. "You love him, don't you?" I chewed my lower lip, then nodded. "I haven't told him," I said, low. He sighed, almost resigned. "You're happy. He's been good for you, good to you." "You have no idea," I whispered. "I'll still kill him," Jace warned. I rolled my eyes, but deep down, I really appreciated how much he cared. It meant a lot to me, and having Jace's blessing was something I really wanted. "Come on," he motioned. I got in the Lotus, and he peeled away from the curb and around the corner. The staff entrance came into sight. I liked how my brother used the staff shit, even though he wasn't employed here. That was Lorhaven, though. He did what he wanted, and in his mind, since I worked here and lived here, this place was his, too. Really? I wouldn't have it any other way. "So what's going on?" I asked. He glanced at me, and the tension in the car went off the charts. "Just so we're clear, I had no idea he was coming here. Once I realized, I told him to go fucking leave." My stomach twisted. "Who?" Lorhaven swallowed and gripped the steering wheel like he was having a hard time containing his anger. There weren't many people that pissed off my brother this much. Right before he drove through the staff entrance, I glanced up and gasped. Lorhaven followed my stare, and a string of cuss words filled the car. He slammed on his brakes, and the tires squealed before the car jerked to a halt. The man on the sidewalk stepped forward like he'd been standing there, just waiting for us to pull up. It was like a horrible flashback, or a bad case of déjà vu. Suddenly, I was transported back to what it was like to be Dylan, to feeling completely repressed, worthless, and scared. "Is this what you wanted to tell me?" I uttered to Lorhaven, still staring. Guess it was too much to ask for him to fucking listen. Sorry bastard. Lor growled. "So much for giving up. So much for taking a hint. Guess that's why my father tried to call this morning." He was here. Things that make you go, WTF? The Romans used to make toothpaste from urine. Chapter 40. Hopper. I was fucking busy, getting a team of drivers ready to go, following protocol, blah blah blah. Wasn't something that could be done in 5 seconds flat. I didn't mind it really. I liked my job, but something felt off. I glanced at my cell, noting the time. Later than I realized. Forgetting my clipboard and the people standing around, I craned my neck, sweeping around for the familiar blonde head. He should have been here by now, but I didn't see him anywhere. Where the hell is Arrow? Things that make you go, WTF? Michelangelo died in 1564, the same year that Shakespeare was born. Chapter 41. Arrow. What the hell is he doing here? I said, low, still staring through the window. I don't have a fucking clue. Didn't give him the chance to tell me, I just told him to leave. Lorhaven replied. Stay here, Lorhaven said when I didn't reply. This time he'll do what the fuck I told him to do. Wait, I said suddenly, out of the weird stillness that had overcome me, and grabbed Jace's arm. He glanced around, concern darkening his already deep stare. You don't have to deal with this. Yeah, I do, I said. This is my fight. He started to argue, and I made a hard sound. No, Lore, he's here for me. I've been dodging him for a long time now. I'm not running anymore. You have a race, Jace protested. This isn't the time. Yeah? I scoffed. Added to the long fucking list of shit I never had any say in. My brother sucked in a breath. Arrow. I wasn't about to sit and debate any longer. Instead, I got out of the car with confidence I didn't feel and shut the door firmly behind. What are you doing here? I snapped. Sullivan acted as if there wasn't a huge rift between us, like he didn't disown me several years past. Dylan, he said, so good to see you. My name is Arrow now, which I'm sure you know. He inclined his head. Yes, I had heard. I guess some habits are hard to break. That's why you're here, I intoned. Have an itch to try and control someone? Behind us, the door on Lorhaven's side slammed shut. I told you to fucking leave. And I told you I'm here to see Arrow, Sullivan said. He has a race. You have no right to show up here, Jace ragged. My father looked about the same. Same formal business suit, same hair, same posture and demeanor. He stood in such a way it always appeared he was looking down on everyone else. All the old feelings of not being good enough and playing a part came rushing back. Well, we could have done this another time and place, but no one will return my phone calls. Jace laughed bitterly. I knew it was the sound of him getting ready to tear into the old man. I held out a hand to him, staring straight at my father. What do you want? He seemed a little surprised at the direct, focused way I stared him down, the way I just told Jace to shut it with a single gesture and spoke for myself. I might have had a lot of old feelings running wild inside me, but I wasn't the same. I read your interview with GearShark, Sullivan said. My face twisted. How? It's not on the stands yet. I haven't even read it. I have a connection at that magazine. They sent me an early copy. Jace made a sound. You bribing people at magazines now? That issue hasn't even gone to print. Sullivan shrugged one shoulder. I was proud. I wanted to be the first to read my son's big interview. You mean the son you disowned? I said, cold. If you had answered any of the multiple calls I made or contacted me as I asked your brother to do, you would know I wanted to apologize for that misfortunate understanding. I made a choked sound. Misfortunate understanding? You mean the fact that you paid some skank 10 grand to have sex with me while you sat in another room and watched? That misunderstanding? Jace made an outraged sound. Oops. Guess I didn't mention some of the details to him. Or maybe the misunderstanding when you took away my home, my money, my car, and tried to bribe me to be exactly what you wanted in order to earn it back. I've come to apologize, not to rehash it all, he said, hard. Guess the old man was starting to get frustrated. Maybe the picture I painted looked dirty, even to him. Saying sorry doesn't change anything, I intoned. I know that, Sullivan relented. That's why I'm giving you back access to your trust fund, and I'd like to sponsor you in a major way with NASCAR. Perhaps you might like to do some endorsements for some of the companies I own as well. Jace started laughing. The sound was momentarily drowned out by a car driving through the staff entrance. Are you fucking kidding me? Jace raged. What the fuck is this, a bribe? Why now, Dad? Why show up at a race with all these pretty offers? You wouldn't answer my calls, so I decided to come watch your race. Try and make things right. I tilted my head. What's in it for you? Sullivan's eyes widened. What? What do you get out of this new relationship with the son you've had no use for? Jace leaned over. Good one, bro. I don't get anything out of it but the ability to see my son succeed. No fucking way. Sullivan Lorhaven doesn't do anything unless it benefits him. Jace scoffed. Sullivan started bitching at Jace, but I didn't hear his words. I just stood there, as my brother and father argued, staring at the men who basically gave my life a one-way ticket to hell. Except I got out, and I wasn't fucking going back. You read my interview, I said. Both men shut up and looked at me. Sullivan cleared his throat. Yes, I did. I was very impressed. Impressed by me or the fact that NASCAR is? I beg your pardon? He sniffed. I straightened and regarded him in a way I hoped made him feel like I was staring down at him. You don't like me. In fact, I still disgust you. I can see it in your face. That's not true, he spat. I'm in a relationship with another man, I announced. We live together. Technically we didn't, but he didn't need to know that. I'm aware, he said, distaste coating his tongue. Ah, that's right, the article, I mused. Be careful, Sully. Your true colors are showing. He started to argue once again, and I flashed a cold, hard look right at him. He shut up. I've been dodging your pathetic phone calls for almost a year. You never pushed. You never tried to see me. You just called so you could tell yourself you attempted to patch things up with me, and I was the one who ruined it. It was just a way to assuage your conscience, but I have to admit, I'm surprised you have one at all. Lorhaven shifted closer and crossed his arms over his chest. I glanced at him, and he nodded in full support. But now, out of the blue, here you are. Just happens to be my first preseason race, right on the heels of a nationwide exclusive interview announcing I've signed with NASCAR, an interview you bribed someone to read early. What is your point? Sullivan snapped. My point is, you still despise me. My lifestyle still appalls you, but everyone else is accepting it. NASCAR signed me. I have big sponsors lined up, interviews booked. No one cares I'm gay. If anything, the fact that I'm out of the closet and willing to be one of the first openly gay drivers in the pros works in my favor. Sullivan shifted uncomfortably. Strange world we live in, huh, Dad? Society is changing. Diversity is becoming key in marketing, business, and getting big approval ratings from consumers. Way I see it, you want everyone to think we have a fantastic relationship. Sullivan Lorhaven, proud father of the first gay pro driver. You want your name on my car, on my suit. You want me to say how fucking great you are in all my interviews. Because if I tell people what you're really like, well, that's gonna hurt the name you've built. You sick son of a bitch, Lorhaven growled. Sullivan shook his head sadly, but it was a lie. I saw the truth deep in his eyes. He couldn't hide it from me anymore. I saw who he really was. I know I hurt you, Arrow. And for that I'm sorry. I have made terrible mistakes. I'm here because I want to make up for them. I want to rebuild our relationship. I laughed. Go to hell. Sullivan stepped toward me. Jace leapt forward, putting a restraining hand on him. "You said your piece. Arrow said no, now leave." My father stepped back. I could tell he was utterly surprised. He was expecting Dylan today, the kid who used to want so badly to have his approval, to be the son he wanted. "Come on," Jace said. "You have a race." I shook off the sadness barreling toward me and headed for the car. Before I could get in, I felt a hand wrap around my wrist. "Son." I glanced around, snatching my arm out of his hold. "Don't touch me." He drew back. "Just think about it," he implored. "I really do want to make it up to you. I'm proud of you, son, of everything you've accomplished." I shut my eyes. How many years had I longed to hear him say he was proud of me? So many I lost count. The thought to give him a second chance crept into my mind. "Hey," Jay said from inside the car. I blinked. Sullivan nodded, as if he knew what I was feeling. "Think about it." I got in the car and slammed the door between us. Jay sped away before I even settled back into the seat. "Hey." I turned to look at my brother. "That was fucking epic. Surprised the shit out of the old douche. You handled him well." I grunted and glanced out the window. If it had been so epic, and if I had done so well, why the fuck did I feel so shitty? Things that make you go, WTF? Cigarettes are the most traded item on the planet. Chapter 42. Hopper. I was just about to go searching when I saw him. I tucked away the phone pressed against my ear and started forward. Someone called my name, but I waved them off. Arrow saw me heading his way. His footsteps stuttered. Something was wrong. I knew it instantly. Lorhaven was right beside him, but I didn't even glance at him. All my focus was on Arrow. My steps quickened, and when I was close enough, I said, "What happened?" Arrow seemed a little pale, though he stood tall. When he didn't answer, I glanced at Lorhaven. He was staring between us like he wasn't sure if he should say anything. "Would you mind heading over to Arrow's pit, light a fire under their asses, and make sure they're doing their jobs?" I asked. Lorhaven nodded. "Sure." But before he left, he spoke to Arrow. "You need me to stay?" "No." Lorhaven gave me a short glance before heading in the direction of the pit. It was perfectly organized, and his crew was working hard. I'd already seen to it, but I wanted a minute with A. "Babe," I said softly, moving closer to his side. He gestured with his head toward the locker room door, so I followed him inside. After he quickly made sure it was empty, he regarded me with more of a naked stare. The pain was there. The way he appeared haunted was oddly familiar. I had worn the same look many times. "My father is here," he said, slapping me with some unexpected shit. "What?" I said, trying to get my brain to catch up. A nodded. "Guess I should have answered my phone. Maybe I would have had a warning or warned him off." My eyes widened. "Wait, he's here, like at the track?" He was standing outside the staff entrance when Laura and I drove up. I ran a hand over my face. My fingers smelled like oil and gasoline. "You talked to him?" Arrow nodded miserably. I crossed the room swiftly and yanked him against me. He ducked his face into my neck, and I pressed my cheek on top of his head. That fucker put him through the ringer. He damaged him beyond repair, and he showed up now? Just as Arrow was starting to discover he could have a life, one that made him happy? White-hot rage started in my toes and moved up like flickering flames through my limbs until it reached my chest and muffled my breathing. I hadn't felt anger like this since Matt was killed. Since Matt was run off the road by jealous, selfish assholes. The only difference between then and now was back then, I was also so broken with grief, the anger came second. Now, I was just fucking pissed off. "What did he say to you?" I demanded, but rubbed his back carefully. Arrow pulled back and sniffed. "Not much. I did most of the talking." I tilted my head and waited to hear what else he would say. I didn't have to wait long. He fucking thinks he can just waltz back into my life and offer me a stack of money, a sponsorship, and a new relationship, and I'll just pretend he didn't drive me to hell and drop me there. I blinked. He wants a relationship? Arrow laughed, hollow. He wants to use me. Because you're with NASCAR now, I surmised, getting even more pissed. I told him to go to hell. He still hates me. He just has a new use for me now. My chest cracked. The misery beneath the anger in his words was unmistakable. I understood because some pain was almost impossible to let go. Fuck him, I announced. Fuck him and the subpar car he rode in on. Arrow laughed. I stepped close, grabbing the front of his t-shirt. He hurt you, abandoned you. He doesn't deserve you. Arrow lifted his chin and stared into my eyes. That peckerhead took a lot from you in the past, but he can't touch your future. He can't touch you here and now. You told him to go to hell. You were the one in control today. Don't give him any more time, babe. Focus on the here and now. Focus on me and the race. He leaned in and kissed me fiercely. Our tongues battled it out, and he walked a few steps so I was pinned between him and the lockers. After a few moments of unbridled making out, he lifted his head. Thank you. I smiled. Don't thank me, I didn't do anything. You're here, and I'll be here after the race, and tomorrow, and the day after that. He looked like he was about to say something, but across the room, the door cracked open, and Lorhaven yelled in, Get your asses out here. You gonna be okay to drive today? I asked, concerned. The last thing he needed was this shit in his head before he competed. He nodded. Yeah, I'm ready. Show him who's boss out there, babe. I smacked him on the ass. Spank it, A joked. Don't tempt me, I murmured as we went toward the door. His chuckle floated behind him. Outside, Lorhaven was waiting with a scowl on his face. Took you assholes long enough. Sorry, Arrow muttered. Lorhaven slapped him on the back. It's cool, bro. He gave me a probing stare, and I nodded. A look of relief washed over his features, and he flung an arm across Arrow's shoulders. Your crew is looking pretty good, he said as we walked toward the pit. They know what they're doing, Jace. Well, I had to make sure. Not every day my little bro drives for $1 million. As we passed a section of the stands on our way toward pit row, someone shouted Arrow's name. It was another dude, so naturally my instincts roared with jealousy. Arrow, he called deep. Arrow! I know we said we were low-key in public, babe, but I will go low-key punch an asshole in the face if he's hitting on you. I growled and turned around. Arrow and Jace weren't amused by my funny but all-too-true threat. In fact, they weren't even looking at me. Instead, they were both rigid and staring up at the stands. I followed their eyes to a man in a full business suit, a coat, and red scarf. He was an older man, and frankly, I was surprised he had the balls to hit on my man right here. Good luck today, son, the man yelled. I jerked like he'd fired a gun. Is that your dad? I snapped. I'm rooting for you. He waved and smiled. The people around him were watching and curious. Lorhaven gave him the finger. Arrow just turned and walked away. I stood there a few seconds longer and stared with narrow focus on the asshole until he couldn't ignore me any longer. Our eyes met. He knew who I was. He knew it instantly because he could likely feel the hate rolling in great tidal waves right off me. His eyes flashed. All the fake friendliness and excitement for his son's first race dropped to reveal his true sentiments. He hated me, too. He hated the fact I was dating his son. That's okay. I hated him a hell of a lot more. I put my back to him, refusing to give him a single second more of my attention, and jogged to catch up to Arrow and Hopper. I slipped right up to A's side and slid my hand into his. He gripped onto my fingers, and I held tight. In the pit, no one reacted to us holding hands. They never did. It wasn't the first time we did, and it wouldn't be the last. I was serious when I held that staff meeting about being tolerant and accepting. Arrow had already gone through enough intolerance and bigotry for 3 gay men in his lifetime, and I was seriously putting my foot down about this shit. It wouldn't happen. Not now, not ever. Could I stop people from feeling the way they did? Nope. Could I keep them away from Arrow and the life we had? I could fucking try. He needed to live in a world where it was okay to be himself. My most important goal was to create as much of that around us as possible. The start of the race was closing in on us, and I had some last-minute manager shit to handle, so I left A with Lore, Joey, Drew, and Trent, promising to be back in plenty of time for us all to take position. I was glad all his family was here. He needed all the support he could get today. As I headed back over to him, I watched how all 4 people surrounded Arrow, how they closed ranks around him to keep out anything negative. They looked like a mini gang standing right there in the matching ugly-ass fire suits. I miss that. I miss family. I had a big family once. I pushed them all away. I was starting to think maybe it was time to reach out. It would be nice to have that relationship back, to have people who were always there. I wondered if they would still speak to me, or if they had written me off by now. I took a moment to imagine what it would be like to bring Arrow back home, what it would be like to visit Seattle with him and show him all my old haunts. The familiar ache, when I thought of home, resurfaced, but instead of letting it shut me down, I embraced it. I allowed myself to feel the loss of Matt and my entire family. My parents would love Arrow. My sisters would want to do his hair, and my nieces and nephews would probably try and copy his grungy style right down to the high tops he wore. There would be a loud family dinner with too much food, and they'd probably tease him about looking like Justin Bieber. Not only would I get my family back, but he would get one as well. I wanted that for him. For me. He looked through the people circling him and saw me heading his way and smiled. My chest squeezed and I smiled back. I was looking at my future, my true infinity. Even though in my head it hurt to recognize, my heart whispered it unapologetically. Someone had never felt so right. The group parted and I stepped beside Arrow. From the side, my headset was being handed to me and I glanced up at Trent. He smiled. It was like he knew. He knew what I was thinking. "You're a part of us now, too," he said quietly. I took the headset and put it over my hat. "Thanks," I said, because I didn't know what else to say. "All right," I called. "Positions!" Everyone backed off, but didn't go far. The pit was going to be pretty full this race. Arrow was gazing off in the direction of the stands, where the man I now refer to as the fucker was last seen. I grabbed his chin and pulled his face around. "Don't think about him right now. Right now, it's the race. Divided attention is dangerous." His eyes locked on mine. "I'm here." "You sure?" I asked. He nodded. "Let's do this." And just like that, the race was on. Things that make you go, WTF? Each year, 100 people choke to death on pens. Chapter 43. Arrow. Laps flew by. The faster I went, the more of a blur everything around me became. I relished the feeling, the freedom. Maybe I felt a little out of control. Maybe that was why I drove a little less cautiously than usual, but it was working. I wasn't far behind the car in first place. We had several more laps to go, so it was possible I could move up a few more places. That was goal. Show everyone watching, everyone who ever thought I couldn't do this, that I not only could, but I would. Screw you, Sullivan. In a sick way, I wanted to win, not just for me, but to stick it to him. Make him regret he never saw my value before other people he considered worthy did. "Babe, you are magic on the track today." Hopper's voice filled my ear. I grinned while keeping my eyes on the road. Everything was a blur, but his voice was crystal clear. I gave a loud whoop, and he laughed. "Someone's coming up on your right. They've been wanting to make a move. They want around you." "Got it," I answered, and slid over just enough to keep them back. "Nice," he said, and I could tell he was already calculating. "After the next curve, on the straightaway, punch it. It's a good time to try and pass up a couple. Close in on the front of the pack." "I'll start before I'm out of the curve, so I'm not expected," I said, already running through the maneuver in my head. "That could work." "Of course it will," I said, confident. His warm chuckle filled my head. "I like your voice in my ear. I'm thinking that may not be all I've got in you later tonight." I groaned. "Don't distract me." "Right," he murmured. "All right, get yourself into a position. Coming up to the curve. Watch your back right end, that guy's still hungry." I settled into the seat, ready to try and lap some cars. Hey, Hopper said. "Hold off on the pass. The car several ahead looks like its tire is going to go." It did look a little wonky. That was the consequence of pushing to stay in the lead and not stopping in the pit. "He's pretty far up on the other side. I can lap a couple cars and still stay off his ass." "Hang back just a minute," Hopper repeated. Impatience made my fingers shake. My knee bounced up and down rapidly. I wanted this lead. I wanted to shove a win down my father's throat. I wanted to prove to myself that despite him showing up, I could win anyway. As much as I tried to keep him out, he was in my head. I shoved him back only to have him reappear. The way he looked today, the words he said, I tried to remind myself I wasn't a teenager. He wasn't in charge of my life. I was my own man, and nothing he said had to affect me anymore. As I drove, I glanced up into the crowd that was nothing but a streak of colors as I tore around the track. I imagined him sitting on the stands, telling everyone around him his son was driving today. He pissed me off. How dare he come here? How dare he try and take away my first race? I channeled the anger trying to consume me into my driving, into the gas pedal. "I'm going for it," I told Hopper. In seconds, I whipped around the car in front of me and closed in on the next. I smiled to myself as the possibility of placing in this race became closer. Up ahead, a loud sound exploded. I heard it over the engine, over the other cars around me, and even the crowd in the stands. Through the windshield, I watched the car with a now blown tire swerve erratically and take out the car in front of it. He flipped up into the air, soaring over the car he hit, and slammed onto the track to roll into the shoulder, leaving parts littering the pavement behind. The car that had taken the first hit struggled to remain in control, and he began spinning. The car in front of me slammed into it, and then the car dogging my back right side appeared out of nowhere on the other side and sped around me like it was going to somehow maneuver through the wreckage. "Brake!" Hopper yelled in my ear. "Fucking pile up, get the hell away from it." I backed off the gas, driving across the track, trying to avoid the mess. But the mess followed. The asshole driver behind me, who was now in front, hit a piece of debris, skittering out of control, and slammed into another wrecked car, spinning straight toward me. Hopper was screaming in my ear, but I didn't hear what he was saying. Everything slowed into a painfully clear picture. I swerved the wheel, trying to avoid what I knew was coming. My car groaned, trying to comply with my urgent demands. The impact was instant. The sounds of shattering glass filled the cabin, and the smell of burning engines, rubber, and fuel wafted inside. It went by in a blink. 1 minute I was on one side of the track, the next I was on the other, my car part of a pileup I was trying to avoid. "Jesus Christ," Hopper rasped, horror in his voice. "Brace yourself, Arrow. Fucking hold on." I glanced up when he said those chilling words as another car tried to stop, but failed and slammed right into my side. My head rocked on my shoulders, the helmet banging against the interior safety bars, and my body screamed. More sounds of groaning metal and more jostling vibrated the metal around me. My helmet smacked the bar again, and everything went quiet. Things that make you go, WTF? The average internet speed in the US is half of Korea's. The US doesn't even rank in the top 10 among countries. Chapter 44. Hopper. My heart stopped. 1 beat, 2. Not again. Not fucking again. 1 minute, everything was fine. The next, I witnessed firsthand my worst nightmare literally crashing my life. "Arrow!" I roared as cars piled on top of one another, and he somehow got caught in the jumble. It was a true clusterfuck out there, hard to tell where the wreckage began and where it ended. Still, some cars that had been far enough back to avoid it cruised on past. The ones ahead still circled the track. The crash was bad enough I knew a red flag was about to be thrown down, halting everyone on the track, involved in the crash or not. "Arrow!" I demanded into the mic. I needed to hear his voice. "Just let me hear your voice." Radio silence greeted me. My breathing hitched and I started to wheeze. I stared out at the crash, where responders were already on their way. I couldn't leave his life in someone else's hands. I couldn't stand here and wait. I couldn't go back to that morgue. I glanced around furiously. The need to run pulsed through my body. I needed to get there faster than my legs could go. He needed me now. Then I saw it. The motorcycle sitting nearby, likely one of the crew's. I didn't even think. I ran toward it, leapt on the seat and fired it up. It rumbled beneath me in a way my body recognized as familiar, but my brain didn't even register. I tore off across the track, not stopping for any of the cars. I didn't even pay them any mind. I heard a few wheels squealing as I ripped over the ground, but I didn't look back. Not even when I saw the red flag come waving. I wasn't getting off this track. Not without Arrow. I stared straight ahead, trying to clear my blurring vision as I searched for him in the wreckage. The bike hit some dirt and grass. Chunks flew up and the back end tried to fishtail, but I forced control, dodging some debris and buzzed around a car that had already been abandoned. Flashing lights and sirens were all around, and then the loud, intrusive sound of a fire truck cut through it all. I glanced up as it pulled to a stop right beside the worst of the pileup. I revved the bike and scanned the cars. When I spotted the hood of Arrow's car, I skidded around another car and jerked the bike to a stop. "We need the hose!" the fire crew yelled, and a rush of heat from the flames nearby hit me in the face. One of the cars was on fire. The shit around it was catching, moving down the line, right for Arrow's car. "Please don't die," I prayed, leaping over the hood of a demolished vehicle. "I'm not going anywhere." His voice crackled in my ear. "Thank Christ, Arrow." My voice wobbled as I rushed forward. His window was busted and the windshield was cracked. Inside the car, he was moving, struggling with something. I reached into the window, ignoring the jagged glass, and grabbed him. "I'm fucking stuck," he said, tugging on the harness that was doing too good a job of keeping him in. "Call one of the responders to cut this thing off." I glanced over, noting the flames still growing, and sweat broke out between my shoulder blades. I wasn't leaving his safety to anyone else. Fuck that shit. I reached into my fire suit and produced a pocket knife with a sharpened blade. The harness gave way to my blade, and despite my trembling hands, I cut through the restraint in seconds. Arrow shoved it all off and started to hoist himself out the window. Impatient and half out of my mind, I practically climbed in the window, grabbed him beneath the shoulder, and hauled him out myself. Before his feet even hit the pavement, I yelled, "Fire, move!" He started to scramble up to run, but I dragged him back, half carrying him from the wreck. "Hopper," Arrow demanded, but I kept going, dragging him. "Hop!" he yelled again. "I'm okay. We're safe." I glanced up, realizing we were out on the grass, away from the fire, the crash, and all the danger. I gasped in relief and nearly stumbled. Arrow caught me and righted us both. I was wheezing again, my vision foggy and my heart about to burst from my chest. "Hey," he said. I knew he spoke softly, but because our headsets were still on, his voice was right in my ear. "I'm okay. You're okay. Everything's okay." A choked sound ripped from my throat, and the urge to barf right the fuck there was so strong I gagged. Arrow made a sound and ripped off the helmet he was wearing, then his gloves. "You almost fucking died," I rasped. "I can't go through that again." "Hop." Arrow spoke firmly, the voice of reason amid the fucking meltdown inside me. His palms surrounded my face, pulling my gaze up so I could focus on his face. He was sweaty and red, but he was whole and unhurt. A sob broke out of my chest. "I'm right here," he said. "You helped me get out of the car. I'm safe." I heard his words. I tried to digest them. God, I was fucking tired. I was spiraling. I was splintering. I was getting lost again. He shook me gently, but hard enough to snap my attention back to his face. "I love you, Hop. Stay here. Stay with me." He pressed his forehead to mine. "I love you." Just like that, my world came rushing back. His face came into focus, and his words, they saved me. I lunged forward and kissed him hard and deep. He still held my face, but it turned more into a cradle. I wrapped my arms around his waist, pressing my hands against his upper back. I kissed him like he was oxygen, like he was the last meal I'd ever have. I kissed him not with just my lips and tongue, but with my heart and soul. He loved me. I pulled back just barely. His hands tightened on my face. "I love you," I said, then fused our lips together once more. He groaned and wrapped both arms around my shoulders, holding me so tight it almost hurt. God damn, I reveled in his strength, in his touch, in the feel of his heart hammering against my chest. He was alive. He was here. He was mine. "Arrow!" someone yelled. I clutched at him. He drew back slowly but kept my body close. I dropped my face into his shoulder because there was so much going on inside me I was afraid to look up. "I'm okay," Arrow said over my head. "Just got caught in the pileup." "You're not hurt at all?" It was Lorhaven. He'd come out here too. Of course he would. He loved Arrow too. But not as much as me. "No, I'm fine." "You need to get looked at," he said. I felt him reach for A. Without lifting my head, my arm shot out, catching Lorhaven by the wrist, the fabric of his fire suit under my fingers slightly rough. Arrow's body and the arm beneath my hold tensed. Slowly, I lifted my head, turning to glare at Lorhaven. "Don't fucking touch him." Lorhaven dropped his arm. Arrow rubbed up my back with his palm and leaned so close his lips brushed my ear. "I love you." A shiver ran up my spine. Those words were my lifeline right now. They were my entire world. They grounded me, but they also set me free. "We need to get you off the track and check you out." One of the responders jogged over and gestured to his truck. Arrow nodded. "Yeah, we're coming." He pulled back a little, but linked our hands. "Come on, Hop. We gotta get off the field." The three of us walked to the vehicle that would transport us to the pit, but before they did, they insisted Arrow be checked out by a few EMTs. I hovered while they did everything they needed to do, and I asked more questions than Arrow. I was starting to come down off the panic, and my limbs felt heavy, my knees weak. As Arrow was finishing up, Lorhaven called to me. I blew out a breath and walked over, glancing back once or twice. I stopped in front of him, figuring he was going to ask me for an update on his brother. He didn't say anything at first. Instead, he stuck out his hand between us. I glanced between him and his hand, then finally surrendered mine. He shook my hand firmly, and I tried to return the pressure. "Welcome to the family," he said. "You changed your mind about me?" I asked. He shook his head. "You changed my mind about you. You didn't even fucking think. You stole a bike and fucking drove like a bat out of hell through a bunch of wreckage. All to get my brother." "I can't lose him," I said, that fear punching me again. "You won't. Welcome to the family." "Thanks," I said. I knew this was a big moment. Hell, I thought Lorhaven would never accept me, and most days, I didn't even blame him for it. I couldn't fully bask in his sudden approval, though, because I was still trying to make sense of everything that happened. Arrow yelled, and I spun. He waved us to the vehicle so we could be taken back to the pit. I sat as close to him on the ride as I could, squeezing his fingers probably too tight, but he didn't complain. Before we stepped into the pit, Era put his back toward the waiting crowd and blocked me from everything but him. "I'm sorry I scared you," he said sincerely. "You really fucking did," I admitted, shaky. He made a sound. "I know, babe." He used the name I reserved for him. "I'm okay, though." I nodded, and he took my hand as we were swallowed by the crew. Thank fuck Era was okay. But after that crash, I wasn't sure I was. Things that make you go, WTF? A snail can sleep up to 3 years. Chapter 45. Arrow. I'd seen Hopper like this before. I didn't like it, but I understood it. It seemed both of us were cursed with the past today. The baggage we usually dragged around was dragging us instead. First me with my father, and the reminders I couldn't shake. Then Hopper watching me crash while he stood by feeling powerless. I knew about pain and closing myself off. I knew about a lot of shit. But trying to understand what Hop went through today was something I didn't know. I could imagine. Fuck, the mere thought of anything happening to him made me sick. But experiencing it? Finally moving on after over 5 years and then watching something similar again? It made what I experienced with my father feel like something that wasn't even important. It seemed to take forever for us to break away from the track. There was so much shit that went with racing besides a car. Eventually, I got pissed enough and tired enough of watching Hopper fight it all back so he could just appear normal and partly dragged him home. We left Lorhaven, Joey, Trent, and Drew to deal with it all, something they were more than capable of doing. I opened the door to the apartment and practically ran in. The second Hopper crossed the threshold, I shut the door and locked it behind us. He pulled the hat off his head and tossed it across the room, and I kicked off my shoes. I grabbed 2 long necks out of the fridge, popped the tops, and took one over to where he stood by the window. He drank half the bottle, then leaned his head against the glass and shut his eyes. The morgue is the most silent place I've ever been. It's devoid of life, even the people who are still breathing. "Hopper," I whispered. A severe ache bloomed in the center of my chest. I was unconscious for a little while after, but when I woke up I went there. The last time I ever saw Matt was when he was lying in the morgue. I took his beer and set both aside. Without any hesitation, I moved up behind him, wrapped my arms around his middle, and pressed my chest along his back. My chin rested against his shoulder, and for long moments we just stood there, not saying a word. I got on a bike today. Didn't even think twice, and didn't even realize what I'd done till later. The last time I'd been on a bike was when I tried to save Matt. This time I was trying to save you. "Don't do this to yourself, Hopper," I practically begged, even though I knew it wouldn't stop him. I knew all too well how easy it was to torture yourself. I keep seeing the crash, how your car went into one and then the other T-boned you. "It was my fault," I murmured, stroking his stomach. I let myself get distracted. I let him get the best of me for a split second. "You could have died." I didn't. Hopper's back arched, pressing farther against my chest with his indrawn breath. He was shaking. "I don't think I can do this." I stilled. "Do what?" "Us." Remember that beating I took a few years ago? That's sort of what this felt like. I pulled back, paced away, then turned back. "You can't do this." He pushed off the window and turned. His eyes were bleak and pale, his posture defeated. I'd never lived through something like that a second time. I love you," I said, rough. "I love you too. It's why I can't." He sounded miserable, looked miserable. I was miserable too. It took me so long to get here, to find him. Now he just wanted me to give that up? Maybe the old me would have run back to my place, behind the fences with all the locks. Maybe I would have turned to Lorhaven and let him be the strong one. I admit it was tempting. Tempting to be rejected, to retreat and lick my wounds. No. I wasn't that person anymore. I might still have those urges, but I was stronger than that. I was better. I was going to fight for what I wanted. As someone once told me, I needed to man up. "I'm so fucking sorry," he said. "I should have realized this sooner. I should have known trying to be with someone who drove, who could potentially die every time he got on the track, would be a deal breaker. Do you know 100 people die every year from choking on a pen?" I caught him off guard. Some of the freak-out and misery left his eyes. He shook his head as if he wasn't sure he heard me right. "What?" I nodded. "I read it online. It must be true." He made a sound, a laugh and groan all rolled into one. I held up my hand. I could get hit by a bus, choke on a pen, fall and hit my head in the shower. There are a million ways I could die. Yeah, my job increases the risks, but I'm still vulnerable. Everyone is. He squeezed his eyes closed and pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger. "I know that. I can't do it again." I finally opened up to someone, finally let my heart go, and he was trying to walk away with it. "So walking away from me and living alone will be easier?" "Yes." "No." He spun away. "Fuck." I don't know how much love you had in your life before Matt, like with family and shit, and I honestly'd like to know about it someday, if you'd let me. But I can tell you from the experience of not having much love, having love on my conditions my entire life, it sucks. It eats away at your self-worth, at your very core. I did okay, though. Know why? I didn't know any better. He glanced around. His piercing eyes found mine. You showed me better. You showed me love, and now you want to just take it away? My voice cracked, and I told myself to knock it the fuck off. He stepped toward me, but stopped. The instinct to shield me from pain, even pain he caused, was still an automatic reaction. Hopper didn't want this. He just didn't know what to do with all his pain and fear. "I'll give it up," I announced. His body jerked. "What?" "I'll go to gamble, ask to be released from my contract. I'll even sign a non-compete that keeps me from racing anywhere else. I'll get a job. I know a lot about cars. There's something I can do. Something that won't scare you every day of our lives." A look of awe transformed his features. "You would give up racing? For you? For us? In a heartbeat." I meant it, too. I loved racing, but I loved Hopper more. His breathing hitched. "I can't ask you to do that. That's an asshole thing to do." I flashed a smile. "You didn't ask. I decided. Guess that makes me the asshole." He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around me tight. "You are not an asshole." "Hey," I said, soft, pulling back enough to grab his hand and press it against my chest. "Feel that?" His eyes went soft. "Yeah." "Be ashamed to waste something as exclusive as my heart. You're the only one who's ever going to have it." Hopper's hand slid up, curving around the back of my neck, and he leaned in inch by inch. Our lips met timidly at first. He kissed over mine softly, barely there, as if he were trying to savor the moment. Eventually, the kiss grew deeper, our lips hungrier. The tension and adrenaline of the day started draining away and left both of us tired, but never more awake. In that moment, it seemed to me that the thing to do, when the true fragility of life reared its ugly head, was to not push away the time you had left, but embrace it. As we kissed, I pulled his shirt up and broke apart long enough to pull it over his head and toss it aside. I ran my palms over his chest, cupped his pecs, and dragged my fingertips down the center of his abs. His hands explored beneath my shirt, rubbing everywhere he could reach. I shifted so one of his thighs was between mine and sucked his lip into my mouth. He groaned as I nibbled at the full flesh, and he began tugging at my clothes. My shirt joined his somewhere on the floor, and I pushed him lightly back toward the bedroom. The blinds were still drawn, so most of the daylight was kept out. It was cooler in here because of the lack of light and movement in the space. At the side of the bed, my fingers reached for the button on his jeans, popping it open and gliding the fly down. He was already hard, already straining against his clothes. I wanted him so badly my hands shook and my eyes were blind to everything else. Hopper ripped his mouth from mine and started sucking down my neck, leaving a hot trail of moisture. I groaned and shoved his pants over his hips. He lifted his head, his blue eyes half closed as he gazed at me. I really do fucking love you. I love you too, Hop, I murmured. He gripped my chin with one hand, turned my face to the side, and then used his free hand to trace the arrow tattoo on my neck. The thick, slightly rough texture of his tongue glided across the same place, and then his lips latched onto that spot he always said taunted him. I angled my head away, giving him all the access he desired, delving my hands into the wild curls at the back of his head, and pushed him just a little bit closer. He sucked hard. It twinged with pain, but bloomed into pleasure. My ballsack tingled and my ass clenched. As he sucked and licked, I reached around, filled his ass with my palm, and squeezed. His hips pumped closer. Between us, his hard dick rubbed against me. I gave his ass a squeeze, then let my fingers delve into the crack. He jolted a little, lifting his mouth in surprise, but when my fingertip brushed over the sensitive nerves, he moaned and started sucking my neck again. Sex with him was addicting, but never so much as it was now. I couldn't even think straight. All I could do was feel. When I released the back of his head, he lifted his mouth, puffy and red. He held my gaze as he reached for my pants, unbuckled them, and pushed them to the floor. The second we were both standing before each other, completely naked, Hopper reached between us, grabbed our dicks in his one hand, and started jacking us at the same time. I swayed a little on my feet, then reached down to wrap my hand around his. Our lips fused together again. Our tongues fucked each other's mouths while we both stroked each other. Silky liquid wept out of the tips, and I used it to enhance the pleasure and slip my hand up and down Hopper's rod. He did the same with me, and soon we couldn't keep up the kiss because we were stroking each other so hard we were both gasping for breath. I pulled back first. His dick sprang away from his body and pointed at me. I licked my lips, pushing him back onto the bed. He spread out on his back, hands at his sides. I climbed between his legs and lowered my mouth. I sucked him deep all the way until my mouth hit his balls. I clamped my lips tight and slowly dragged back, releasing him little by little. The head of his cock glistened with my spit and his pre-cum when I finally let him go. He reached for me, but I shook my head and sucked one of his balls into my mouth, then moved to the other. As I played with his sack, my fingers dragged down his taint, then circled around the puckered hole, and he shuddered. I leaned over to latch onto his inner thigh and sucked deep. A breath hissed between his teeth, and I gently probed at his hole. "Jesus," he murmured, and I smiled. I lifted my head and crawled up his body to straddle his waist. I reached behind me, grabbed his throbbing dick, and laid it against my crack. His eyes shot open and stared at me. I smiled and continued to slide it along my slit. Gently, I started rocking against his body, and he wrapped a hand around my cock, which was hard and begging. Using his thumb, he spread the leaking fluid all over my head, and then gave the tip a squeeze. I shuddered and leaned forward to suck one of his nipples into my mouth. Hopper's fingers clung to my back as I sucked, then moved to the other. His hips pumped upward, and I rocked against him. His hands slid down, cupping my ass cheeks, and I wiggled against his palms. He looked at me. I felt the question in his gaze. I wiggled my ass again. "Touch me." His fingers delved between my crack, slowly, exploring everything. It wasn't the first time he touched me there, but he always made sure I was okay with it, and he never got too bold. This time, when his finger grazed the sensitive hole, I groaned and pushed back against him. He paused, then stroked the area again. I was draped over his chest, My cock was hard between us, so I moved, rubbing it against his chest, and he stroked again. I growled and whispered his name. "What do you want, babe?" he whispered. I sat up, and he pulled his hand away and wrapped it around my cock instead. I leaned over to the bedside table and pulled open the drawer. Hopper's lips closed around my dick unexpectedly, and I shuddered and looked beneath me. He was deep-throating me, sucking hard, and my knees started to shake. Quickly, I reached in the drawer and pulled out what I needed, a big-ass bottle of clear lube. Hop introduced me to this stuff, and I always used more than I should when I entered him because I knew what it felt like when a body wasn't ready. He sucked me deep again, and I jerked back. He glanced up at me, question in his eyes. I held the bottle out to him, and his eyes rounded into saucers. "You don't have to do this to keep me," he vowed, caressing my cheek. "I'm not going anywhere, I promise." "I would never have let you go." I kissed him. "You have my heart. It's time you got the rest of me." His voice fell away. I saw the debate in his features. He didn't want to hurt me or bring up pain. It's already been a shitty fucking day. I held out the lube again. "So make it better," he moaned. I climbed off his lap and lay beside him, spreading my legs just enough for him to fit. He took the lube, laid it aside, and moved between my legs. "You sure you want me on top?" he murmured, picking up my hand and kissing the palm. "I'm sure." With a sigh, he stretched his long, muscled body over mine. He was wider, stronger than me, but instead of feeling I was at a disadvantage, I felt protected and secure. There was something to be said about only seeing the man you loved above you, and nothing else. I stroked his back, and he dipped his head. We kissed languidly and rubbed our dicks together. Slowly, he moved down my body to draw each nipple into his mouth and suck them into hardened, sensitive pebbles. As he kissed my chest, his hand moved down to cup my balls, then stroke my inner thigh. By the time he made it down to my waist, I was panting. We weren't new to foreplay. Fuck, I felt like every moment since he showed up at the fence was some form of foreplay between us, but I was starting to grow impatient. He chuckled like he knew and sucked my cock, working it over with his tongue and mouth until I strained against him. He pulled back, licked across my sack, and then dragged his tongue down my taint. I shivered with pleasure, but when his wide hands pushed my legs wider and settled on my thighs, the nerves broke in. He didn't move fast, though. He put his head down and stroked me with his tongue some more. The nerves around the area began to tingle, and I squirmed. One hand left me, reaching for the bottle of lube, and I lay still, listening to it open and the soft movements of Hop pouring it out on his hand. I jerked a little when he rubbed it all along my taint and crack. It was slippery and smooth. It felt good. "I'll go slow, babe, and I'll stop any time you want," he promised, his voice husky. I nodded and waited, I admit nervously, for the first penetration. After adding even more lube, I felt his finger at my entrance. Instead of jamming it right in as I expected, he caressed and made me want it. As he worked, he leaned up and drew my cock into his mouth and sucked. I groaned, and his finger sank in. My eyes opened when I realized what he'd done, but he kept sucking my cock, and his finger pumped slowly. Oh my God! I shuddered. "Babe?" His finger still inside me. "It's fucking good," I rasped. He chuckled and went back to working my hole, stretching it, teasing it. At one point, he even penetrated me with his tongue. I started moaning, gripping the sheets, and spread my legs farther when the third finger slid in. "No pain?" he asked, even adding more lube. "Just want," I panted, and wiggled against his fingers. "Almost there, babe," he crooned and started fucking me with his fingers. I grabbed my dick and started rubbing it. He pushed my hand away, and I groaned. After what felt like endless, blissful torture, he withdrew. Before climbing up my body, he coated me with even more lube and then began covering himself, I watched with half-closed eyes, then tried to push up to help stroke his dick. I didn't get very far before I fell back, all my muscles weak. He laughed, coming over me with his palms on either side of my head. "You make me feel the same way," he whispered, and kissed me soft. His body positioned between my legs, and suddenly I grew nervous. He must have felt the change, because he settled against me, delicious weight on my body. "I'll stop right now," he vowed. "This is far enough for one day. I'll suck inside me, Hop," I said, and lifted my hips. He studied my eyes, trying to find even one shred of doubt. I didn't doubt him or this decision. Sure, I was a little afraid, but it wasn't because of him. "I love you," I whispered. His eyes melted. "I love you too, babe." He kissed me, and then I felt the round tip of his cock against my ass. I watched him pull back, positioning himself right at my entrance. He looked up, and I nodded. Gently, slowly, he pushed inside. I tensed at first, feeling that overwhelming sense of pressure. "That only lasts a second," he vowed, and pushed in a little deeper. Oh, he was big. I was tight, but I felt my body stretch to accommodate him. We were both slick with lube, and he glided into me with ease. The feeling of pressure faded, and I sighed. He smiled softly and pushed a little deeper. My eyes shot open, my mouth forming a little O. He chuckled, but I noted the way his arms shook. "Is it okay?" I asked, suddenly worried maybe there was something wrong with me. Maybe the past had broken something. "Are you fucking kidding me?" He groaned and lowered to his elbows. "You are fucking perfect, Arrow." He stroked, and his eyes slid closed. "It literally doesn't get any better than you." His praise made me feel brave and hot all over. I shoved my ass down on him, and we both groaned. "Oh, fuck," I growled and wiggled. "That's the spot," he murmured and pushed deeper. His cock rubbed over a place that created chills over my entire body. He found my G-spot, and now my feet were fucking tingling. "I need to move, babe," he murmured. "Do it." Before he did, he kissed my cheek, brushing his lips over my ears. "Love you." He started to move, to pull out and push in. He wasn't rough. He moved with care, but he used enough force and pressure that my eyes rolled back in my head. Holy fuck! I had no clue. Not one clue this would ever feel this good. I mean, sure, I knew he liked it when I was inside him, but damn! He grunted, pushed deep, and hit my prostate. At the same time, his hand wrapped around my dick, and he started to pump me. I was weeping all over my abs, and he thrust in me again. I caught my breath. He squeezed my head and began rhythmically pumping my cock and into my ass. I exploded all over his hand and my own stomach before I could even warn him. It went on and on. I shuddered and jerked. My body lifted off the mattress, and I pulled a pillow over my face to muffle the sound of my loud moans. Just when I thought it was over, he would pump in me again, brush that G-spot, and more release would shoot out. "That's it, babe," he crooned. "I want it all." Oh, he had it all. He had everything. Finally, I collapsed against the mattress, completely spent. I opened my eyes, lifted the pillow, and his face filled my vision, smiling. How was it? "We're not done yet," I panted, and pushed against his still throbbing cock. He groaned and thrust in me, pulled out and thrust again. His hands ran up my chest, and I grabbed one of his hands, linking it with mine. "I'm so close," he murmured, his voice hoarse. I felt his body pull back. I squeezed his hand. "Don't even fucking think about it, Hop. In me." He grabbed my other hand so both ours were clasped and pushed them over my head, pinning me. I saw him glance down to make sure I was okay, but I would never not be okay with him. We held hands while he thrust in me twice more. I felt the jerking of his swollen head inside me, the sound of his release pronounced with a shout. I kissed his shoulder and chest while he shuddered and emptied inside me. It was the single most epic physical experience of my life. The walls this man broke down to be able to get this far, to be able to get inside me, the trust something like this required, I didn't think I'd ever be capable. I was wrong. He made it possible. Hopper was still supporting his weight, afraid to give it all for me to support. I untangled our hands, wrapped my arms around his waist, and pulled him completely against me. He turned his head into my neck and sighed. I rubbed his back, blissfully pressed into the mattress. Eventually, he pulled back, glancing between my chest and his, then down between my legs. I nodded and started to push up. "Hey," he murmured and pushed me back. I looked up. "Did I hurt you? Was it okay?" I smiled so wide all my teeth flashed. It was everything, I promised. I loved it. Relief relaxed his features. "You're going to be a little sore for a while. If it's too much," he cleared his throat, "if it reminds you of other—" I made a sound and shook my head. "Nothing about that reminds me of what happened to me. Nothing. There could never be any type of comparison." "I was really fucking worried," he admitted. I smiled. "I know. You were very thorough and very patient." His eyes turned downcast. "I'm sorry I freaked out earlier." I did my own share of freaking. "It was a bad day," he whispered. "We're gonna have those, Hop. We'll get through them. Together." He swallowed and nodded. "Together. Can you forgive me for trying to run?" "What do you think?" I scoffed, while nodding enthusiastically. He laughed. "Come on, shower. I'll wash your back." The shower was long and hot. We made out like we hadn't just had sex, and washed each other like it was foreplay. After we were both towel-dried and still naked, we climbed back in bed together. I curled up against Hopper's side. It was pretty much unspoken we wouldn't be leaving each other's side the rest of the day. "I'm thinking pizza and movies," I said, brushing my hand over his abs. "We need a TV in the bedroom," he observed. "You need to bring some clothes over from your place," I added. "You don't like me hanging out naked?" I grunted. "Fucking love it, but you ain't answering the door for the pizza man with all your equipment on display." Give the guy a little dick and the jealousy begins. "I'm pretty sure your dick ain't little," I muttered, and reached beneath the blankets to grab it. He began doing that thing I loved, the thing I anticipated most during the day, although it might be replaced with his cock inside me now. His fingers danced along my spine, and I let my eyes close. I spent a long time being uncomfortable every minute of the day. It was such a luxury, such a big thing to be so comfortable so often now. "You can't give up racing," he said after a while. I opened my eyes and stared across the room. "Yes, I can." "I won't lie. I'm going to be scared when you get on the track, every single time, but I know you can do this. I want it for you. I won't hold you back because I'm scared. It's like you said, all of life is a risk, not just your job." "I do have a really good spotter that watches my back." I poked him in the side. He growled. "Not good enough. Look what happened today." Today was my fault. I got distracted for 1 second. It won't happen again. I won't let it happen. Today wasn't anyone's fault. You would have avoided the pileup if the other car hadn't shoved you into it. It was an accident. I lifted my head and smiled at him. "Look at you being all calm about this. I thought you might try and blame yourself." "I thought about it," he muttered. I know he did. And part of him still probably blamed himself. He was just trying to beat it back. "I can't believe he had the fucking balls to show up today," I muttered. "That guy's a real piece of work," Hopper agreed. "I wanted to deck him when I saw him." I stiffened and looked up. "I don't want you around him. Not ever. He hurts everything he touches, and it won't be you. I'll fucking kill him first." Hopper's muscles contracted. "Whoa, babe, it's okay." "I mean it, Hop. Stay away from him." Fuck, just the thought of my father pulling even 1/10 of the shit on Hop that he ever did to me made me crazy. I felt the tension radiate from his body. If he comes around you and I'm standing there, I won't just look the other way." "He won't. He's not going to be around." "You sure about that?" he asked skeptically. He seemed awfully gung-ho about waving to his son from the stands. I muttered a string of colorful curses that might or might not have included the words hairy goat balls, and Hopper laughed. "I like it." He patted my bare ass. "Very creative." "I'm sure," I said, after I enjoyed his hand against my ass for a moment. "I'll make sure he stays gone." "How are you going to do that?" "By making it clear he won't get what he wants," I decided. It seemed that damned GearShark interview was what brought him here. "I can't believe the pecker read it before you did." "Money talks," I muttered, but jumped out of bed despite Hopper's attempts at towing me back. I walked out of the room to find my phone, curious about something. When I came back into the room, Hopper wagged his eyebrows at me. "You got a nice ass." I grinned and climbed back into bed. "I wonder if the article is in my email," I said, pulling up the screen. "I haven't looked at it in a few days because we were so busy prepping for today." Hopper sat up, propped some pillows against the headboard, and flung his arm out. I settled beside him, and his arm draped over my shoulders, his fingers absently playing with my nipple. He made a sound as I began sifting through the emails. Seriously, I did not sign up for a newsletter about hemorrhoid cream. Where these vultures got my email, I had no clue. Nasty. Hopper's fingers ran over the spot where my neck and shoulder met. "I left a bruise," he noted. "I was too rough." "Nah, I liked it." He leaned down and kissed the spot. My heart constricted. "Here it is," I said, and clicked on the email. I shifted as it opened and laid my head against his shoulder. "Arrow," I began reading the email from Emily out loud. "On behalf of GearShark magazine, I would like to thank you for taking the time to be our cover star for the upcoming issue. Apologies on the delay of getting this proof of our interview to you. There were some setbacks. Professionally speaking, I am authorized to tell you we made some minor omissions from the copy, but otherwise stayed absolutely true to your words. We apologize for the minor inconvenience, but hope you find the article to be a fantastic read. The issue will be going to print in the next few days, and will be on the stands just after your first preseason race, but in plenty of time to announce your signing with NASCAR before your first season begins. If you require any changes, please contact me immediately. Otherwise, thank you again, and GearShark hopes to see more of you in the future. Sincerely, Emily Metcalf. P.S. Personally speaking, which I'm not supposed to do, I just want to let you know I empathize with who you grew up with. Living under that can't have been easy, and I am deeply sorry that some of that truth won't see the light of day in this interview. For your convenience, I have left in the few passages being removed from your article due to some circumstances, but I've put them in bold lettering so you know exactly what is being removed and will not appear in the issue. Also attached is the cover. My father was a real piece of shit. Obviously, he threw a big stink to the powers that be at GearShark and probably threatened a lawsuit. I wondered exactly what I said that riled him up so badly. I went to click on the attached article, but Hopper stopped me. "I want to see the cover first. Give me the goods, babe." I groaned, but clicked the attached image. "I don't want to be seeing my skinny ass on camera." "Your ass is not skinny," Hopper intoned. The image appeared on screen, and I stared at it, honestly not that impressed. In my opinion, I didn't make a very good model. "That's fucking hot," Hopper exclaimed, and grabbed my phone from my hands. He sat forward a little and studied the image. "You look sexy as hell," he murmured. "I love the tats. Maybe I'm the one that should be jealous." I grabbed the phone back and glanced at the aqua-colored text and the big picture of me before closing it out. "No one will ever take your place." He pulled me back into his side and pressed his lips to my forehead. The stubble on his chin tickled my skin. "Love you, babe." "Love you," I replied. Every time he said that, it felt like a massive gift. Like it was Christmas morning every day, and his words were the one thing I'd been waiting for all year. "All right," he said, turning serious. "Pull this article up. Let's see what pissed off the old man." I clicked the attachment and waited for all the words to load. Meet our cover model. There's a new kid in town. Aero Ambrose, presented by GearShark Magazine, written by Emily Metcalf, copyright GearShark Magazine. The biggest shakeup in NASCAR history was almost a year ago. The racing world still buzzes about it. The ramifications are still being felt by the entire industry, especially over at Team Gamble, the center of NASCAR's earthquake. The revelations last season about the terrible hazing and sexual harassment of none other than Joey Gamble, former pro racer and daughter of Ron Gamble himself, to a massive dismissal of nearly all Gamble drivers, and even some staff. Not long after, Gamble started rebuilding his team, combing the driving world for racers that were up and coming, but also fairly fresh. He's put together a team critics and fans alike are frothing at the mouth to watch perform this season. Will his brand new team be as talented as the ones who came before? Will they be better behaved? More importantly, who will be his frontrunner? Which driver is the industry watching closest? All of that remains to be seen, except for one question: the who. It is a well-known fact that Gamble began courting driver Aero Ambrose shortly after his daughter crossed over to the NRR. Unlike most drivers, Aero didn't jump on board right away. In fact, he seemed to veer into a different road altogether, the one leading towards the NRR, where his brother, Lorhaven, is one of the biggest names, next to Drew Forrester, of course. It seemed like a natural road to take, really. Why not join the family in a no-rules racing division? But he didn't sign with the NRR either, and sources tell us Aero had a deal on the table with Gamble for that division as well. 2 contracts, 1 big sponsor, and a choice between 2 major racing divisions? Here at GearShark, we think that qualifies Aero Ambrose as the most fascinating driver of this year. It also definitely makes him Gamble's front-runner. So which division did Aero choose? Which contract did he sign, and how exactly did the kid who bears a striking resemblance to a certain music heavyweight make a choice? A choice that is going to surprise you. It did me. It also piqued my interest. Who exactly is Aero Ambrose, and are all those rumors I've been hearing about his painful past and sexual orientation true? I sat down with Aero himself, at the center of all the action, Gamble Speedway, to bring you the hottest story of the year about who is sure to be NASCAR's next huge sensation. Buckle your seatbelts. The ride starts now. I have to tell you, I haven't looked forward to an interview so much in a long time. Smiles. I won't tell my brother. He gets jealous easy. What's it like being the kid brother of such a well-respected racer? I'm not a kid. Haven't been for a long time. Noted. And having Lore for a brother is cool. He taught me everything I know. I see you brought him with you here today, along with another team member. Nods. My manager, Hopper. I'd like to note at this time there is a definite vibe to this interview, a feeling of protection that circles Aero like a bubble. Lorhaven and his manager, Hopper, tower over where Aero sits, eyes active and even throwing warning glances at me every few seconds. I have to admit, it makes me even more curious. Doesn't Hopper work on the NASCAR side of Team Gamble? Yes. So it's true then that you have recently signed with NASCAR, and this is the first interview you're giving as a pro racecar driver. You heard it here first. I'm officially signed with NASCAR, and am being sponsored by Gamble, among other companies who will be announced shortly. Looks over his shoulder at Hopper, who nods in agreement. Congratulations! That is very exciting. I have to say, though, I'm surprised. I think almost everyone, myself included, expected you to sign with the NRR. It seemed like a natural fit for you. Why veer into a road less traveled? Because if I signed with the NRR, I'd always be staring at my brother's taillights. Grins. There is something possibly endearing and sneakily sexy about this guy. You don't think you would ever be able to beat him? Lorhaven speaks up from behind Aero. Hell no. I think I could give him a run for his money, but that's not really what I meant. You said it yourself. I'm Lorhaven's kid brother. If I went to the NRR, I would be slapped with that label, and it would never come off. I'm my own man. I have my own goals. What kind of goals? To make a name for myself on the track? To have a life based off what I want, and no one else. To win races. Why NASCAR? From what I hear, you auditioned months ago. You had an offer on the table since then. You didn't sign. Why now? What changed? I changed. I decided that reaching for what I wanted might not be as impossible as it seemed. And I'm a thoughtful guy. I wanted to think about what I was doing before I did it. I have to ask, is one of the major reasons you waffled about signing with NASCAR because of your recent events involving hazing and discrimination and your sexual orientation? You mean because I'm gay? I like a blunt man. Are you? Yes, I am. And yeah, it factored into the decision, but not as heavily as you might think. So you aren't worried the same thing will happen to you that happened to Joey Gamble? Honestly, no. I sure as hell don't expect everyone to accept me, but the new Team Gamble is full of professionals. Describe to me your first day at the track, the day you were introduced to everyone. There was a big meeting. I can't tell you everything that went down. Leans close, conspiratorially. Trade secrets, you know. Winks. But I can tell you my sexuality was addressed. It's not a secret, and everyone on the team knows. So far, it hasn't been a problem. Everyone is cool, and those drivers know their shit. They keep an eye out for Gamble drivers this season. We're going to dominate. Oh, we're definitely watching. So you aren't worried about your own teammates giving you a hard time? But what about the rest of NASCAR? I can handle it. I've been through a lot worse. Speaking of, there's a lot of mystery and speculation around your past. You just implied it hasn't always been so great. Care to elaborate? I've known I'm gay since high school, maybe even before that. But when I came out to my parents at the age of 17, I knew there would be a lot of shock, maybe even some anger. The following was redacted, but it was a lot worse than that. Worse how? My father disowned me. Actually, at first, he told me to just stop, like I was a leaky faucet that just needed adjusting. When that didn't work, he took everything away and kicked me out. What did you do? End of redaction. I went to my brother. He took me in, helped me start my life over again. He clears his throat, shifts uncomfortably. Is there something else? I was attacked and beaten up for being gay. Gasps. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. It made me who I am today. And who are you? A guy who just wants to leave the past in the rear view and drive ahead. The following is redacted. Do you ever speak to your father? No, and I'd like to keep it that way. End of redaction. Do you think being the first openly gay driver in NASCAR is going to open the door, not just in racing but in all sports, to those who maybe have been afraid to be who they really are? I hope so, but I don't think someone should come out or reveal anything so personal unless they are absolutely ready. That isn't something that happens overnight. And look, I might be the first openly gay driver in NASCAR, but I'm not the first in the industry. Drew Forrester and Trent Mask get more credit than me for the paving the way. If it weren't for them, I might not have had the balls to be sitting here today. The following is Hopper, Arrow's manager, but as I look at him now, I'm wondering if he isn't more. And just who is the manager with only one name? Not true. You would totally be here. How long did it take you? Smiles. I'm still working on it. Are you currently dating or in a relationship? He shifts and glances behind him. Hopper, who is still standing there like a bulldog with a bad attitude, nods once. Yes, I'm currently seeing someone. Anyone we know? Hopper, the manager for Team Gamble. So the vibes I'm picking up aren't all in my head. Slowly smiling. Depends on what vibes you're talking about. Did I mention the tattoos on his neck and down his arms are very distracting? In a good way. I'm assuming everyone at Team Gamble knows about your relationship? We aren't hiding it. How long have you and Hopper been seeing each other? A while. That's very vague. That's very personal. Are you in love with him? How about we get back to racing? I've been wondering, why do you have a different last name than your brother? Because I changed mine. The following was redacted. Is this also because of your father? Yes. I don't want anything of his, even his name. End of redaction. What about your mother? She's very supportive of me. We have a good relationship. Tell me the one thing you are most excited about in NASCAR. Smiles. The car, of course. I have to say, I think you're a brave man. Brave and confident for stepping into a brand new racing team, right into the hot seat on the tails of something that would scare away most gay men. Like I said, I've been through worse, and I'm used to fear. Okay, I have to ask. I'm curious, so I know our readers will be. Tell us something about Hopper. He's been with Team Gamble for a while, but no one seems to know anything about him. He drinks his coffee black. I was hoping for something a little more riveting. Who is Hopper, and why does he only go by one name? Some people only need one name, like my brother. You're not going to give me the goods, are you? He lifts his hand in a "what can you do" gesture. Not a chance. All right, let's shift gears. Can you sing? I had to ask you guys. Just look at him on the cover. I know you want to know, too. He laughs. Not at all. But you can drive. Most definitely. Keep a close eye on the track this season. I'll be the car that's nothing but a blur. Aero Ambrose, the new NASCAR driver who is openly gay, in a relationship with not only another man, but a fellow Gamble employee. Ron Gamble must have a very lax company dating policy. Or maybe he just knows real love when he sees it. Aero might have sidestepped my questions like the pro he is, but energy doesn't lie, and neither do the looks I saw passing between him and his manager, Hopper. We at GearShark want to offer an official congratulatory welcome to Aero for signing with NASCAR and changing the face of pro driving potentially forever. Because whether he believes it or not, this guy is breaking down barriers. This might be the first we've seen of Aero, but it most definitely won't be the last. You won't see him on the track, though, because, as he said, he'll be nothing but a blur. Good thing you have GearShark to keep you up to date on all things racing, including its newest, hottest commodity. Things that make you go, WTF? In the event of a nuclear blast, you should not use hair conditioner. It would bind radioactive material to your hair. Chapter 46. Hopper. I almost lost someone I loved because holding on to them was sometimes even scarier than letting go. I'd learned something since Aero stepped into my life. The difference between life and death. There wasn't one. Not really. Death was when life ceased. When something or someone you loved was permanently taken away. Part of them remained in life, though, didn't they? In a heart, in a memory, even in something as simple as a tattoo. Life is death when you allow it to swallow you whole. You can be dead while your heart still beats. Life and death were permanently intertwined. They weren't separate, even when they felt that way. Death was part of life. Therefore, even gone, Matt still lived on inside me, and even though I was still alive, I lived as though I were dead. Until Aero. Until he reached into my chest and gave my heart a squeeze. I didn't know what I ever did to find real, true love, not once, but twice in my life. But I did, and because of it, I was more grateful than ever. I might always feel a little guilty for loving Aero so fiercely after Matt. Deep down, I understood loving A didn't mean I loved Matt any less. If anything, Matt taught me how to love, so when Aero came along, so shattered and shy, I knew how to love him back to life. I might not have been able to save Matt that day, but in a sense, I saved Aero, just as Aero saved me. It wouldn't ever be easy for him and me. But nothing worthwhile ever was. I grabbed up the boxes and bag filled with clothes and shoes, glancing around my empty, impersonal space I'd mistakenly thought of as a home for far too long. I walked out of the place without a second thought, without a single glance back. I hefted it all quietly, barely noticing the weight, and pushed into the apartment with the giant red wall. His high tops were scattered on the floor, my hat was in the corner, and there were pizza boxes on the counter. This was home. This was where I belonged. All this time I'd been saying all or nothing. Well, I think it finally clicked. Arrow was my all, and without him, I had absolutely nothing. I dumped all my shit in the half-empty dresser and scattered some stuff across the bathroom counter, smiling. On my way to the door, I put the 3 measly pair of shoes I owned in the cubbies next to Arrow's 25. Nothing's ever felt so right. At the door, I glanced around with a grin on my face before locking up and heading out. I was already looking forward to coming home later. But first, I had somewhere to be. Things that make you go, WTF? Eleanor Roosevelt often refused Secret Service protection. Instead, she traveled with a .22 Smith & Wesson. Chapter 47. Arrow. I hit the nail on the head. Fucking bullseye when I called my father out. I had no idea I'd gotten as close to the truth as I had. Sure, I knew he wanted to use me. I knew his little trip to see his son wasn't about me at all. It was about him. Everything was always about him. After I read the article, I knew exactly what he was trying to avoid and exactly what I said that bothered him so much. What a douche. A Class A, award-winning douchebag. Frankly, my mother was lucky she got the fuck away from him. I was too. Funny how I never really thought about my situation before as lucky, but in some aspects, I was. Some aspects equals I got out from under my father's giant bigoted thumb. He hadn't bribed someone at GearShark to read my article early because he was booming with fatherly pride. He was covering his bases, protecting himself. Everything I said about him in the interview was stricken. I never called him by name. All I ever referred to him as was my father. Hell, we didn't even have the same last name. It didn't matter, though. He knew what I knew. It wouldn't take long for the press to figure out who my unnamed father was. I was Jace's brother, after all, and he would lead everyone's eyes straight to old Sully. What bothered me most was he knew what he did to me was wrong. He knew the way he behaved and treated me was disgusting. He didn't feel bad about it. Not one bit. What he felt bad about was that the whole world might discover exactly who he was. Wait. That wasn't what bothered me the most. It was close, but something else nudged it out of the top spot. Hopper. What my father pulled today affected me. No matter how hard I tried and how I stood against him, inside, a part of me still caved. He fucked with my head, which took a piece of my mind off the track. It took a piece away from Hopper. I would allow nothing, and I mean nothing, to come between Hopper and me. I would allow nothing to compromise the safety net we were building between each other. Sullivan had to go. Permanently. And no, that didn't mean I was plotting his murder. Geez, you guys, get your head out of the gutter. Besides, I wouldn't ruin my life to take out someone as shitty as Sullivan. He wasn't worth the sacrifice. Nerves bunched so densely I felt I had a rock sinking in my stomach, pushing it down and putting pressure on my intestines beneath it. Yikes, that was graphic. He made me feel that way, though. Graphic. Shocked to the point I wanted to look away. It was disgusting he was my father, that his blood flowed through my veins. Even though I felt so violently nervous and, intimidated by him, I marched on anyway. I was doing this for Hopper. More importantly, I was doing this for me. I wasn't going to live like a shadow anymore. Just when I started to step out, he showed up again to try and knock me back into place. Fuck him. This was my life, and he's got no say. I didn't walk away from the strip club that night years ago just to slink away and live in isolation. No. I threw his conditions, his bribes, and his money right in his face so I wouldn't have to be someone I wasn't. I hadn't done a very good job living up to that. I was disappointed in myself. I felt as if I'd just woken up from a very long dream, opened my eyes, and realized what my reality was. A quick call to Jace, and I knew exactly where Sullivan was staying. I could have guessed it would be the nicest hotel in town, but calling only made it easier to find the room number. Jace was concerned. He wanted to speed over and meet me. I told him no. This was something I had to do on my own. Sullivan was going to see I could stand tall on my own 2 feet, and I didn't need anyone to back me up because I was strong enough. I took the elevator up to the penthouse. Cue eye roll. The entire way, I stared at myself in the mirrored doors. I was dressed in a pair of faded, ripped jeans and a hoodie Hopper left at my place a few days ago. It smelled like him, something I really loved, and at the risk of sounding corny, whenever I wore it, I felt he was wrapped around me, no matter where I was. I had on bright red high tops because my father hated ripped-up jeans and clunky shoes. My hair was a little wild because I'd just spent hours in bed with Hop. Just thinking about it made my dick stir. I was ready to go again. I was going to keep that guy up all night long. The elevator slid to a stop. Before the doors opened, I ran my hand through my hair nervously, trying to tame its messy style. "Fuck it," I said, striding out into the small hallway and beating confidently on the door. A few seconds went by, and I pictured my father peering through the peephole at me. I thought about covering it up just to be a dick, but in the end I just stood there and waited. "Arrow?" he said when the door was open. "I'm here to talk," I announced. Without waiting, I slammed my hand on the door and pushed it open to stride into his suite. There was a wall of windows overlooking the landscape. It was nearly dark, but not quite. It was probably a hell of a nice view when all the lights were on outside, but I wasn't here to enjoy the view. I spun around, pinning him with a stare. "You're leaving." He made a sound like he was wary of my tantrum and went over to the wet bar for a drink. The action made me sneer. So did the fact that he was dressed in pajamas that made him look like Hugh Hefner. "You've already made it clear you want me to leave." "I'm not talking about just tonight. I mean forever. This is the last time we will ever see each other." He paused, halfway lifting the glass to his mouth. "That seems a little extreme, considering you are my son." "I'm not. You gave up that right the day you disowned me. No, you gave up that right long before that. Lorhaven has been more of a father to me than you ever have." He slammed the crystal down and turned to look at me. "How dare you?" "How dare I?" I raised an eyebrow and advanced. "How dare you?" "Perhaps we should talk about this another time. Maybe after you've had time to, decompress after your accident." I snorted. "You think that accident has anything to do with me wanting you out of my life?" "Maybe it does." I nodded. "It's my final straw. The last time you will ever have any power over my mind." "You will want my sponsorship, my support," he intoned. I laughed. Then I laughed some more. "Are you fucking kidding? I wouldn't touch anything with your name on it with a 10-foot pole." "You've grown some balls since I saw you last," he observed. It was almost as if he thought it was cute. I stalked across the room, channeling all the anger I'd ever felt at his hands, all the humiliation, the pain. I remembered how it felt that night in the hangar, after I was beaten and raped, how hopeless, and I recalled the blood I'd spilled from my own body just trying to end it all. Whatever he saw in my eyes made his face pale. He stepped back, but I kept coming. Every step he took, I advanced. Eventually, he came up against the bar. I smiled like the Cheshire Cat and moved in. I slammed my hands on either side of him. They slapped against the stone. He jerked like it was him I'd struck. I leaned in close enough for him to get a real good look at how very deeply I loathed him. "I'm not scared of you," I whispered darkly. "I might have been once, but not anymore. It's you who should be afraid." "Leave now," he commanded, but it ended up sounding weak. His hands flattened on my shoulders and pushed. I didn't budge, looking down to where he touched me and then back up, lifting an eyebrow. He dropped his hands. "Oh, I'm leaving, but not until you listen, and you better listen good. I am not fucking repeating myself." He swallowed. "You listening?" He nodded. "I know damn well you had all mention of you wiped out of my interview. All mention of any kind of mistreatment I suffered at the hands of the man who was supposed to take care of me. Even though I didn't mention you by name, even though I didn't call your bitch ass out like I should have, you still had it wiped." "People would have figured it out," he snapped. I grinned widely, but from the look in his eyes, I knew I succeeded at making it look anything but friendly. "All you care about is people knowing what kind of sick, depraved man you really are. You think you could waltz back into my life and hand me some cash and your stamp of approval and you'd own me? Tell me, Dad." I spewed quietly. "Are you surprised that your throwaway son is the one with the pro contract? That I'm the one who would do your prestigious name the most good?" "I made a mistake," he said miserably, as if he were really sorry. "Yes, you did. And now you can live with it." I shoved away, causing him to flinch, and strode toward the door. Just when I practically heard his sigh of relief that I was leaving, I turned and smiled again. "Here's what's going to happen." I held up my fingers to tick them off as I spoke. "You're going to pack your shit, change out of those ridiculous pajamas, and leave. Now. You'll go back to your pathetic existence and sit in your towering glass building and pretend you really do own the world. You won't call, you won't text, you won't write, you won't check up on me, or bribe people to find out what I'm doing. You won't claim me as your son." He rose to his full height and lifted his chin. The stubborn, cruel Sullivan was coming out to play. "Good. You don't control me. I do what I want, when I want. You can't stop me." "Oh, I can. And I will. If you don't disappear out of my life, I'm going to destroy you and everything you hold precious." He scoffed, and I took one step toward him. He jerked back. "Shut the fuck up and listen," I snapped. He nodded, dumbly. "I will call up the biggest news outlet and magazine in this country, and I will go live with an exclusive tell-all interview. You know what live means, Sullivan? It means you won't be able to pay someone to cut out the parts you don't like. You won't know when or how. You won't see me coming. One day, you'll walk into work, and all the people who usually scurry away or bow at your feet will look at you with disgust and horror. They'll whisper behind your back, 'The secretary you love to screw on your desk and get your little dick sucked off by, she won't touch you. No woman that you don't pay will ever again.'" "You wouldn't dare," he seethed. "Fucking try me. You pushed the wrong buttons, old man. You went for the one thing that's off limits to you. As of right this second, we don't know each other. If you see me on the street, turn and walk the other way. Leave Hopper alone. You don't talk to him, look at him, or acknowledge him. All the rules from me extend to him." "You doing this all for a man who takes it in the ass?" he snarled. "No," I said, not even offended he was so disgusting. "I'm doing it for love. And I'm doing it because I finally realize I am so much better than you ever tried to make me." He began to sputter. The color still hadn't returned to his face. I turned to walk away. "You won't get away with this. If you out me to the press, I will ruin your life." I smiled. "No, you won't. You don't have that power over me, and you never will again." He frowned. "If you want everyone to know every sick detail of every sick thing you've done to me, go ahead. I'll spill it. It won't matter. The only one it will hurt is you, because the people in my life, They'll love me regardless. No one loves you, you little bastard, he screamed after me as I pulled open the door. I heard his slippers slapping against the floor as he raced after me. I turned to see him raising a fist. I caught it in my hand and squeezed. He looked between me and our hands, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. I reared back, ready to bury my fist right in his face. Then, I didn't. I dropped it. I let go of his hand and I stepped away. You're nothing to me. Not even worth the energy of a fucking punch. He stared at me in shock as I hit the button for the elevator. It opened immediately and I stepped inside, folded my hands in front of me, and stood straight and tall. Sullivan stared at me as the doors slowly slid shut. I saw the defeat in his eyes, the shock, maybe even a hint of regret. When the doors secured, I was left staring at myself in the glass once more. I smiled. Things that make you go, WTF? The tallest building in Wyoming is only 12 stories high. It's a freshman dorm. Chapter 48. Hopper. When I got home, the apartment was still empty. Arrow was still not home. Worry curled through my stomach, and I pulled out my phone and shot off a text. Where are you? The second it sent, the front door opened and Arrow's blonde head appeared. He was wearing my hoodie. He looked better in it than I did. Seconds later, his phone went off in his hand. That was me, I said. My face split into a smile because he was here and he was sexy. You need something? He asked, immediately concerned. Just you. He smiled and crossed the room, kissing me deeply, and when we pulled back, he rubbed at my lower lip. What have you been up to? He asked, looking around, seeing my shoes next to his, and turning back ninja fast. Hope you don't mind, I moved in. Seriously? I nodded. My underwear and pants are in the bedroom. You know, so I don't have to answer the door naked. He leapt at me. Like 4 reels leapt off the ground into my arms. I laughed and caught him. His legs wrapped around my waist, and he made a whoop sound. You're skinny, babe, but you aren't that skinny, I joked. I'm hungry, he complained. I pulled his head down and kissed him. As we kissed, his cock grew against my stomach and aroused my own desire. But I banked it for now, and walked with him still in my arms to the sofa, where I sat down with him in my lap. How was it? I asked, nervous, but not quite as much now that he was in my arms and smiling. He's not going to be a problem ever again, he replied confidently. Confidence was a good look on him. Want to talk about it? I asked, completely ready to listen. Arrow shook his head. No. I nodded. Confronting his father was something he did for him, not for anyone else, and I didn't need to know what happened, because the most important thing was Arrow felt free of him. I am proud of you, I told him, rubbing my hands up his back. Sometimes he looked at me with awe in his eyes. I didn't think I'd ever get used to it, and I doubted he would ever stop. I love you. I was a lucky man. I reached up to cover his heart with my palm, wanting to feel the strength of his heartbeat. He winced. Immediately I pulled back. What's wrong? I demanded. Motherfucker, if that pecker had touched you... I started to get up. Arrow laughed, then pushed me back down. He didn't touch me, he promised. Calm down. I sagged back against the seat, and he settled again in my lap. I slapped a hand to my forehead and dragged it down my face. Hey, he said, alarmed. What's this? Gingerly, he lifted my arm up, looking at the white bandage wrapped around my wrist. Where's your bracelet? He demanded. In the bedroom. I gestured to the room with my head. He surrendered my arm, and I peeled up the tape around the bandage. I did more than just move in while you were gone. He lifted an eyebrow. Slowly, I unwrapped the bandage and turned my wrist for him to see. His breath caught. His fingers hovered over the area, his eyes entranced. "You got a new tattoo?" he whispered. "Like it?" I asked. He looked up, then back down. A smile so happy it actually hurt my heart bloomed on his face. "Are you fucking kidding me?" He glanced up. "You did this for me?" I cupped his face. "For us." He gazed down at the design again. "I hope it's okay I put it under the coordinates." "It's perfect," he murmured, his voice watery and low. Still staring down, he traced the design in the air above it, knowing it was still too tender to touch. It was an infinity sign, with an arrow right through the center. It represented him and me, and how he shot right into my life and handed me forever. He pulled his hand back, but still stared down. Seconds later, a drop of moisture fell on the design. I tipped his head up. He tried to stop me, but I prevailed. A single tear tracked down his cheek. I brushed it away with my thumb. He sniffled and pulled back, reaching for the hem of his shirts. "I didn't just go see my father," he admitted, and peeled the clothes over his head. There was a bandage, very similar to mine, over his heart. I sucked in a breath. "Are you freaking kidding?" He shook his head slowly. I fingered the edge of the bandage and glanced up for permission. He nodded, his eyes still slightly wet. I peeled away the bandage, and it fell, fluttering between our bodies. "Arrow," I half groaned. "Guess we had the same idea," he mused. He had the exact same tattoo over his heart, just a little bigger because it was on his chest. I touched the edges, just out of reach of the tenderness. "You're my infinity, Hop," he vowed. "I don't care where life takes me as long as you come too." I wrapped my arms around his back and dove into the couch, sliding him beneath me. My mouth landed on his instantly, and we kissed like it was the first time. His lips were warm and soft, his tongue promised pleasure to come, and when he started smiling in the middle of our kiss, my heart expanded to a size I never thought possible. "I love you too," I growled against his smile. "I fucking love you forever." And I did. Our love was infinite. The end. Author's note. If you made it here, you deserve a cookie, warm from the oven. I was supposed to release this book in July. It is now December, and I'm just writing the end. I knew this book would be challenging. I mean, all of them are, but I really had no idea how much it would take to write. #Blur was incredibly hard to just sit down and pound out. I would write some, then I would need a day or two to almost digest it, to think about it. I spent a lot of time just thinking about this book, trying to understand these two characters, trying to get it right. I don't know if I will ever fully understand them, because I've never experienced what they have. Perhaps that's why this was so hard. I try to write with truth, with motion, and with a certain type of empathy. Not only was the subject matter in this book very challenging and dark, but I felt an overwhelming desire to get it right. Arrow claimed my heart a long time ago, back when he first appeared in #Junkie. I didn't know a lot about him then, but I understood he was broken. I wanted to tell his story. I wanted to give him a happily ever after, but good Lord, getting there was a task. It wasn't easy to get him there, and Hopper, he surprised you, didn't he? Me too. He's real and raw, and that hair of his. Does anyone else want to push your hands through it? No? Just me? I'm delirious. This book has drained me. I still want to touch his hair. I wish I could sit here and write an epic author's note, pour out exactly what I went through with this book, how it was a fight at times, how it was awkward at times, and how sometimes I would have butterflies in my stomach when I wrote. Alas, I am exhausted. Even so, I don't think I can fully explain what it was like to write this book. I'm hoping the words speak for themselves. I hope you feel everything I tried to say. I also hope you find this story to be everything you wanted it to be, and a book fitting of the GearShark series. I have to say, the GearShark series is something I am very proud of. It really challenged me as a writer. It pushed me out of my comfort zone. I'm tired. I'm a little brain-fried, but the end result is something I wouldn't change for anything. I want to thank you for reading this far, for hanging in there as I told Hopper and Arrow's story. I think it might be a little different than all of us were expecting. Longer, too. But I truly hope it's one you enjoyed. See you next book. XOXO, Cambria. Cambria Hebert is an award-winning, best-selling novelist of more than 30 books. She went to college for a bachelor's degree, couldn't pick a major, and ended up with a degree in cosmetology. So rest assured her characters will always have good hair. Besides writing, Cambria loves a caramel latte, staying up late, sleeping in, and watching movies. She considers math human torture and has an irrational fear of birds, including chickens. You can often find her painting her toenails, because she bites her fingernails, or walking her chihuahuas, the real rulers of her house. Cambria has written within the young adult and new adult genres, penning many paranormal and contemporary titles. She has also written romantic suspense, science fiction, and most recently, male-male romance. Her favorite genre to read and write is contemporary romance. A few of her most recognized titles are the Hashtag series, GearShark series, Text, Torch, and Tattoo. Recent awards include Author of the Year, Best Contemporary Series, the Hashtag series, Best Contemporary Book of the Year, Best Book Trailer of the Year, Best Contemporary Lead, and Best Contemporary Book Cover of the Year. In addition, her most recognized title, Hashtag Nerd, was listed at BuzzFeed.com as a top 50 summer romance read. Cambria Hebert owns and operates Cambria Hebert Books, LLC. You can find out more about Cambria and her titles by visiting and following her here. Website, www.cambriahebert.com. Email, cambriahebert@rocketmail.com. Facebook, smarturl.co/Cambria Hebert fanpage. Twitter, twitter.com/Cambria Hebert. Instagram, @Cambria Hebert. This has been Hashtag Blur, GearShark, written by Cambria Hebert, narrated by Michael Fell. Copyright 2017 by Cambria Hebert. Production copyright 2017 by Cambria Hebert.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.